You can hear me, right? Mhm. Mhm. We will now begin our first discussion broadcast. We're a little new to this, so we may not be very eloquent. All right, and we can now start. Yeah, cool. Hello.
You are live. You can do the
Yes, I
intro.
already said it.
You're ready to set. Okay.
Mm.
Hi. Hi everyone.
That was
Yeah, I was
that was
muted. Hey Ed.
that was a bit of
Hey
a mess, but it
Brendan. Hey
worked.
Brian. Welcome to the stream. Do you have the chat up by the way, Owen?
I have the chat up for mine, but I'll pull up one for yours as well.
Cool. Right, because you're hosting on your Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Hey everyone. Welcome to our really long discussion about games that
Ain't
we've
that the truth?
been. Yeah, pretty much that. Hey Cowboy. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Yeah, audio seems to be good. Good evening, or good morning for me. It's 10 a.m. for me on the 7th, and I think 3 p.m. for Owen.
This is
I'm MB.
correct.
That's Owen.
Hello.
And welcome to what we're hoping is also going to kick off the Quest Clear YouTube channel as well.
Mhm.
We have a lot of games I think we want to go through, and so
Yeah.
basically how the stream's going to be structured is we're going to be like talking about the games based on when we finish them and through and categorized by months, apart from like a few which are like miscellaneous. It's like, oh, we didn't necessarily finish the game. Like you can't really finish Smash Bros DLC, for instance, right?
Yeah. Um,
um
do we
yeah.
want to do? Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna do our miscellaneous
Yeah,
category.
no,
I don't know
I had a few ideas. I was thinking maybe because we want to have like I don't know how long this is going to go for, but we want to have like a break, assuming it goes for longer than 3 hours, in about 3 hours for like lunch and dinner, your time, right?
Yeah, kind of
So
nice
we
that
could,
that works out.
yeah, we could probably do it before, or after that, depending on how long we do. But if not, maybe like after August or something.
Yeah, that would work. Like where we put our miscellaneous
Yeah,
category
because
in.
I think I was looking at like our games, right? Let
Yeah.
me get the stuff up on stream as well. Hold up. Now everyone's on chat. Also, hey Henry, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you
Yeah.
for the art
So
compliment. That was me.
yeah, yeah. Yes, Owen drew the thumbnail for this video,
I'm
which is
slowly
really
getting better at
exciting.
art.
Yep.
Slowly, very slowly.
But yeah. So
All
as you can
right.
see, hey, Brian finally followed me on Twitch. Yo, let's go.
No.
But yeah. So we're basically organizing what we're doing by
All
month.
right.
And Chris, hey, Chris is here. And
All
I'm
right.
gonna basically highlight what we're talking about with this little icon, which is our logo for the channel.
Hey,
And
Chris.
yeah, you'll be able to see what we're talking about. And feel free to put in any thoughts in the chat if you want to talk, because this is going to be pretty chill. Happy to chat with anyone here. You can never play Fire Emblem 3, Ed. Yeah. But yeah, we've got a lot we want to talk about, and this is just January. And looking
Yeah.
at January, Owen, I have 4 games. You have 1. I was thinking it's
Yeah.
probably better if I like start with 2 of my games, then you go, and
Well,
then I'll do the other
actually,
2, because I don't want to
I
just talk the entire time.
yeah. So there are reasons why MB. So MB played. How many did you play this year, MB?
Oh, jeez. I think it was like 40 something.
Yeah, I think my total was like close to like 32 or something like that. You definitely had more than I did. And
Yeah,
there's
but I
reasons for
also,
that.
yeah. I
And
ended
I'll
up playing
go.
a lot of shorter games towards the end of the year.
Yeah, there's other reasons, like I had a really kind of busy first semester at university, and I worked during the summer, and I played Guilty Gear Strive for 200 hours, which we will get into. So yeah, on average, MB did play more games than I did. Um, but the thing I wanted to mention before we start, because actually, do you mind if I do this right now? The
Yeah,
games
yeah,
that
go ahead.
I played, but I'm not gonna be talking about today. So
Yeah.
I have 5 games that I played this year that I either didn't finish or am working on, or I just don't have enough. I haven't put enough time in it to have an opinion on it. So the 5 that I have, I'll just give a quick sentence about my current thoughts before hopefully we'll talk about them next year. There's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm playing that with my girlfriend right now. It's really good. The translation is amazing. I've been voice acting the entire game. It has been an absolute blast, but we're just playing at a very slow clip. But I'm loving it. No complaints. Monster Hunter Stories 2. That's a fantastic turn-based RPG. It's an adaptation of the Monster Hunter formula. I mostly just had other things to play because July was really busy for me. Shin Megami Tensei 4, I tried to go for a neutral route this time around. That did not go well because I miscalculated how the point system worked, so I'm nuked that playthrough and I'm trying again with a more strict guide. So we'll see how that goes. Tetris Effect Connected, I got that for Christmas. I've played a little bit of it, and I freaking love it. I've wanted the game for years, but I just haven't put enough time in it to have an opinion. And Final Fantasy VII, I am 35 hours into that game. I'm almost at the final boss, but I have a bunch of side quests to do, but it's not technically done, so I did not count it for 2021. That was me.
Yeah. So in my case, I don't have too many games I've kind of started this year and just not finished, except for a few like. Okay, so I actually went through a phase. I'm still going through the phase of trying to play more games in Japanese. So I ended up picking up Bringer, which is
Yes.
action RPG that Monolith Soft made before Xenoblade Chronicles on the DS. And I
Yeah.
also got Xenosaga 1 and 2 on the DS. I've barely played like much of any of them. Figured it's worth mentioning I played them. The other game I think I will talk about this briefly at the end in our like miscellaneous stuff is I played a bit of Rune Factory 4 Special. I don't really have that much to talk about it, but I did like start that when was it last year when the whole they had the free trial on Switch for Nintendo Switch Online, and I was like, hey, Chris, this game is cool, I might grab it. And I did, and I've just been playing through it slowly. I know Brian's been playing it a lot lately, but I've been playing it very slowly whenever I feel like it. I should probably put more focus onto it, but I figured I may just bring it up for a bit later on, but that's about it for me because I think I was pretty organized with most of my games. Oh, right. I am not talking about Bravely Default 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably the only game that I started and I just haven't really continued with.
Mm. Yeah,
It's again to take it a personal place. Rune Factory, yeah. That's how I figured.
It's from outside perspective, Rune Factory just seems kind of like an Animal Crossing style. Not necessarily that it is an Animal Crossing game, but just like how you play it, how you go about it, and stuff like that.
Yeah, see, I think my problem is I start with I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play this game, and then I finish like a day or two in game, which is like, it's not like real time. It's like you just sleep when it's done. It's like I think 1 second equates to a minute in game. And it's like when you're done with the day, you just sleep in your bed. I think if you sleep like before midnight or something like that, or is it 11 p.m.? I'm not sure. No, I think it's 2 a.m. Before I don't know. Anyway, if you sleep before a certain time, you like get experience points in sleeping. So it's like, well, and then when I'm done with the day, it's like, well, I guess this is a good point to stop off. So I barely play much at any given time. But yeah. Anyway, that's probably all I'm going to say on Rune Factory 4 for the entire stream. So, next year, hopefully I'll finish it by next year so we can do this next year again.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is that we'd be doing this every year. So,
yeah,
we'll see.
Hopefully.
Yeah, Rune Factory, man, I'm like, maybe I'll get into that one day. And then I see Rune Factory 3 on the DS for like $300 at my game store. I'm just like, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary to play previous games, but
yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I was talking to Chris about it. I think he was like, "Oh yeah, it's good if you can, but it's not necessary."
All right.
Yeah. Hey, Zerinus, welcome, Zeri. Do I call you Zeri? Emulation is always morally correct. But yeah,
I'll probably be emulating the DS Dragon Quest games at the rate that they're going for in their prices, and that sucks because I like having physical copies of games.
right,
Anyways,
yeah. Well, no, I actually got Dragon Quest 9 physically. Though
that was actually not too bad in America.
Yeah, I got a Japanese copy.
Yeah, it's Dragon Quest 9 is going for about $70 in US, which is not bad.
Right.
But like Dragon Quest 4
Oh,
is like 200. Dragon Quest 5 is something. It
70
just goes up.
bucks.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 9
I
is at least in America.
right. I saw it on Facebook Marketplace, an Australian copy for like $30. So I mean,
Mm, yeah, it's the
anyway.
cheapest of the DS Dragon Quests, mostly just because it is a thing. Anyways,
Congrats on 100 followers. Excuse me. What? Do I have 100 followers on Twitch now? Holy shit!
do you?
I do. What the fuck?
Yo!
Holy shit! Let's go.
I'll consider
Yeah.
that a
Thanks.
victory.
Thanks for being the 100th follower, Zeri. I suppose.
right.
But yeah, why don't we kick this off? So I was looking at our January games. I was thinking, I said this earlier, but I should probably tackle my first 2 games of January first, and then you go Sunshine, and then I do the next 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. I probably won't have much to say about Ys Origin beyond what I've read in the JRPG book, and definitely not much about AI.
Yeah.
But I have some stuff to say about FE3 and FF7R. So
Oh, I have a lot to say about FE3.
yeah. Oh yeah, because yeah. Oh boy, yeah, because I was there when you were streaming it. So
But yeah, I'm a little concerned about what music I'm gonna use for the streams. Well, we're recording our audio separately, so for the VOD, when we actually edit it down, should be fine. But I'm just gonna play stuff through Spotify, some game soundtracks. Hopefully, nothing causes the video to get completely taken down, but it should be fine.
I mean, we're streaming right now, so what matters is just the VOD. Anyways, play some copyright-ridden OPs and EDs from anime.
Hold up. I need let me get here we go. This works. All right. So I figure game soundtracks should be fine. Yeah, don't get muted in the VOD. Yeah, I've noticed that. The one thing I feel comfortable using for the VOD is Falcom soundtracks, because I know they have a free music policy. As long as you're not directly making money off their music, you're fine. Just play
Metallica. That is the worst possible idea you could have. Though actually, side note, apparently Metallica is not the reason why the DMCA is so bad. They are mostly after Napster and stuff like that, which is a completely separate issue. I watched a video about the many what Metallica did and did not do in copyright law. Anyways.
All right. Anyway, yeah. I think I may as well start with the Somnium Files, right?
Sure, go for it. I don't know much about AI at all,
Yeah.
I don't
so
know how to pronounce it.
If I donate the entire stream flash, I need to fix that. Like, the donate button does work, but I need to like organize my stuff a bit more. Anyway, don't bother donating. It's fine. So yeah. So for my January games, it says I've played 4 games, but 3 of these games I started in 2020.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So like I said, we're going by finish date, right? So AI is one of those I believe I got for Christmas in 2020. I got I got AI, the Somnium Files, and Final Fantasy VII Remake for Christmas that year. And what ended up happening is I basically started streaming my backlog. So a lot of these games I have like proper like records of like my playthroughs, and they're on my YouTube. Go check them out, guys. But yeah, AI was something I was always like slightly interested in, because I knew it was like written by the guy that did the Zero Escape series, which I had already played, right? And I remember getting AI, not really knowing what to expect. I don't even remember what I was thinking when I like went into it, but I remember like the moment I opened it up and heard the title theme, I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna really like the soundtrack, which is what you're hearing right now, by Keisuke Ito. But But yeah, it's effectively a visual novel. It has some like investigation segments. It's a detective visual novel, right? Which I played a few of this year actually.
An Ace
now I
Attorney
think
like,
about it.
if you will.
Yes, it's
Ace Attorney like.
sort of Ace Attorney like, but it's more it's
Or a Leighton
more
like, I guess.
yeah, it's less I mean, it's not like the same sort of puzzle solving. It's more like you're investigating an area. So the whole idea behind this game is I think you can go in. I'm trying to remember the story. It's been a little while. You go into like the brain of people while they're asleep and go into their dreams, and you're basically there's a lot of talk about using like their dreams as evidence for like finding a criminal, and it's basically a whole murder mystery. There's a serial killer, and the end goal is to obviously find that killer, right? It is also a visual novel with branching paths, though. So there are multiple endings. Obviously, one true ending. I gotta say, I'm glad I played through this one with Japanese voices. I think the dub is phenomenal. I will say that. From what I've heard of the English dub, the voices are really good. Everyone's cast really well. The problem, however, is that there is so much fluff dialogue, and the director Uchikoshi, he loves puns, right? But the problem is none of that actually translates well into English, right?
Yeah,
and
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is a lot of the fluff dialogue, it's all voiced from memory. Pretty much all of it's voiced. A lot of the fluff dialogue ends up being like, unfortunately, it's either, I'd say 90% really good. Sorry, 90%, 10% really good. 90% of it ends up being it kind of doesn't work. Like, either
Lost in translation.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's lost in translation. Like the 10% of the time, they sometimes just write a completely different joke, and I think that works really well. But sometimes they kind of try to keep close to the original joke, but not quite, and then it just kind of doesn't hit right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a mix of. And this is why I'm really glad I played with the Japanese voices, because it got me to, like, I was able to experience both the translation and, like, the original Japanese text for the most part. And I will say the Japanese puns, while not all of them are great, a lot of them I was, like, laughing at when the English translation made no sense, you know?
Okay. That makes sense.
And I actually remember, because after I finished the game, I watched a YouTuber, Nico B's playthrough of the game. And he by the end of the game, I think he got really annoyed with all the fluff dialogue and just kind of stopped. Which is a bit of a shame. But, you know, like, I kind of get, I get where he was, like, coming from, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably my only complaint with the game, other than, I think some plot devices he uses for this game, Uchikoshi uses for this game, could be a little difficult to understand if you haven't played the Zero Escape series first.
So it's like it was a piece written for a very specific audience in that regard.
Yes and no. I don't think you can definitely play it without playing Zero Escape. It's not related in whatsoever. But there's a lot of, like, plot details that they echo some of what he did for the previous, like, his previous works. So it feels like, at least to me, it felt like he kind of glossed over the explanations for some stuff. And I feel if you've played the previous games that he made, so the Zero Escape series, it wouldn't be easier to digest, if that makes sense. But it's not like it's not understandable from a newcomer's perspective. It's not related to Zero Escape at all, after all, right?
All right.
And of course, there's a sequel coming out this year, which I'm really excited about, because they're making the best character from this game the main character of the sequel. So,
I heard good things about this game coming out. I didn't know much other than the fact that it was a visual novel, pretty much, and that it kind of went crazy in some aspects.
Yep.
But I mean, we've talked about like MB and I have talked in our personal time about how I'm not probably the best audience for visual novels.
There's a lot of visual novels today I'll be talking about. So.
Yeah, I don't mind like I love the Ace Attorney series, so I feel like this might be a little bit more up my alley than something a little bit more like character driven, I guess, where it's more like there's more of a central, like the plot plays more of a central role. But
yeah,
maybe in terms of visual novels that I've heard in the ether in the Twitter ether in the last year, this one is one of the more interesting ones, I can definitely say.
Yeah, I'd probably say you'd enjoy it because there's a lot of similarities like Ace Attorney in this regard. But it's like, I think it what also helps is it's like these games, yes, they're visual novels, but they're also visual novels with gameplay elements, puzzle solving elements. I will say the whole gameplay gimmick is really interesting because, as I said, you basically go into the dreams of people to investigate like plot points, and nothing makes sense in those dreams, like for good reason. It makes sense that, you know, your dreams don't necessarily have aren't necessarily like logically cohesive, right?
Right.
But you're also given a time limit, but the timer only goes down when you move. Well, it does go down like very slowly when you're standing still, but like when you move, I think it's a time of 360 seconds, and you can get more time in while you play through the level. But it's like you're solving this puzzle on a time limit, but you can stop to look around and think at any point. But the problem is like when you're doing like certain actions, you also that also takes time. So there's a lot of like fluff dialogue you can get by choosing the wrong choices on different objects. But it also takes time to get those.
Okay.
So in a way, it's also replayable if you're okay with like failing it just to see all the dialogue. You can play through it all the time and just like see all the wacky dialogue for the wrong choices.
All right.
And there is some really fun stuff that's hidden behind some optional stuff.
All right.
But yeah. Sky Shards, welcome to the stream. Is that Sky?
That is Sky, yes.
Okay. Hey Sky, welcome. And thanks for the follow. But yeah, I really enjoy this game. I think it can be a bit hit or miss depending on like your humor. But yeah. Hey Barra! Yo, Barra's here! Holy shit! Hey Barra, I love how Owen has a single game that he really focuses on in January, while MB has a whole 4 games, most of them being RPGs, Stream of Dragons. Well, the other thing is January is also summer break for me because I'm Australian, so I had a lot more time than Owen.
And I also played 30 hours of Shin Megami Tensei 4 over the course of New Year's, and as I mentioned, I decided to nuke that playthrough because I got an ending I didn't want.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess I should probably... I guess that's it for AI, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Like, again, it's a visual novel that, in terms of VNs, I have interest in it, but I can't say much because I haven't played it, so...
Yeah. I will say, I think AI kind of started my descent into visual novel hell, which I'm getting more into visual novels these days. Barrow knows. And I will definitely talk about that later on in the stream. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's all for AI the Somnium 5. Good game. I would recommend it. It's definitely hit or miss, though. But yeah, I think it's time to move on to Final Fantasy VII Remake, which hopefully...
A game that I could play now that it's on Epic, but I have no interest in playing the PC port.
Yes, I hear the PC port isn't great. But yes, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I hope the vote doesn't get taken down for this music, but that's okay. So, Final Fantasy VII Remake. This game... Oh god. I love it in concept. I don't like the execution of the gameplay. And I'll come back to this when we talk about the PS5 Yuffie DLC. Because that's very important. Because I have a lot of different thoughts on that one. But again, this is a game I got for Christmas 2020. And I love this game, but I think a lot of my issues with it stem from me not being used to the whole like Sony blockbuster style of games, like the whole super cinematic sort of style. I did play the original Final Fantasy VII before it.
Yeah, right. Of course, which helps a lot because even though I haven't played it personally, I played effectively the E3 demo at a PAX event, and I know enough about what happens in the story to put together kind of what goes on.
Yeah. I'm not gonna talk about the story here particularly because I know, like, I feel like the ending is something you're not going to understand unless you've at least played the original, for instance, and it's not like you have to understand the ending either, that's a thing, but it's like you won't necessarily understand the intent of the writing, effectively. Right. But if you're, like, I did talk to a few people who played 7 Remake before the original, right? And it's like, to them, it seems like basically, oh, I'm excited for a sequel, right?
Right.
And that makes a lot of sense. It's like, you don't necessarily have to understand why they wrote it the way they did. But I know it did cause a lot. I know it caused a lot of controversy. So, like, take that.
7 Remake, from what I understand, is this weird. It's this weird blend of cut content from the original FF7, new ideas that they just kind of seamlessly put in, and then some meta stuff that, kind of like, some people are like, why is this here when you change this over here? Because it's specifically the cut content stuff. There is dialogue in this game that was actually I believe it's in some of the source code or debug mode or something of the original FF7, but apparently Sakaguchi cut it because he thought it would make the dialogue scenes go too long, but they put it back in the remake, which I find very interesting because they apparently just like that dialogue. And then they changed a bunch of stuff on their own.
Right. I will say, I know that they did, like, there's a lot of originally planned stuff for, like, the original game. I'm not gonna spoil, but there was, like, a few events that, like, refer to stuff they originally had planned for the story, but they don't quite go through with it. They just kind of say, hey, this is what we were going to do originally, but we didn't end up doing for the final game, so we're gonna, like, cheekily reference it, you know? Also, all the meta stuff, I gotta say, it's probably best not to blame. I know a lot of people blame Tetsuya Nomura for it. Don't blame him, because he was the guy who was, like, trying to rein in everyone's ideas and, like, keep he wanted the game to be a faithful remake the most, I believe. But what happened with the development was, like, what they got is, I think that most of the ideas came from, like, the team, and it's like everyone kind of shared their ideas at the table, and Nomura's job was mainly to, like, keep everyone's ideas in check and organize them, even though he was the director, you know? That's how I think he handled the development of the game.
I mean, like, the game has such a weird history because it was originally handled by CyberConnect 2, I believe, who makes a bunch of arena fighters, but Square eventually kind of nixed it because they didn't like the progress they're making, so they basically restarted the game from scratch.
Yeah.
So it kind of went through development hell despite it coming out. It went, like, I know you have qualms with the gameplay, but it's overall a decently polished experience.
Yeah. Oh no, I think for sure it's a good game that I just had issues with the gameplay, which I'll go into in a bit.
Right. But I think it is kind of interesting seeing how it came out as it is, and I almost wonder if because one of the things I've realized in the last few years about the game development industry is that you need a champion for something in order for anything to really go through, or else it's just going to end up kind of being like a hollow cash grab or whatever. And I get the feeling that they felt like they wanted to get more people's kind of like passion into this to make it more special almost. But that also came with a lot of changes to the source material, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the original FF7 is always there. You can't retroactively change that. But yeah, I guess I don't have much to say other than it definitely feels like there's a lot of passion that goes into it from just what I've seen. Like FF7 was so big both in Japan and the West, and there was obviously a lot of passion in the project, but it went in a very different direction than a lot of people expected.
Yeah. I do think that's for the better, but my issue with 7 Remake is the gameplay. But yeah, I'm just reading the chat. Brian's talking about new F-Zero and Chris is crying over that. Yeah. So this game, I feel, has a balancing issue with its gameplay, right? So let me try give a bit of preface to how the whole gameplay battle system works. It's all based around ATB, which charges based on like attacking and getting hit. And getting hit is important because I think I was playing the game wrong. I didn't block enough and I dodged too much. But the thing is, pretty much every action except for your basic regular attacks, you need to use ATB for. And you only have 2 charges of it at any time, barring extra skills and materia and all that. And I can see what they were trying to go for with, like, resource management. And that's great, but my issue is I feel like, because everything required ATB, a lot of the game felt like me just sitting and waiting for ATB to charge. And by the time it had charged, for some bosses at least, by the time it had charged, I had to use my ATB to heal myself. And then I'm out of ATB, and then rinse repeat, right?
Right.
There was this one really annoying boss where it basically had a shield that you had to hit with the right element of magic to get it down so you could actually do damage to it. And what was so annoying about the boss is I got stuck in this loop where I had to keep healing every time my ATB charged up, and I basically didn't have any ATB to use magic on the boss. And the problem with this is, like, the boss keeps changing its force field around it. So by the time I did have enough ATB, it either didn't have a shield up, or it had changed to a different thing, which the character with a different element, which the character with ATB, which had ATB, didn't have the right spell for, right?
Right.
I'm sure there's a better way of setting up and playing the game, but it felt like, to me, based on my personal experience, it felt like a lot of these elements didn't quite mesh well together, right?
What was your general playstyle? Did you tend to play it like one character at a time, and then when you kind of like ran out, you switched to another character, or were you constantly switching between characters?
It was a bit of both, I'd say. And the thing, the big thing with switching characters is ranged characters feels really fucking useless. Range characters feel super useless because there is no real aggro system in the game. The enemies will automatically target whoever you're controlling. So, for instance, Aerith is going to die pretty much every time you're controlling her.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Well, I mean, she is. Yeah. Okay.
And she's really squishy. I found. What you can do is you can basically use the trigger buttons to, like, issue them commands while you're not controlling them, which is great, but it doesn't solve the issue of some characters, like, just not feeling useful if you're playing them, you know? If, like, you can't... It's hard to play as some characters due to the system. Like, for instance, Barrett was fun to play as. He was ranged, but he was tanky, so it balances out. But the problem is he does very little damage, so I found it kind of not that fun to play as him.
Okay.
He's balanced enough that his playstyle works, but it's not necessarily fun, at least for me. I found myself playing a lot as Cloud and Tifa.
Right, well, because Cloud has, like, probably has the highest damage output, and Tifa has combos.
No,
so you can...
Tifa has the most damage output, I feel, and combos. I felt Tifa was the most useful party member, to be completely honest.
Well, she's my favorite of FF7 base, so that's good news for me whenever I play the game.
Good taste.
So, I'm trying to think. Okay, so a lot of criticism that I've heard lobbed at the game mostly comes down to, like, the party system isn't very well balanced, because you and I have talked about this personally, but, like, the issue is that party members don't gain ATB on their own, and the AI is really stupid. So I've been thinking about, like, how I would approach the game when I eventually play it, and I would probably do, like, a very, like, kind of swap it, like, like swapping between characters constantly, like use a thing, swap, 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 kind of like never stay on one character too long. I'm curious if that would ever work as a playstyle. Obviously, I can't say until I've actually played beyond the opening mission because that's all I've played. But I know that there are ways to like maximize damage output. I know there's a good counterattack system that requires good timing. There's materia growth. There's weapon growth. There are options. It's just the party AI balance is so whack that it make the ATB economy just feels little limited. And I know that you had issues with items costing ATB as well. So
Yeah, I feel like items were the one thing that probably didn't need to cost ATB. Just give us a way to heal that doesn't require ATB, for instance, you know?
Makes sense.
In terms of swapping characters, it could work, but it depends how frequently you swap, because I think when you do swap, you can't instantly control the other character. It has like a camera transition over to the other character, and your controls lock for a brief moment.
Right.
In terms of the like counterattacks and maximizing damage, yes, there is a way you can like stagger enemies and like increase the damage multiplier while they're staggered. But I think the only way I could figure out to actually increase the multiplier was by using Tifa's triangle attacks.
Okay.
Which I don't know if there's another way to do it. You know, like the game didn't explain it well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it needs to explain it well because the game is playable fine without it. But the problem is, enemies are tanky, like really tanky in this game. I feel like battles sometimes take much longer than they need to.
I know that there are people who have been able to kind of not necessarily break the combat system, but make it as efficient as possible.
Yeah. Oh, it's totally
but-
possible. They just don't explain it well enough for anyone to be able to do that with like without like doing the extra research online, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
and I believe hard mode like restricts your use of items entirely, which
Yeah,
not
you
really
can't
a
use
huge
items in battle.
problem because it costs ATB anyway. You may as well just use Cure, I suppose. You're gonna run out of MP though. That's a problem.
Mhm.
Tifa has a few abilities to increase stagger percent, but Barret and Cloud have nothing for some reason. I like it was weird. It felt like Tifa was the only one who would actually do that. Though there like the explanation I got from a friend was like, "Oh, you use triangle attacks on any character." No, it was only Tifa.
Random question: does the party system have like a customizable AI, at all?
I think it has like a goal-based sort of like set their focus, like healing focus, combat focus. It's like very like classic tactics style sort of setting from memory. I believe. I'm not sure. I feel like I remember that, but don't quote me on that.
I almost wonder if like the game would benefit from having an FF12 Gambit style system, which and Final Fantasy. Do you mind if I say stuff about how Final Fantasy 12 AI works?
Go ahead.
So basically the way it works is that you can buy what's called gambits, which are basically AI programs, where they're basically a bunch of if-then statements, but you can rank them by priority, so you can have very specialized basically programs for your AI party members. So like if party member A is reduced to 25 HP, use potion. That's a very simple example. And you can get really complex with that. And then you're not limited to that, so if you really want a character to use something that's not programmed in their gambit system, you can just take over their turn and then just use a certain move and then switch back to your main character. And that's how FF12 does it. I almost wonder if 7 Remake future installments would benefit from that.
I'll actually talk about my thoughts on the future of the series, or the remake series, when I get to the DLC, because I look, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I love the game, but I also hate it at the same time. For like there's stuff that's really great in it, and stuff that I feel doesn't work. I'll come back to this when I go to the intermission DLC, because there's a lot I think that DLC does right compared to the base game.
Yeah.
And I'll go into that more when we get to it. I think I play that in September. But
Right.
yeah, like as Henry just said in chat, it has a lot to improve on. But
Well,
it is a good game. It is a solid experience. I can't say it's bad. It's not a bad game. There's just things I just don't think quite work well, you know?
Well, I will look forward to playing that whenever a PlayStation 5 becomes remotely available to me.
Yeah.
So, are we doing East Origin or are we doing Mario Sunshine next?
On to you, because I've been talking for a while now.
Okay.
I
So,
think
yeah,
we're going
so...
to Mario Sunshine now.
Yeah, so, Super Mario Sunshine. So I played this. This was a game I wanted to play before I left for university because I would have to leave my GameCube controllers at my house, and so I'm like, okay, I want to play this game with GameCube controllers because I was playing the Switch version. Basically, my thoughts on this game is it is simultaneously my second favorite Mario game underneath Odyssey, and also one of the most grindy platformers I've ever played. I think everyone agrees that the part that turns it grindy is the blue coins. The blue coins kind of warp everything. Like, it turns it into a different game where if you're playing Sunshine normally without blue coins, which you don't need to do to beat the game, you're playing a very fun, little loose platformer that has fun missions, and you just kind of dart to the end, and all the worlds are fun, and the world is very expansive. But if you're playing for blue coins, then you basically have to play with a checklist, going through the game meticulously, saying, okay, I got this blue coin, I got this blue coin, I got this blue coin. Because the game doesn't, because the blue coins are permanent, so whenever you collect them, they're like a collectible, and the game asks you to save your progress after you get each one, and it doesn't mark any on your map. So you're kind of stuck trying to figure out how to do that. But I did get them all, and it was pain because some of them were like, shoot this tiny blue bird to get a blue coin. I'm like, okay. But some of them are fun. But the overall game itself, aside from that, it's definitely a little loose in the platforming. It doesn't feel very tight, but at the same time, you have the flood jetpack, which lets you kind of course correct whenever you're having issues with that. Let's see. I also, and I feel like a lot of people talk about this, but I really like Isle Delfino as a location. It feels very interconnected for a Mario game, where it's like you can go to this area and you can also see this area in the distance, and they all feel generally in the same area, and they all take place like different times of day and stuff like that. So some takes place in the middle of noon, and some take place at like dusk or dawn, and it feels the mood is very strong. Depending on the mission that you're playing. I also found that there was a lot of... it's very obvious that Super Mario Sunshine was kind of made on a tight schedule, because there's a lot of looseness to it. The acceleration is ridiculously... the acceleration is ridiculously fast, and the collision data isn't the best, especially in some levels. But at the same time, it definitely made the most with what it had, where it feels like I was exploring literally every inch of the level geometry trying to find stuff, which that's a good thing, because I liked feeling like I'm not supposed to be up here, but no, you're supposed to get up there. There's actually something very important. And yeah, so there's a lot of jank to it, basically. And the jank especially comes apparent in some of the singular missions, like the pachinko machine, or the river, like riding the river pad level, which basically you have to ride a lily pad through toxic water, and you have to direct it. But if you bump into the walls, or if you go too fast or something, then it's an instant death. But overall, I enjoyed it. The game looks great on Switch. I enjoy, as you collect shines, the game gets actually brighter, because it starts off very dim. Like there's almost like a shade, like a very dark filter over the game. And as you collect more shines, it gets brighter and brighter. And then if you want, you can put the shader back on. Yeah, it does. And if you, as you get later into the, and there's an item that you can get, where you get sunglasses, and it brings it back to the starting game's shade, which is kind of neat. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't have a lot to say about the story. It's a Mario story, but I will say that if MB, I know you want to play this game.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the look up the GameCube controls online, because the game is optimized for the Switch, and it will give you the Switch controls. So
right, even if I
NPC
use the game control, yeah.
Right. So the NPCs will have a little B, they'll have a little A button above their head to talk to them. No, you don't press the A button, you press the B button. Because the B button is how you talk in this game.
Oh, geez,
with
that's
the
gonna
GameCube.
mess with my brain. Yeah, I know a lot about this game because I'm pretty sure I've seen a few playthroughs of it as a kid, and I've seen speedruns, you know?
Right.
So it's like, this is a game I know a lot about, but I need to play because I haven't experienced it myself, you know?
Yeah,
And
it's
I already know about the pain that blue coins are. I will probably stream this game eventually. And when I do, I'm also going for 100% because I always do that in Mario games. Like,
yeah, I got 100% in this game.
Yeah, 100% in Mario games has never been that bad, apart from me never really being able to do the last levels, like the super challenging levels in like Galaxy 2, and Champions Road in 3D World, which I'll get back to.
There's nothing like that here. It's mostly just a lot of jank. There's a lot of janky levels.
And
there's a lot of janky like mini levels. Something I actually did like though is there are a few levels where you're kind of like taken into kind of like in a dome platforming levels where you don't have flood and you have to be pure platforming, like almost like an early precursor to Mario Galaxy. I've heard a lot of people say that those aren't very good because they're not very tight and you don't have flood to course correct. I can definitely see that it's a lot looser and not as precise, but I kind of like them. I don't know. I just found them kind of fun, and the game is surprisingly forgiving with how you do how ledge collisions work, where it's like if there's a rotating block, you can kind of just like step probably way further to the edge than you probably should be, and you'll be fine. So yeah, and spin jump is your best friend, as Ed says in the chat. That is 100%. I use spin jump quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it because I think in terms of 3D Mario's, it's the only one I don't think I've played. I'm pretty sure I played every other 3D Mario. Yeah.
I had played Super Mario 64 in December before I played Sunshine, and my thoughts on that was I loved the first half of 64 and absolutely despised the second half. And Sunshine is basically just the entire game is the first half of 64.
Okay.
Which is right up my alley, because I'd like to actually make a video about this, about like how Mario philosophy changes, because people say it's the sandbox and the linear, and I don't think that's necessarily correct. I think that it's on a spectrum, whether the game wants to be 2D Mario or if it wants to be Legend of Zelda.
Right.
And things like Odyssey and Sunshine fall a little bit more towards the Zelda aspect. 64 is kind of, it's like it's skewed towards Zelda, but it's still more towards the middle. Galaxy is probably skewed more towards like the other side, but still more center. And then as you like get to 3D World and stuff like that, it gets more and more towards the straight linear. So I enjoy the Zelda. I enjoy the exploratory Marios more, and that's definitely what this is.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's just some extra content that we can start making for our Quest Clear YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I have a couple video ideas, and although Mario is not one of my favorite franchises, I definitely enjoyed Sunshine, which means that I have to play Galaxy now, which kind of terrifies me. But
I love Galaxy.
At
least Galaxy 2 is my favorite Mario game, just for the record.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I won't have many good things to say about Galaxy in comparison to Odyssey or Sunshine, so we'll see how that goes.
Is there any other Sunshine music other than this theme? Yes, I just have a I'm trying to change the music relevant to whatever game we're talking about. I won't be able to do that for every game. But this, I've just put up, because this isn't on Spotify, right? This is just YouTube. I put up a 30-minute extended one. So, yeah, I'm gonna just, I assume we're done with Sunshine talk, right?
Yeah, I don't have much else to say other than I do enjoy the soundtrack, although, the game does there are remixes of the main theme, like 6 or 7 remixes of the main theme. It's all great. Yeah. And I also enjoy that there's a remix of the original Mario Bros. Theme that's all kind of like jazzy and it's like barbershop quartet kind of thing, and it sounds nice. Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it. It's not my favorite, but it's not my least favorite either.
Yeah. So that was your January talk. Now it's all to me, right?
Yes. Take it away, NB.
Okay, so this year was very interesting for me because I fell even deeper into the Falcom hole. and Ys, the Ys series, or as I say it, Ys, because I don't know, it's meant to be pronounced, so it's Isu in Japanese, so Ys makes sense. But I see YS, and I'm just like, Ys, because I'm Australian.
I don't call it yeast, I call it East, like East,
East.
like you're like Easter.
Right, East. Yeah, no, that makes sense. East makes sense. I could probably say East. Yeah, East makes sense. Anyway, Ys Origin. Let's not talk about my pronunciation. I'm not gonna change my pronunciation today. The Falcon Hold. Oh shit, here we go again. Anyone who's been talking to me knows I've been like fucking neck deep in Falcon games and music. Holy shit. But Ys Origin was actually the game I decided to start streaming with. Streaming my backlog with. I like started the game and I'm like, let's try streaming it. And like not necessarily focusing on like dialogue, just more like entertaining the chat or anything. Just stream, talk, and just play how I'd normally play. And I just kind of did that for every game afterwards, you know. And I've gotten used to talking because I talk too much. But anyway, this game I started like mid last year, but I only finished it this year. I started like mid 2020, but I only finished it last year because you have to play it through 3 times. There are 3 playable characters in Origin specifically, none of which are adult. This is a prequel to Ys 1. And God, you basically play through the same level design as 3 different playstyles, with 3 different characters 3 times. And while that's great for replayability, because the stories are slightly different in each of them, because you're following different characters' stories, I don't like replaying games typically, especially, I don't mind replaying games. I actually did replay a few games last year, which is new for me. I usually don't play replay games at all. But replaying all 3 playthroughs next to each other really drains you. Like, I did pace myself. I was like, okay, I'm going to take like a few months break before I start the next playthrough. I'm going to take another few months break before I start the last one. For this particular one, this was just my 3rd playthrough of the game, and I actually finished it off in 1 sitting, but I figured it's the same game I played through last year. The level design's the same, and it's very interesting how they handle the 3 stories, because they're not cohesive with each other at all. The whole idea behind like Ys lore is that every story is an interpretation of one of the 100 travelogues that Adol wrote. So it's a reason why he's a mute protagonist, because he was apparently very like eloquent with his words, but he doesn't, like, in his travelogues, he doesn't write what he says down, because he's humble about it. That's the whole reason why he's a mute protagonist.
So it's like more of a I guess you would say the entire Ace series is like an anthology series about this one guy's story.
And it's never going to be done because there's 100 travelogues and they're only gone through 9 of them.
I look forward to seeing East 100 in the year 3000, and then
pretty
Falcom
much
will be out of ideas.
Yeah. That said, Ys Origin doesn't follow at all. It is technically based on a travelogue, and the reason I say that is because, yes, there are 3 characters, but their stories are not cohesive with each other, because they're all different interpretations of this so-and-so travelogue, which I don't get, because I haven't looked into it, because I know Adol definitely didn't write it, because he wasn't alive, you know? This was, like, long before Adol was born, right? But because of that, it was a bit interesting to play different stories, because it's like, the 3rd unlockable character is, by all intents, it is what you can probably consider the most canon story. But the other 2 have really weird it's really weird inconsistencies between all 3 stories. So it's like, I understand it's meant to be interpretation, but like, what's the point of playing all 3 stories if they don't like interlock with each other and get different details on the stories? I mean, yes, you do get different like details on different characters and all that, but it feels weird because the gameplay is the same, the bosses are the same, you just have different moves to use, right?
Right.
I did enjoy the game. I think the gameplay works well, but by the time you're on the 3rd playthrough, it's like, okay, I've done this all before, I'm just playing this for the story, you know?
Right. Like I'm probably gonna start the East series this year as well, and I'm trying to space them out. I'm gonna play a playthrough every 3 East games I play because there's 9 of them now.
Yeah, that's what I've recommended.
But the thing like most I know about East Origin is from the JRPG guidebook. And I think the reason why some people like this is because like the game is because it harkens back more towards the original trilogy of East games, right? Like it kind of relies on a lot of...
Yes. In terms of gameplay, it's kind of the same as Oath and Felghana.
Yeah, I was going more for the lore side.
Yeah.
And I was under the impression that like that's why people liked it, because more the fact that it was an origin story for the entire series. It's also a hark back, like a return to form in terms of how the storytelling goes.
Yeah.
In a way.
So, and we're gonna be all yeah, I'm gonna be all over your DMs when you get to this series.
Well, the good news is that
you should have seen me when he was playing Trails.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that the games are short, so I can play all 3. I can play the 3 games that I currently have. I can binge them in like a week, and then I come back and say, "Hey, I finished all 3," and MB will feel kind of overwhelmed because he has so much to talk to me about.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yes is a series I definitely play more for the gameplay, but and lore. The main story of Yes games, they're good, but it's a series that definitely wears its identity on its sleeve. You're not gonna be surprised too much by where the story goes, if that makes sense. Not that there aren't plot twists, but it's very much a series like you kind of know what to expect for the most part. I think Origin's in a weird state because I know. Okay, so I should probably elaborate because I'm going to be talking a lot about this stream because I played through every game except for 7, 8, and 9. My order with this series was kind of weird because I was like, okay, yes, 1, 2, Origin, Celceta, then release order. So there's like a recommended story order for like newcomers, and then there's also release order. I was originally going in this like recommended story order for the games, because I want to play the whole series. I figured, well, what kind of order am I going to go through with it? And that doesn't account for like the originals of the games that were remade, right? And it recommended playing Origin after 1 and 2, which is definitely... I don't think order matters for the series at all. But it was really interesting getting to the end of Origin and having like one line directly reference Year 6, like very clearly, because they reference something in the title of the game, the Ark of Napishtim, and I'm just like, wait, what are you talking about? I think I'll get back to this when I talk about Year 6 later today. But if there's any order you play, like definitely start with 1 and 2, and then play Year 6 because it definitely starts. It basically sets up a lot of the lore for the modern Yes games, right? And Brian was saying he does. Sorry.
I said screw you, I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, Origin 1, 1, 2, Felghana, Origin 1, Calcutta, 5, 6, Origin 2, Naphistim, Dana, and then Nox.
Yeah, so my honest recommendation when it comes to Yes Origin is to, if you are planning on playing more Yes games, pace it in between other games, right? I don't feel order's too important here, but I wouldn't recommend playing all three playthroughs at once because it's kind of overwhelming playing the same game 3 times, right? I did pace myself with it, but I was pretty strict on finishing Yes Origin before moving on to any other Yes game, you know? I feel like I would have benefited more if I'd played one playthrough of Yes Origin, played like another Yes game in between, because I felt like part of me wanting to get this game over and done with was also like, I wanted to continue with the series, learn more about Adol, you know?
Right.
Which this game didn't really do, but I wouldn't call it a bad game. I feel like your enjoyment comes from how much enjoyment you get from replaying games, and also, how well you pace your playthroughs.
How long the playthrough is? 10 hours?
Yeah, so I actually finished, I think by my third playthrough, I had like gotten the lay of the land so well, and like the progression and the goals so well. It's like, I finished my third playthrough in literally one stream. It took me 6 hours or 7 hours or something like that. It's not playthroughs aren't long. They're gonna take you 10 hours for like a first playthrough, so you can like figure out where to go and all that, right?
As a side note, my worst experience with a playthrough ever was replaying Persona Q. I love Persona Q, at least on that first playthrough, but when you play as the other protagonist, that's another 40 hours of dungeons that you've already played, and they're very long, and it was not fun.
Yeah. Anyway, Barra's like, story Lloyd played Origin because the gameplay was... Yeah, I will say the gameplay is fun. In terms of, like, overall series, though, it's probably the one game that does the least to push the gameplay forward. Because it's pretty much... The gameplay is pretty much identical to Oath and Felghana, but it's a little easier.
Right.
Which is... It's interesting because I know this game was made on a budget. And with that in mind, it's actually really impressive how much they got out of the game. Right? Mm-hmm. 3 playthroughs, there's like, if you're okay with replaying the game, there's a lot of content here to go through. But, like, as I said, it still shows that, like, for me, it's not one of my favorite Ys games. I know a lot of people love this game, but after playing, like, other games in the series, I will talk about what my favorite Ys game is later on. Later on in the stream. Actually, this is probably a good point to mention. When we're done going through all the games, we're actually gonna go through like a top 10 list of games we played. Owen and I both prepared a list of like top 10 from last year. So it's not like game of the year, but the games we played throughout the year, you know.
Yeah.
I think my number 1 and maybe 2 might be very predictable, though. So, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, that's generally my thoughts on Ys Origin. Not a bad game. I just got tired of replaying it.
Makes sense.
You know?
Yeah, well...
And if I have to recommend anything, definitely pace your playthroughs. Between, like, if you're going through the series, between other Ys games, if you're not going through the series, between other games you're playing, it's not worth... Unless you get massive Ys brain rot, in which case... pace it through the other, like, pace it between other games. Just pace it between, pace your playthroughs between other games you play, effectively. Whether Ys or not, you know.
Cool. And then, we're almost an hour, we are an hour in, geez. Yeah,
we're gonna be going for a while. We're probably gonna take a break in, like, 2 hours for, like, lunch and dinner, but yeah. Otherwise, I'm happy to be here all day. Hopefully I don't keep you up too late, Owen.
Yeah, I'm chill. I don't really have anything to do tomorrow. That's in the morning, so.
Yeah, so feel free to like leave and drop back in whenever you're free if you have stuff coming up, guys, in the chat. So we're not stressed. We've already got a lot of people here, so it's great to see you all here anyway. So, and that is a YouTube bot. Let me fix that. Hold up.
All right, let's talk as soon as you're done kicking that bot. Let's do Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem.
Oh god. Is it Fire Emblem time?
I think it's Fire Emblem time.
Hey, Gio, welcome.
Yeah.
It's Fire Emblem time. Oh god. Time to fry the dragon, indeed. Oh fuck. All right.
Okay. Wait. Let's not talk about the second book. Let's talk about just the first book first.
Yeah. No, that's my plan. Yeah, I love FE12. Wait, oh. Okay, so so it's been interesting for me because I've told myself mentally that I'm kind of prioritizing 3 series in terms of both short and long term. I'm like, I want to play through the entire series. There are 3 series that I've been looking at: the Legend of Heroes Trails series, the Ys series, and Fire Emblem. And the only Fire Emblem game I plan to skip is 2, Gaiden, because I just played Echoes, the remake, which is amazing. I played that in 2019, so I'm not talking about that today. Today I'm talking about Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, or Moncho no Nazo. I actually played this on stream in Japanese. because I can. I'm planning to play all the Japan-only ones in Japanese and Tellius in Japanese because the Western English copies are expensive. But for the purpose of this of last year, I got through Fire Emblem 3 and 6. This game doubles as an abridged remake of the first game, Fire Emblem 1, and a direct sequel to it, which takes place a few years after the second game, I believe. Okay, it's split up to Book 1, which is the remake, and Book 2. Before I start, let's see what Ed asked. Interesting question. Let's say Fire Emblem 4 is the rumored remake FE. Would you play that in JP or just play the original first? I would play the original first, because that's the next game I'm planning to play. Even if it's remade. So, this is the original Mystery of the Emblem. I didn't play 12. I haven't played 12 yet, which I do still plan to play. I plan to play the originals and the remakes for Fire Emblem, right? Except for Gaiden. Fuck playing Gaiden, because fuck that. Thanks, Owen. But yeah, this game's interesting, alright? So because I did play Fire Emblem 1 before this, right? Please don't play Gaiden, you're doing yourself a favor, yeah. And because they remade 1 in this game, I figured, well, I may as well replay it. I'm planning to play all the remakes anyway. Little did I know, I'm going to be playing Fire Emblem 1 4 fucking times! God fucking damn it, why am I doing this to myself?
Three times.
No, because I'm gonna play the localization as well.
Oh.
Hey, Noodle.
Okay.
Oh, you made it for the Fire Emblem discussion. Hey, Noodle. Welcome. Oh, God.
I'm just like,
but yes.
New Mystery of the Emblem doesn't have the remake of Shadow Dragon, but
yeah, no,
if
but
you're playing
what I'm talking about is I've played Fire Emblem 1, I played Book 1 and Fire Emblem 3, I'm gonna be playing Shadow Dragon, New Shadow Dragon, the DS remake, and I'm also eventually going to return to Fire Emblem 1 through the anniversary edition, the limited time that doesn't exist anymore, died along with Mario, because oh my god, fuck me, why am I doing this to myself? Anyway,
to respond to the comment in the chat about the famous waifu dating series, that wouldn't become a thing until Fire Emblem 4, and then it was dropped until Fire Emblem 13.
Right, yeah. But yes, okay. So, Fire Emblem 3. Let's start with Book 1, because it is an abridged remake. I heard, going into it, it's an abridged remake of the first Fire Emblem game, and abridged is right. It's only 20 chapters. It's not the original 25 chapters. I didn't feel like I was missing out on too much story-wise. There were some cut characters, but oh my god, the gameplay is fucking... It drives me insane. Fuck Book 1. Holy shit. So basically, they remade Fire Emblem 1 with Fire Emblem 3 mechanics. Which you would think, oh, Fire Emblem 3, it's more advanced mechanics compared to Fire Emblem 1. But they really do not mesh well. They really do not mesh well at all with the gameplay, the map design of Fire Emblem 1. They barely changed the map design of Fire Emblem 1. And I know there's this one map where you're indoors and there's like a bunch of chests across the map and thieves really close to it, so you gotta like warp yourself over there, otherwise you can't get the chests. Problem. I mean, I can serve warp stuff, so that's my problem. But like in Fire Emblem 3, horse units have to be mounted units have to be dismounted indoors. So indoor chapters, you don't get much movement, because all your mounted units are dismounted. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck am I supposed to do for this chapter? You know? Yeah, the new mechanics absolutely do not suit any of the FE1 maps at all. I can't stress enough that even though Fire Emblem 1 is more dated than Book 1 of Fire Emblem 3, I prefer it. It's much more fun because it's also easier to break. Just buff Marth up with all your like stat boosting items in Fire Emblem 1, and you can literally just run around the map with Marth, and Marth can solo everything because The other thing about Fire Emblem 1 compared to Book 1 of Fire Emblem 3 is Fire Emblem 1, the AI targets Marth, will unconditionally target Marth if they're in his range. If he's in their range, right? And the best part about that is definitely buffing up Marth and just making him invincible, effectively. Because then it's very hard to lose any chapters. You can't do that in Fire Emblem 3, and I think that's for the best because, makes the game a bit more, balanced and, the AI isn't as dumb. But, God, I literally couldn't do the final chapter of Book 1. I just let all my units die. I did use save states. I just couldn't be bothered. I finished Book 2. I just let all the units die, and I'm just like, fuck it. It's all on stream. You can watch my VODs if you want. But overall, Book 1 sucks. Book 1 fucking sucks. Book 2, however, also kind of fucking sucks. I like it.
It's amazing that it sucks in a different way.
It's amazing it sucks in a different way. I think it does a lot better. It does a lot better. It does a lot better than Book 1. But why? Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna manage Fire Emblem 4 because I know 4 has massive maps, but some of the maps in Book 3 take so fucking long. I can't. It was I would say I think the map I struggled the most with. Okay, I heavily abused Rewind for this. I wasn't making save states because I was playing on Nintendo Switch Online. But Book 2, the maps, I wouldn't call them large, but some of them, it's you have to go around the entire map to get to the objective. At least you can save in the middle of FP4, yeah. But yeah, the first chapter wasn't bad. The second chapter took me 3 or 4 tries. Even with Rewind, I just decided, you know what, I need to just restart this chapter and start fresh. And I actually I think I had a Japanese viewer pop into my Fire Emblem 3 streams, so it was quite interesting. They were saying
Japanese players saved your butt, by the way.
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. They were saying oh, I played this game for the first time and it's oh, this is, I felt like Chapter 2 was the hardest chapter of the game. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why is Chapter 2 the hardest chapter in the game? What is wrong with this game?
Then the game
I don't think it was the hardest chapter in the game, but
and the game pulls out the true ending stuff.
Yeah, the true ending stuff it wasn't bad because I had to look it up. But I realized early on, and thankfully I didn't miss anything, but you do have to collect missable items to get the true ending. Yeah. Oh, I think it's the same in the remake as well. You got to get all the star shards or whatever they're called. I forgot what they're called. The localization is weird because it's never really been localized, has it? Because the remake never got localized either.
No.
But yeah, there are 25 chapters in the game, but if you don't get all the items that you need for it, the game ends at chapter 20. But yes, Brian, there is a true ending. I don't know if you got it in the remake Mystery of the Emblem.
I'm not saying Mystery of the Emblem is it's ironically one of the best-selling games in the franchise, if pre-Awakening. But there are and it did do some stuff. It has an early version of the support system where if family members or close friends are near each other, then they will give each other invisible buffs. And a couple.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it does. I looked this up. So yeah, so it doesn't have a dedicated support system, but if characters are canonically connected in some way, then they will perform better in battle if they're next to each other. Which is kind of cool, but the game never tells you it, so what's the point?
But I will say, playing this game not directly after 1, because I played not Gaiden, Echoes in between 1 and 3. This game is a massive step up from Fire Emblem 1. Even if I prefer Book 1 over Book 1, I think this game did a lot to push the series forward, and it makes sense why it's the most popular in Japan, well, to some degree.
One of the most. I think it's like top 3 still. But.
Actually, Barrett pointed out like fans classify the series as like pre-awakening and post-awakening. I would add an extra category to this because I think basically there are the Kaga games, the non-Kaga games, and then post-awakening games.
That's fair.
Because I think Kaga, as Ed said earlier, Kaga has some very questionable game design, and even now when he's like, what is it, Vestaria Saga he's making at the moment?
Yeah, the guide. Yeah. One of the guiding games is coming over finally.
Yeah, the game design for those games I hear is also very questionable, very classic FE. But I know like some of the UI, like he seems to be watching modern FE because like I believe some of the UI pulls a lot from like the Tellius games. Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's mainly UI design. I don't know. Anyway, this game was interesting to experience because I remember hopping straight into Fire Emblem 6 like the day after I finished this. Which was also an interesting experience, but I'll get to that later because it took me like 3 months to finish the 6th game. And we'll get to that later on in the year. But I think overall, I'm glad I played Fire Emblem 3. Because I'm one of the few people on Earth who can now say I've played a Marth game.
The remake of Shadow Dragon's out,
yeah, true. But it was also really BC before. God damn it.
I am interested how FE4 is going to play for you because that game also has some very interesting design choices, specifically with weapon durability or like weapon availability and map design. But it also is, many people consider it like the best story in the series and definitely the peak of Kaga's design. So it will be very interesting. I'm
ready for the bullshit.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. It's still a classic FE game, but
I was considering going like, okay, maybe I shouldn't use rewind to keep all my characters alive in Fire Emblem 4. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I think I'm still going to use rewind because Kaga design can be pretty bullshit at times. Yeah. But we'll see how things go. I also don't know how RNG works in that game because I know Fire Emblem 6 RNG works in very interesting way.
I think it still has classic. We looked this up, like, because I think the double hit system, the double check system, which is like where the game rolls 2 numbers and averages them, that wasn't added until FE6 or 7 or something like that.
Right. Yeah, the double 2 RNG or whatever.
Yeah, because like the later FE games do like a double check system, except I think Echoes actually sticks with the single check system, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, I looked this up. I don't remember which games have which RNG systems, but yeah.
But yeah.
Anyways.
I'm glad I played it. I'm looking forward to going. Sorry?
It was fun to watch you stream, and I think your experience streaming it made the game better in your eyes than if you'd played alone.
Oh, I actually feel that way with some games I've played this year. I feel like streaming it has definitely had an impact on how I actually experience some of these games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's it for January.
Yeah.
Took us an hour to get through a month. We're going to be here for a while, but okay.
Oh god.
I think that's the plan anyway, so.
Well, I mean, we have FF7 remake in this, so that was going to get a long discussion regardless of what we were doing.
Well, yeah, actually true. I got a lot of long discussions for some of these 12-hour stream. Yeah. All right. Let me just change the image to February. All right. This is This is what we played in February.
Yeah.
Oh god. This one's going to be interesting. So what do we want to start with?
What do we want to start with? Because I feel like Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers should be a paired discussion.
Yeah, because you basically focus on Chrono Cross for this month.
Yeah, I Chrono Cross and Dreamers was like my focus for the second half of January into early February, pretty much.
Yeah. I've been talking a lot, but it's gonna continue like this until I think April. I think you played more games than me in April.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I'll start. I may as well continue with Yes, because, you know, it's actually kind of I mean, we just did Yes Origin. I don't want to get into Trails quite yet.
Let's do Trails last. You talk about 2, and then I'll talk about my 2, and then we'll finish off with Trails. Because
yeah, yes, no, that works really well because we can lead into I think your Sky playthrough, which
because I
like
played
right
Sky in
Yeah.
April. So
We'll definitely we'll cover Trails last because that's gonna be a very long discussion.
Yep.
For the disclaimer, we don't plan on spoiling anything unless both of us have played the game, and when we have, we will mention when there are spoilers ahead of time.
So like otherwise we'll just be talking general stuff and gameplay stuff.
So there won't be any spoilers for Trails games beyond Sky FC because that's all Owen has played.
Correct.
I'll actually, yeah. I'll tell you what. Let me sort this out now. I can get some text on screen. Text. Let's go. Spoilers now. And I will pop this. Let's see, down here. And when that's up, you guys can mute the stream, and when it's off, you can unmute it. How does that sound?
But we're not doing spoilers right now,
But yes, so basically, whenever we're talking about spoilers, we'll give a warning, and we'll pop this up on stream. If you want to keep sticking around after that, like just mute the audio of the stream. When this spoilers like text disappears, that's when you can unmute. That's how we're gonna handle it. All right. But yeah. Barrett's here for the right one. But we're gonna start with Memories of Celceta. Okay.
You hate this game.
I hate this game. No, I don't. Okay, so this was still in my phase where I was still following like the recommended story order for let me quickly put this on the So this game was interesting because this was when I was still following the recommended story order for this series. And this is a massive jump, but I actually guess it's only 2 games between Yes Origin and Celceta. Well, 1 game, because it went Origin 7, then Celceta. But this is like a massive jump, because this is a completely 3D game. It's a PS Vita game, right? It's also a remake of Yes 4. Well, loosely a remake of Yes 4.
Yes 4 has 3 different versions
I'll get
outside
into
of
that.
this game. So
I'll get into that. So I decided to play this game because people recommended playing 4 before the remake of 3 because it takes place chronologically first. It doesn't matter. I don't feel like playing out of order or messing up my order like this has really impacted my experience of the series. I don't think Yes order matters, and this I think I'm very adamant about that because playing this game out of order, I don't feel like I've lost anything for doing so. You know?
It's like Calcutta came after Felghana, so like remake,
yes.
release wise. So
yeah. Though there are, from memory, there's very limited references to 3 anyway, because chronologically it takes place afterwards. Right. Yes order doesn't matter, yeah. But for the game itself, it was interesting. So let me start by the soundtrack. I usually stand by saying that Falcom soundtracks are almost always good. Almost. This soundtrack has some really good tracks, but for the most part, I actually found it kind of underwhelming. As a general Falcom soundtrack, it's not one of the best out there. I think that's the general consensus with this game. Its soundtrack isn't that good, like compared to other Falcom soundtracks out there, you know. Wow, sounds like Sky FC and SE. And it's interesting. I could go full on Falcom music nerd talk right now, but I'm not going to. Also sounds like you're saying, yeah. As for the game itself, I did enjoy it I did enjoy it at first, but the game really starts to drag towards the end. And so the gameplay, it's not that difficult. I played on Nightmare, which is I think the hardest difficulty. But I got to, so at the start of the game, you get like a choice between 2 different areas you can go to. And I accidentally went to the higher level area first, which really fucked me over on Nightmare. So I had to change my difficulty down to hard mode, which made the game feel really easy. Not that the game was that difficult on Nightmare anyway, but it was... I just did it on a hard mode from there on out. The story's fun. There's a few Trails references here and there as well, so that's always nice. Falcom loves cross-referencing between their games anyway. Nightmare in a Ys game sounds better than Hard and SE. Yeah, I'm planning to play 8 and 9 on Nightmare. But anyway, this game is very loosely a remake of Ys 4, right? So, the story of Ys 4 is... Okay, let me go back to I think it's 80s, or was it 90s, Falcom? I'm not sure. I think it's 1990s, yeah, because it's SNES era, right?
Yeah, SNES.
Ys 3 was a game that nobody wanted to make, so much so that after it released, pretty much all the original Falcom staff left the company, which forced them to outsource Ys 4. And in
this
that
game is
outsourcing...
Tetsuya Takahashi.
Yeah, including Tetsuya Takahashi. But yeah, what ended up happening was they were forced to outsource Ys 4. What they did is they gave the story of the game and the music of the game to... Oh, Bane, welcome. They gave the story and the music of the game to two companies. I believe one was, I think Taito or something like that. No, that was the PS4 remake. I forget the company that made the Super Famicom version of 4.
I'm going to go get my guide, and I will give you that information.
Yes, thank you. And then the other one was Hudson Soft, which made the PC Engine version of 4. Which was interesting because it meant we have two completely different interpretations of the Ys 4 story on two different consoles with, well, it's still the bump system gameplay. I'll get back to that because I did play the PC Engine version of 4 later on in the year. But what Ys Memories of Celceta did was they basically kind of adapted both stories and tried to mesh them together. It effectively is its own thing. And what we end up with is 4 completely different versions of Ys 4. You've got the Super Famicom version, you've got the PC Engine version, you've got the PS2 remake of the Super Famicom version, and then you've got the modern remake for like PC, PS4, PS Vita, so on and so forth, which is Memories of Celceta. This game, the gameplay was pretty fun. I enjoyed the gameplay. I don't think the gameplay was bad, but God, the story is fun. I like the characters a lot, but it drags towards the end of the game. It's on its own. It's kind of a drag towards the end, to be completely honest.
So I do have the release information here if you'd like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The PC Engine version, the CD version, was done by Hudson. The Super Famicom version was done by Token House. The PS2 version was done by Taito, and Memories of Calcutta was done in-house.
Yeah, that sounds right. Because I remember this is like, Falcom wanted to do their own take on Ys 4, and that's why they remade this game in such a completely different style to the original. So, effectively, the original Ys 4 has been retconned from canon, which is a bit of a shame for reasons I'll go into later on today. Does this game have flash guards? Yes, it also has flash dodge. I believe, I've been told, Ys 7 introduced flash guards. Memories of Celceta introduced flash dodge. And then I imagine, based on what you're saying, you say it has both. But yes, Ys 7 is the next game I've got to play, and it'll be interesting going to a game with just flash guards. I hear the game's pretty tough as well. So, but anyway, when I said I hate this game, I think it's a good game if you play it on its own, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're interested in Ys lore, right? If you want to play Ys 4, I 100% recommend the PC Engine version, the original PC Engine version developed by Hudson Soft. That is undoubtedly the best version of Ys 4, to me and a lot of other people. And I feel like my opinion of this game has deteriorated more the more Ys games I've played, right? I came out of it feeling it was an okay experience, and then the more Ys games I'm playing, I'm like, you can get better elsewhere from this series. And the only reason these days I'd recommend anyone playing this game is if you're interested in series lore. You know? Or cute girls.
Oh.
Because there are some pretty cute girls in this game.
I'm probably gonna play this version just because I don't feel like dealing with either fan translation stuff. Wait, East 4 was released in America on the SNES, right? Or is that Ace 3?
No, I don't think any of the Ys 4s were released in English.
Okay, so it was East 3 that was
Except
released
for
on
Celceta.
SNES. And then 1 and 2 got like five different releases that were like 2 of them made it over, but that's beside the point.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's generally how I feel about this game. I will say, though, on the soundtrack, there are some tracks from Ys 4 that were remixed. Not all of the soundtrack. There is a lot of original tracks for this game, and I think a lot of the original tracks are really good, but some of the remixes really... They're not that great, to be honest. And I can say that more after actually hearing the originals, the PC Engine versions of the soundtrack. But anyway, I think that's enough on Ys for a while. This was after Origin, and it got interrupted by my Trials from Zero playthrough, which we'll talk about in a bit. I guess I could probably move on to Karo no Shoujo, and then you can go on Chrono Cross. I think that's probably the best thing to do, because Radical Dream is...
I probably won't have much to comment here, so I'll just let you kind of go for it.
Yeah, Radical Dreamers is effectively a visual novel as well, so, like, it kind of links in right. Talking about culture gap. Oh, God! I have to talk about Karo no Shoujo. Oh, fuck me! Okay, so... this game... I like to say... I blame Barra for this, but I like to say this game took my visual novel virginity.
That is a way to put it.
It's a way to put it. I can't even recommend Celceta for the story, just for the sake of clearing it off the list. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough on Ys. Let's talk about the visual novel that is very not for the faint-hearted. So this is a game that Barra, who was in the chat, actually recommended me to play, and I think a few other people as well. But I effectively got to it on a whim, right? Hold up, let me get some music. And what a great game to fall into the rabbit hole for. Yeah. So, fuck. So let me first mention the soundtrack for this game is composed by Manyo, and he is, I think, a pretty prevalent artist in the Georgian music scene. I've recently gotten more familiar with his music through, I think, Dante recommended me listen to the album by Canoe Chronicle by Kanoe, sorry. Which I just want to say, I adore the soundtrack for this visual novel. Visual novel soundtracks are typically really good, and I think I was actually talking to a friend about this. There's a visual novel creator, Ryu Kishi, who created Higurashi, and he said visual novels are very much sound novels. He places a lot of importance on the sound of a visual novel because it very much generates the atmosphere of a visual novel, and I think this game does this really, really fucking well. And
would this make
sorry?
Would this make Revo's albums visual novels by that definition? Sorry to sidetrack you, but I was curious.
So yeah, okay. I mean, I count the the recent Sound Horizon release was a Blu-ray with like lyric videos and choices, so I count that as a visual novel.
Cool.
It's true, 13 Sentinels music is fantastic. Indeed! Sadly, I finished that last in 2019, so I can't talk about it today. But yes, hard-hitting drawings. Okay, so let me talk about the adult content in this game, because it is a visual novel. It is from the era where... Yeah, this... wait, 2019? Wait. 2020, sorry, 2020, because last year was 2021. I'm getting so confused. This happens at the start of every year. I played this in 22... I played 13 Sentinels in 2020. Anyway, Kano no Shoujo has some very graphic, both in the adult and gore sense, illustrations And I'm not sure I was quite expecting it going in, because I kind of hopped into it pretty blind based on Barra's suggestion. I dealt with it. I don't recommend it for anyone who's not great with that sort of content. It's not pleasant at all to look at. At all. But it does tie into the story, so I can see why they can't necessarily remove it or censor it. So just keep that in mind. It is a story about... It's basically a murder mystery visual novel. Yeah, that's fair. It's basically a murder mystery visual novel, right? And that's... I really enjoyed the story. It was really well executed. And yes, it actually technically has some gameplay elements where you're doing investigations, like Ace Attorney sort of investigations, right? And that's but it has significantly less than you'd expect from an Ace Attorney game. So this is why I say it kind of took my visual novel virginity, because it's like I gradually, where I played AI, where yes, that has gameplay segments, but less than you'd like expect from, like, say, Ace Attorney. This game has even less, and I was like, this game was the one where I realized, oh, I finally realized how I can enjoy visual novels, you know? Like, because it's very choice-based, there's minimal gameplay, and I'm really glad for it, because now I've fallen into the visual novel hole, which I don't have time to. I don't have time to play all these visual novels I want to play, but I'm doing it anyway. The story is beautiful. And I know there's a second visual novel, which I haven't gotten to yet, and I believe the third one, I don't know if it's out in Japan yet, but it is in the process of being released either in Japan or the West. I think that's the final one. Yeah, it's for sure not for everyone. Very niche. I enjoyed it, despite all the questionable content. But yeah, it was a very unique experience for me, because it's not something I was used to beforehand. I don't really have much else to say on it. I know Owen won't have anything to say on this, so yeah, I think that's where we end off. What questionable content, MB? Just please describe in detail. I already did. If you're not okay with nudity or gore, or them combined, probably not for you. And it's not pleasant. It's like, I don't think anyone who plays this game enjoys that. Well, I mean, there are people out there, but I don't think you don't play this game for that stuff. I think it's intentionally meant to be unsettling, you know? But yeah, it was a very interesting experience for me. Though it also taught me that Barra really likes fucked up games. Oh yeah, and Torko is best girl. But yeah, I think that's all I can say for now. You know. All
right.
What do you think? I think it's good time to move
Chrono
on
Cross
to.
Time.
Yeah, Chrono Cross. I'll leave it to you, because I don't have too much to say on this, Owen.
Okay, so we did play combined the entire Chrono series, which sounds more grand than it is. It's only 3 games long. And we're going to be doing this in reverse order, because that's how this works. So Chrono Cross, and also Radical Dreamers, because that's kind of a companion piece to it. So for those who don't know, Radical Dreamers was a mid-90s Super Famicom Satellaview game that was released by, what's his name? Guy who wrote Choo Choo and Xenogears.
Kato. Masayuki Kato?
Yeah, Kato, yes. It was directed by Kato, and he described it like as an indie film project. It was kind of messy, but he wasn't really happy with how it turned out, but it was originally meant to be like this kind of small thing that kind of ballooned into this 4-hour text adventure visual novel type thing. And he always felt very unhappy with it for years, and blocked any re-release of the game, which is why you can still only ever play this on emulation. And so he decided to reattempt a Chrono sequel with Chrono Cross. And God. So I like Chrono Cross. I like both of these games. I like them for very, very different reasons. I think Chrono Cross is very fun and has some very neat ideas about identity. but Radical Dreamers is a better Chrono sequel. I think I can say that much. So Radical Dreamers does have a lot of Chrono Trigger sequel similarities. They're kind of not related. But Chrono Cross kind of cuts like 50% of them. And it's very annoying because when you play them back to back, you know very much what they cut and what they didn't.
You were telling me that this game has, what, 40 party members?
Yes, this game has 40 party members. So the game was originally supposed to have a very small cast. Radical Dreamers only has 3 party members, and 2 of them are on the blocks of Chrono Cross. Surge and Kid did not change. They took the 3rd party member of Dreamers, changed his name, and made him an irrelevant party member, which I think describes the trigger connections in Cross pretty soundly. But the rest of the game is you kind of going around selecting party members, and some party members are choice exclusive, which means that there are several times in the beginning, like the beginning 25%, 30% of the game, where you have to choose something, like choose an option, and if you want the better party members, you actively have to choose bad options, which I did. So I got Lena and Glenn, who are both characters that you get for choosing bad options in the game. And the bad options don't have any other consequences other than they make you feel like a bad person. But yeah, so this game is 40 party members, and it's very collectathon. Some of them are very well developed. There's about 7 or 8 that are very well developed and have very deep backstories and why they do the things that they do. And the rest are joke characters or characters that appear once in the story and never again. So I don't even know where I can even begin with this because I don't want to talk about the story.
Yeah.
But I would say that story-wise, it has some of the better pacing in any Square game from this era that I've played. And I'm coming mostly off from Final Fantasy VII, where there's a lot of stuff that happens in FF7, but they don't really give you a lot of space to breathe between any of the moments. Chrono Cross gives you a lot of space to breathe. It's about 30, 40 hours, but what happens in the game, there is a good amount of time where when something happens, you are meant to live with that for a good 5-10 hours, sometimes way longer in one specific instance. And in that, it's well paced. Although it's well paced as a game, and has very cool connections with the main character and all that, there is no central theme to the game, and that's really where the game kind of falls apart. It doesn't really have a central message. It has a bunch of smaller messages that are kind of sprinkled throughout, and then by the end of the game, it feels like Kato chose one at random, which really didn't appear as the main focus of the story, and that's how the game ends. Which it just makes it feel weird, but I still like the ending. And there are, well, the main ending there, as like Trigger, there's like 13 different endings. Well, not 13, there's like 7 different endings.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is good. On the terms of combat, the game is one of the more interesting turn-based combat systems you'll ever see. It's like FF8, except not. So you can cast spells as items, and you have this thing called the element grid, where you put an item in this grid, and every time you want to cast a spell multiple times, you need multiple items. But at the end of every battle, all the items regenerate, so it's more just like a kind of like a resource management, so there's no traditional MP in this game. In order to cast spells, you need to build up to them. So the spells each have levels to them. So you have like first level, second level, all the way up to like 9th level spells. Like a first level spell can be equipped to like, it also has like a range. So like if you have a first level spell, you can equip it to like, and it has +2, you can equip it to your 3rd level spell slot, and it will cast at a more powerful rate. Likewise, if you have like a -2, you can bring it down and that'll cast less powerfully. So you have to kind of balance your element grid that way. And then to build up to the ability to use your spells, you have to do basic attacks, and you have stamina in this game, kind of like AP and Xenogears, where you have triangles, you have like light, medium, and heavy attacks, and they each have different accuracy values, and as you land more attacks, your accuracy goes up. And then when you've reached and every time you hit an attack, your your spell level goes up, and then you can use your spell level to cast a spell and deal a lot of damage. It sounds really complicated, but it's actually a lot simpler than it sounds. And there's a lot of strategy.
I'm sitting here like, what do you mean accuracy goes up? What?
Yeah, so the game gives you a percentage about how accurate your attacks are, your basic attacks are. So whenever you hit so it says like light attacks are gonna be like 90%, medium attacks are gonna be about 75%, and heavy attacks are gonna be about 60%. When you land a hit, typically a light, then all your other percentages go up. So you're incentivized to start with a light attack and go to a medium and then a heavy attack and then cast a spell. And you can do all that in a single turn. Though you can also guard and build up your stamina better, stamina quicker. It's hard to describe, but it makes a lot of sense when you're actually playing it. And because of this, it's a game that actually doesn't waste your time. It's if you ever have healing items, healing spells at the end of a battle, the game will say, hey, you have leftover healing spells. Do you want to use this to heal your party? And you can say yes with no consequence because you've been saving these healing spells all battle. And then there's also things like there's the element field where the more colors you use, you change how certain elements can be more powerful. And there's like 6 elements, and they're all diametrically opposed. It is a very complex system on paper, but when you're actually playing it, it's really fun. The other thing about this game is that there's no traditional level up system. You only level up when you kill bosses. Whenever you kill a random encounter, you get like a stat up, like typically HP. And then after a certain amount of random, like basic encounters, they just don't give you any stats up, so you can level up, so you can get your stats up, but you don't have to, like, you can't grind in this game. Grinding doesn't exist. Also, let's see.
Wow, sounds like Sekiro.
Yeah, there's no grinding in this game. It's really good.
So, actually, curiosity, because I do want to play this game. Would you recommend streaming it, or just because I know I was talking to Bane about like the Tales of series, and he was like, you can probably just play that one in your own time. It's not really worth streaming. What would you recommend for Chrono Cross? Would you want to watch me stream it out of curiosity?
I would be interested in watching you stream it, mostly because there are specific moments that don't really tie into any themes, but they're so good, like so well executed, that I just kind of want to see what happens. Right. And for people who know, I'm talking like the Dragon Fortress, what happens during that time. That's fantastic. That like there are brilliant moments in this game, without a doubt.
Yeah, hold on.
But you also have to kind of go through it and see.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, it's great. Radical Dreamers is very different. It's a kind of real-time. It's a turn-based game that has a hidden ATB bar, pretty much, where it's like if you wait too long, then an enemy attacks. The battles are all done through visual novel text prompts. So, and you have to describe it. It's also only covers like the opening mission of Chrono Cross and the very end, which is why you should not play Radical Dreamers before Chrono Cross, because Chrono Cross is a very much more complete experience, but they have the same ending. But Radical Dreamers does some things a little bit differently. It has different twists on the general plot, and the main character speaks in Radical Dreamers. He doesn't speak in Cross. Surge is a very different character in Dreamers. He's actually like a bard, I believe, and he's very funny. I like him a lot. I kind of wish we got that Surge in Cross. I don't really have much to say about Dreamers other than it's really nice hearing the Mitsuda music in Cross done in an SNES 16-bit style. But I would definitely say these two games should come together as a package. You should definitely play both of them. But definitely play Dreamers with a walkthrough, because the game essentially becomes you reach a hallway, go right, go left, go right, raid this treasure, fight an encounter, hope you don't get into another random encounter, go right, go left, pick a text prompt, go right, go left, go right, do this one thing, go left, go straight, talk to this person, go back, right, left. You're navigating this mansion, which is the first major dungeon in Chrono Cross, but that's all the game is Radical Dreamers.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. As Chrono Trigger sequels, they're not nearly near the top of my list. I still like Trigger significantly more. But as their own individual experiences, cross is fantastic, and it's really like the cap to Squaresoft's JRPG PS1 catalog because it was made in the year 2000. Um, and I really hope we get Chrono Break one day because, yeah, I don't know, it's good. That's all I can say.
All right. Well, I was about to say we're done with February, but I forgot I have to do my fucking Trails rant. Oh my god.
Talk about Trails.
All right. Who's ready for Trails brain rot?
We're gonna be on the Trails train for a while, guys, so strap in.
Yeah. I'm not going to talk spoilers for Trails from Zero. But, oh my god. So, I think, for me, I've realized that Trails is literally now easily my second favorite thing in terms of games. Second favorite game series at the moment. I don't exactly know when. I'd say probably after the second game, it shot up really high. So I've been really enjoying going through the series. And I was like, you know what? Let's give this a shot. Let's try stream Trails from Zero because the fan translation came out. And why not? Why don't we like try fucking stream this long ass JRPG? And you can see my really bad playing habits because I played like 12 hours a day at some points. Yeah, I got really immersed in this game. Trails from Zero. I know people consider... So this is the first game in the Crossbell arc of the series, right? And the thing is, I know a lot of people consider Azure like the peak sort of Crossbell game, and I'll get back to that later. But for me, Zero was so enjoyable. I've been putting off playing this game for like 6-7 months because I wanted to wait for... Well, first of all, I wanted to take a break between Sky Third and Zero, right? But I also wanted to wait for Azure's fan translation to be out a bit sooner, so I didn't necessarily wait like a year to play Azure. So I ended up timing it pretty well. Azure's fan translation came out like 5 months after I played Zero, which was nice for me. But yeah, Zero is the first game in the arc, which means it focuses a lot more on world building than necessarily big plot events, if that makes sense, right? Which Owen still needs to experience Trails in the Sky SC to see how he feels, but I know we'll get to his thoughts on Sky FC later, but I know he and I really appreciate the world building in games like this, right?
Very much so.
Yeah. So for me, not only was there all emotional build up getting to Trails from Zero, like I was so emotionally built up that I literally cried during the opening of this game, right? Like watching the opening animation, listening to the music, that made me cry. If you watch, like you can hear me, I cried on stream. This is the only game I've literally cried on stream for. I've never cried ever before on stream, except for this game. Which is impressive in its own way because it wasn't even like I cried because I should have, you know? But yeah, I fucking love Trails from Zero. I'm so glad it's getting localized using the fan translation. The fan translation, Geofront, so fucking phenomenal. Holy shit. And yes, all the characters in this game are hot, as Barra says. But yeah, geez. I can't touch too much on the story, but I will say this isn't, like, yes, it's the start of a new arc, but this isn't a game like you can play without playing Sky. I feel like it very much builds off what Sky did, and if you haven't played Sky before playing this one, you will be missing out on a lot. Whereas on the flip side, Azure builds more off of Zero than Sky. Zero's like poggy world building, but a lot faster pacing. Yeah, I don't know. I actually have a longer playtime in Zero than I do Azure, which is kind of funny because I spend a lot of time just walking around and talking to every NPC. Okay, my one complaint with this game is the NPCs. I love the NPC dialogue, but there are way too many NPCs to talk to in this game. I play Trails game by talking to every NPC twice, 3 times, just to get everything. There are way too many NPCs in this game because the world map effectively opens up in Chapter 2. And it's like, you can literally go everywhere and talk to every NPC, every chapter, every time something happens in the story. So I, like, literally talking to every NPC took me like 3 hours in both Zero and Azure because of that. It's not great.
Yeah, the way you're describing it, it seems like they took like Sky as like they are obviously trying to go really hard in NPCs with the entire series, but Sky, they're just like, okay, let's do what we can, and then they took this game and there's like, all right, let's make it a challenge. Let's do every NPC has new things to say every chapter.
Yeah, well, it's not absolutely every NPC. I did check just to be safe, so that like you don't necessarily need to go to the outer areas outside the main city whenever there's like an update to the story, because sometimes they will just say the same thing for the entire chapter. But there are a lot of NPCs, and it is definitely a big complaint that most people have with this game who want to see all the NPC dialogue. Sky's a lot more manageable in that in that regard, but I didn't mind it because I like talking to the NPCs. There were a lot of points where I could literally piece together the story as like they foreshadowed or hinted at things that were going on, and it's like there's a lot of good world building in the NPC dialogue. There's amazing world building in the NPC dialogue, and as I said, I really like that. But there's also a lot of NPC dialogue, a lot more than probably what's necessary. That said, side quest management is a lot better than Sky. I've been talking to Brian about this because he finished SC recently, and he fucking hates how the side quests are managed. The way side quests are managed is basically every chapter tends to have a consistent period of time that it gives you to do side quests. So basically, you start up a chapter and it gives you like quests to do, and it basically gives you a list of like 3 or 4, maybe 5 quests, where you've got like 3 optional ones and like 1 or 2 required ones to progress the story, right?
Right.
And I feel that it's handled a lot better in this game, and Cold Steel, which I'll get to later, builds off on that, and I'm glad they're going with this because it allows them to pace the game a lot better. I know, like, Brian was complaining with Sky that whenever there was something urgent going on in the story, there would be like new quests opening up that would expire, and it's like there's no sense of urgency and the pacing is all over the place, and I can get that criticism with Sky. With this game, that is almost a non-issue. Almost. There are some instances where it does become a problem, but it's almost a non-issue because of how well they handle side quest management. But yeah, Sky's definitely the worst for side quest management, and we'll get to that in a bit. That's probably all I have to say for Zero, except for the soundtrack is probably my favorite Trails Kiseki soundtrack at the moment.
I do have a question.
I love that in Azure as well. Yeah?
I do have a question. Is Zero combat pretty much identical to Sky combat minus whatever they add in SC and whatnot, or is there any particular change that they made?
The UI is better.
That's it?
They add more to it, but I think most of the changes happen in Azure, surprisingly. Because I think for Sky, the combat pretty much stays consistent across all 3 games, whereas
I think they add dual crafts or something in SC.
Yes, in SC that's true. But Zero builds off a lot of what Sky did. But it's largely the same thing with I think it's a little better because you get a more consistent party, whereas with Sky, you just kind of have like people joining and leaving, and it's a bit rough with just Estelle and Joshua, you know?
Yeah.
But yes, I'd say Crossbow, like, it's interesting because Azure adds stuff to the combat and changes a lot of things for the better, I might add. I'll get to that later. But it's interesting to see the combat change so, like add such a significant element across the same arc, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really interesting. But anyway, Zero, yeah, I feel like communicates its UI a lot better than Sky, because you can actually see, like, the biggest thing for me is, like, on the turn order, when you use an attack, you can see the amount of delay that you have. So, like, you can see, oh, this attack has like 20 delay. If I use this attack, it has 10 delay and I can attack earlier, right? So it gives you a lot more visualization and like information about your choices in battle. Oh, was Counter? I guess Counter was not in Sky. Yeah. Also, if an enemy misses an attack or you miss an attack on an enemy, there's a chance for them to just do a regular attack as a counter, which is cool.
Huh, okay. So reason to
Ben
actually
just
care
mentioned
about
it was added
evasion and
in-
stuff.
Yeah, I forgot that wasn't in Sky, but yeah, it does a lot. I feel like Crossspell. I'll get back to this when we get to Azure, but I feel like Crossspell does a lot to the gameplay, and then Cold Steel spits all over it. But anyway, let's. I think that's all I have to say on Trails. I adore the characters, but I feel like I have a lot more to talk about Crossspell, which I can save for Azure. You know.
Let's move to March, our very in-depth
let-
conversation about March.
Yes, March is going to be a very, very great month. As you can, this is our March, guys. This was a very productive gaming month for us. What would you like to talk about first, Owen?
In my defense, I finished a game on the 1st of April, so, yeah. This,
Yeah, so same for me. So I should mention this. With March. So because of the way I played Trails from Zero, I had turbo on the right trigger, which actually, because I was like spamming A to B over and again to get through the NPC dialogue, right? Ironically enough, it gave me a bit of a case of repetitive strain injury, RSI. So I was kind of out of commission for games for a little bit, but because of that, I actually got through a few visual novels in March. But I never thought that the game to give me repetitive strain disorder was a fucking turn-based RPG. What the fuck?
yeah, it's, I remember, many times, specifically, like, I'm in the university cafeteria, and I'm just talking to you, and you're complaining about, I'm, like, trying to recommend the few games that I'm like, this is pretty chill, and it's like, no, you don't understand. Even turn-based stuff is not okay.
Yeah. But what ended up happening for me for March is I actually got through a few visual novels. My hand's fine, by the way. Now it's like I'm all good. I've been playing action games. It's been great. But yeah, I got through a lot of visual novels in March, and that's why I didn't actually finish anything, because I decided to read, as you'll see in a moment.
Yeah, March, 10 out of 10. Also, this is...
Planad! Oh god, that is a fucking long visual novel. It's in one of, I think it's like ranked 11th for like the most amount of text in a game. But anyway, since we're on the talk of Trails, I figure it's probably a good point to say, hey, Owen, take away with Trails in the Sky. I will be right back. I need to go to the toilet, but you can speak to everyone.
Yeah, okay, so I'll start with Trails. So I played 3 games I played 3 games in April. Trails was the first I started and like the second that I finished. I think I kind of finished all these games very back to back to back. So Trails in the Sky. So yeah, MB's been pushing me to play these. I've actually been wanting to play these games for a while. I used to watch Mother's Basement, and he recommended these games like 5-6 years ago. I don't watch them anymore, but anyways, Sky. I've had this game for like 2 years, and then I finally played it. I really like this game. Mostly, I enjoy the world building and combat. The entire game makes it feel like I'm playing. Makes me feel like I'm playing Japanese Dungeons and Dragons, which is not a bad thing. Dungeons and Dragons is one of my favorite things to do, kind of ever. And it feels like I'm playing as a character in a Japanese Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and I enjoy that a lot. The combat specifically is grid-based combat where you have to manage your turns and turn order, and you can change around your turn order and things like that. And it feels like Dungeons and Dragons with a turn order twist, and I really like that. There's also things like the craft system, which is very useful, and the art system isn't the best, but I still ended up using magic a lot. The world building, on the other hand, as a world builder myself, I can definitely tell what they were trying to go for here, and I think it widely worked. It was going for specifically a it chose to expose the world through the main characters, which is obviously how you do most stories. But I also appreciate how they kind of like tied in different characters, like with like what they were particularly motivated with, and also how they introduced different characters throughout the game. Think like I like Chloe in the third area makes a lot of sense because she's going to school, and Skara sticks around for a while, and yeah, I think the cast was strong. Not everyone's a favorite in my eyes. I don't really like Skara. I think that's the only one I don't really like. I like Olivier. I like I like Josh Twinestelle, obviously. I like Chloe. I like Tita. Yeah, I like Agate. I like him. I like all of the characters, and the world itself is very fun to explore. I love the 2D image on a 3D background on a 3D environment. That's why I love Xenogears so much. I think this one definitely pulls it off, though. This is a strange thing that most people don't understand, that MB doesn't like. I don't like the pre-rendered character sprites. I kind of wish they were more handcrafted. I don't like that they're basically 3D models from like the 90s that they like turned into sprites. It looks weird to me. It looks like it was from a bowling alley. But I don't know. I understand that a lot of people don't like this game because it doesn't have the strongest story or whatever, but I really like it. It was just a really enjoyable experience for me. As a person who likes world building and Dungeons and Dragons, I did all the side quests. I did all the secret side quests. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy being in the environments and exploring, finding items. I enjoyed finding the tough monsters and trying to figure out a way to not take as much damage, especially with the ones that self-destruct. I enjoyed exploiting elemental weaknesses. I enjoyed using Joshua specifically a lot because he a lot of his stuff is based around time management and turn-based stuff, and I kind of wish a lot more of the game was based around that, because like being able to change when enemies go is such a interesting way to do it's such an interesting twist of the battle system, and I kind of wish it was like I like that it was I kind of wish it was more than just focus on that one character. I thought the dungeons were fine, nothing particularly amazing. I got through the game fairly simply. I had no roadblocks at all in this game. It was just fun. And it was one of the better games I played this year, just from the pure quality of its writing. It was fun to play. I felt like everyone was well written. I felt everyone. I was talking with MB about this. The ending of the game with Estelle and Joshua, most people call that the cliffhanger bait. I didn't take it as a cliffhanger thing. I was more interested with how the scene was written, because I'm like, okay, if I was Estelle in this situation, I would have said like 5 or 6 different things. But then I remembered, I'm not Estelle. This is a character who is purposely written to be flawed and kind of like thinks kind of like straightforwardly. And in that, when I viewed it like that, I enjoyed. I could see like how the entire game was written, because it was written like that. It was written. It would, like, some characters were purposely not written possibly as intelligently as they could have been, because that would fit better with their character. And then the characters that were more intelligent, like the professor or Joshua, or to a lesser extent Skara, and even to a slight extent Olivier, it felt like they were written much more how I would write characters. I'm not trying to be like boastful about myself or anything like that. I realize that how that sounded, but I do kind of. Most people say I write pretty eloquently, and that kind of fit out how my experience with the game was. MB, do you have any comments or questions about my experience?
Yep, so Owen and I have both established to each other that we are immune to cliffhangers. So Owen hasn't started Trails in the Sky SC yet. I also haven't started Cold Steel 2 yet, because I'm not going to start it for a little while. But yeah, so it was fun watching. I got a lot of people into Trails in the Sky this year. It was quite nice.
I actually also got people into some people into Trails in the Sky this year, and my friend I know got to the third area, and his one comment was that he was not okay with the casual sexism against Estelle.
Yeah. I think I missed the first bit of your conversation. Obviously, I took a quick bit of a break there, but yeah, I think for me, this game, I remember playing it vaguely because I played this one when I was like end of 2019, I think, or was it? No, it's like the start of 2019. So it's been a while. So I actually I don't remember it as much as like SC or third, but it felt cozy. It was a really cozy game. It was nice to get to know the world, the characters. I don't think I placed as much that much importance on like NPC dialogue in this one, so I got through it pretty quickly. Because that came later when I got more immersed.
I think my final playtime was like 40-45 hours, which I think is a very respectable time.
Yeah, it's not a very long game.
Yeah. I was a little worried about the you mentioned that I know that you mentioned that like every character has like two things to say and that it changes with side quests and all that. I'm just like, oh god, how are they gonna do that for the entire game? And I was very pleasantly surprised that the game like locks you out of previous areas.
Yeah.
So that kind of sucks for side questing, but that makes it a lot more manageable as a linear experience, which I rather enjoyed. And it's not really all linear because the open areas with all the monsters and stuff are fairly detailed and there's a lot of stuff you can do in it. And I don't know, I just really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and pretty much in a similar way to me. Yeah. But yeah,
I don't know why Brian doesn't like this game. Well, maybe
oh god,
we probably just put different emphasis on games, I guess.
Yeah, I've been talking to Brian about it a lot, and I get where his criticisms are coming from, so don't worry. Yeah, Chris.
Like my major criticism of the game mostly come down to I don't like the character sprites, and I feel like the attack command isn't as diverse as it should be because there's a move command and an attack command, but the attack command has the move tied to it. So I feel like those should be, you could do both of those actions in a turn and you can attack from a very specific area. That's a completely separate thing. It just kind of takes a little control out of the player's hands, which I would have preferred you did have because I like Dungeons and Dragons and that kind of stuff is very important with AoE and stuff like that.
I think you also complained about like the encounters. You didn't like how they handled it or something like that.
I enjoyed that you could run from every battle. I didn't use turbo once in this game, just so you know, Brian. I
have a few friends like that I don't understand. I don't understand how you can't use turbo in these games. Holy
I never
shit.
needed it. I thought it was fine. It wasn't like the most addicting turn-based combat ever. I think that SMT4 still is the poster child for the best turn-based combat in any RPG ever, at least that I played. But it was fine and I enjoyed it. And dude, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, like I'm saying, this game is Japanese Dungeons and Dragons. D&D, a single D&D round can take 30 minutes because everyone's trying to figure out what they want to do. And I'm a DM, so I have to wait for all of that. And then I'm also have to manage like 6 monsters at once. So I'm used to this kind of stuff. And when viewed as a Japanese Dungeons and Dragons experience, which I basically was, like D&D campaigns tend to be very world focused where you have characters that are interacting with the world you've presented to them. It's not super reliant on these characters, but rather it's based on how these characters will interact with what you've given them. That's what Trails this game felt like to me. It felt like the characters weren't super essential to the plot. They had backstories, but they weren't like super interconnected, but they were interacting with it in a very natural and active way that felt like I was playing Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt like I was a player side, whereas I've been a dungeon master my entire life. So
Right. Don't worry, you'll get to the point where the fan base argues over who the best protagonist is. It's fine.
Yeah.
just take your time.
I like Estelle. I think she's cool.
Yeah.
And I like Joshua.
Estelle's an S tier, SSS plus tier protagonist easily.
I actually like Joshua more, but Estelle is probably my second favorite character. I don't know. I thought that everything that was done was very well. Also, I called the twist. I mentioned this before. I called the end twist in the game. Do you want to put a spoiler warning? Because I feel like
yeah, actually, I should probably. Yeah. So spoilers. I think everyone in the chat's played this game, but yeah, spoilers now. Quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, so I called that the professor was the main villain the entire time because I'm like, okay, I've played Persona 4. I've been able to watch that there's like this one guy who has been constantly in this game ends up being the true bad guy. And who is this person? Oh, it's the professor. Oh wait, he's always here. Oh wait, how did he get to the top of this monster infested tower? He must have something that we're not telling us. Oh, I figured this out pretty early on. I think I called it from chapter 2. So that was fun.
Yep, and that's the end of spoilers. Yeah. So yeah, do you want to actually talk about Persona 5 Strikers? Because I can...
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Like, I'm going to spend a lot of time on Clanner, but Higurashi not so much. Because that one takes a bit more, but yeah. So you want to go on Persona 5? All right.
Yeah, Persona 5 Strikers...
I'm going to be right back for like 5 seconds.
Sure. Persona 5 Strikers, I played this game... alongside my girlfriend, actually. She was there for all the story-related scenes. And I think this is definitely a game where the story is good, but not the focus. It's very much based on the characters and the combat, which the combat's very good, so I can't complain. It's based off of the Dynasty Warriors Musou combat, but not really at all. Whereas the only thing it has in common is that you are a person fighting a group of monsters in an area. That's about it. That's really the only difference. What we have instead is we have a very party-based system where where a single encounter will be about 20 enemies, and in order to finish this encounter, you have to kill them all. Thankfully, that's not too bad because every spell is area of effect, and the different spells have different areas of effect, which is really nice. And then you can obviously tie that in with bosses and like how boss encounters are designed and how your party members are designed. And you can stack that with the usual turn-based combat such as stats effects and criticals and the like. So the game ends up feeling more like a traditional action game with more traditional Persona 5 game with an action spin, which I rather enjoyed. Every party member is really fun to play. You have things like Yusuke with his counter system. You have Joker, obviously he has the wild card. Haru has infinite psychic damage, pretty basically. Makoto is very kind of like momentum focused. She's very speedy. So is Morgana in that regard. Ryuji is a very heavy hitting character. They're all really fun to play. And then the actual like kind of like moment to moment gameplay as you're exploring these the jails, the dungeons are called jails, is very fun as well because it brings back the Persona 5 stealth elements. So you have ambushes and you have hiding and like time-based movement and things like that, where if you get caught then you raise the security level and everyone gets mad at you. And there's also things like, and then like the game does take a couple like almost genre shifts. Like there are 2D platforming sections. They're not super well developed. They're actually kind of awkward, but overall the game is very well designed in terms of how it does its dungeons. And the boss fights are really well designed. I was really impressed with them. The first boss fight by far gave me the most trouble. I died like at least 6 or 7 times to it. And the game said, hey, do you want to turn this to easy mode? I'm like, no, I don't. And I eventually figured out that what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to set up like use fire to burn them, and then you use wind to do a technical weakness, which will inflict more damage than if you just done a weakness on its own. And that's how you preserve SP while also keeping all your party members alive. By far the hardest part of the game is that first dungeon. After that, the game gets easier, and you get access to more personas. And you can fuse personas, and you can collect them from battle, and you can do side quests to get more stuff to make more personas, and it's overall a very fun experience. And the entire game is focused on a road trip vibe. So instead of a story-based, like a cohesive story, it kind of is like just a bunch of like there's like a loose thread that connects all these dungeons together, but really you're just going to a new location, exploring the sites, shopping, doing side quests, being with your party members, and then you're going to dungeon and fight as much as you like. And that ends up being very fun. And there's a lot of things you can do with that, like you can go shopping for ingredients, which gives you can shop for ingredients, which lets you to make SP items. And you max out, like if you max out the cooking skill early, which is what I did, you can make some pretty OP SP items in the game, which lets you fight the major bosses on its own. I hear see in the chat saying that Bereni didn't like shortcuts at all. It felt a bit overwhelming, confusing as to what was optimal to use when. Like, I don't know why using the prisons was a thing when there's no consequence. Yeah, I can see that. The leaving the prisons thing just fills up your HP and SP pretty easily. And yeah, fills up your HP and SP. It just fills up your HP and SP for free. But the payment you have to guess is dungeon progress, where it's like, where do you feel safe? Like, if you get to a save point, do you feel safe pressing on, or do you want to go back and retreat? I mean, it's not great, but also the Persona Q games did this exact thing, and I didn't find any issue with that. So it's not too bad, all things considered. And there isn't really anything optimal. Like, the most you really need to get optimal for is the optional boss encounters, which there are some characters that just have higher magic stats than others, so that's makes it work. As for the actual character progression, it's I like, there's the I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot. There's Sophia and Zenkichi as the new party members, and I think that they are, like, they have surpassed several characters in Persona 5 in terms of, like, how much I like them. Like, I like them better than Ryuji, On, Haru, Makoto. Like, I think I only like Yusuke and Futaba more than them, and even then that's not much. It is it's fantastic. Robotic Edwards says that it's a worse Age of Calamity. They're really not comparable at all. They're made by Koei Tecmo, and they both take inspiration from Dynasty Warriors, but they're completely different games in how they play and their progression. He says, might as well just have a thing to do without leaving, minor convenience. Yeah, but again, this is just how Persona spin-offs are, I guess. And there was nothing there that I hadn't seen before. The Persona Q games are exactly the same. Like Q, in Q you have to spend money to heal, and then in Q2 you just get your healing for free. So it's really just like lost time, I guess, is the only penalty. But this game is definitely the game gives a lot of character development for the underutilized characters in Persona 5. Yusuke, Haru, and On all get mini arcs throughout the game before delving more into the new characters, Sophia and Zenkichi, and then the second, I don't know where I want to say it, like one of the dungeons, one of the near endgame dungeons, which is like Alteki, has one of the best boss fights. Just it had the best boss fight in the game, and had the best music too. Counter-Strike is a fantastic song.
I'm excited to play the game. The only thing my only experience with this is the Japanese demo that dropped on like the Switch ages ago, like before localization, obviously. I found the demo pretty fun. I didn't really understand everything that was going on, but it was, fun.
The game is really neat because it incentivizes using all your party members, because basically the more you use party members, the more skills you unlock for those characters. So, like, I used Joker for like most of the first dungeon, and I already had 3 out of his 4 like skills unlocked by the end of that dungeon. I'm like, wait, all these other characters have great things, and it would make the game so much more interesting to play. Like, Joker gets this thing where if you're using his gunshots in a combo, it doesn't use up any ammo, but it only works if you're doing it like that, and you can do a follow-up from that gunshot.
Okay.
Yeah, every character had really interesting applications. Yusuke is basically Virgil from Devil May Cry, and I'm understanding that what people are telling me. Zenkichi is a ton of fun to play as. Sophia is a ton of fun to play as. I think my favorite character was... Who was my favorite character to play as? I think Makoto was really fun to play as. Also Ryuji. They had a very momentum-based play style, but I played every character, and they were all really great. Nice. And it was really fun. And the side quests are hit and miss, because they're given to you through basically like your phone. It's like, do you want to accept these or not? Some of them are related to your party members, and those are definitely worth doing because those kind of help do it. But everything else is fun. What is my motivation? My motivation for what? Playing?
I just want to say, Ed, I know Atlas is bad at localization, but you can't get much worse than Falcom. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I was angry at not Falcom. I was angry at Atlas for a while because this game took a year to come out, and not necessarily the fact that it took a year to come out. It was the fact that they took a year with no communication.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't like. I was like, is it happening? Is it not happening? For like,
yeah, that was my
so fucking long.
This game was localized amongst like the COVID pandemic, and if they had said like 6 months after, 3 or 6 months after the game came out, 3 or 6 months, like, hey, we're coming over, it's just gonna take a while. I'm like, cool, chill, I can wait.
Yeah,
but they didn't
and the fan
say
base would have been
anything.
fine with it as well, I think.
Yeah, they didn't say anything, and that really bothered me. But everything else was fine, and the game itself is absolutely fantastic, and it was a pleasure to go through. Again, story's not super great, but the moment-to-moment gameplay is really fun, and the individual character stories are well done, and it was fun. Although the biggest critique that this game has is it definitely retreads a bit of Persona 5 a little bit too much, where it feels like they're just trying to do it again. But that doesn't happen. That happens like a couple times. But overall, the individual character stories are well done to the point where it's like, oh yes, I'm so excited for this to happen. And the new characters are some of my favorite characters in the series now. So yeah,
All
that's
right.
Strikers.
I think we'll leave Ori for later. I should probably get to one of my visual novels.
Yeah, go for it. I'm also going to take a break, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure,
Go
sure. So
nuts.
it's my time to take the stage. All right. Okay. That is a bot. Hold up. Who do I mod? Let me just quickly like remove that message. Thanks. Hold up. Banned. Thanks, Ed. Oh, thank you, Ed. Thank you so much. Thanks. That's great. Awesome. I'll just get rid of that from the on-screen chat. Cool. All right. Clanad. This is one of the longest visual novels out there. My story with this is that I got it in like 2016? I got it for Christmas one year. I remember, because it was on sale. I'm like, I may as well buy it, right? Because I like the anime. I watched the anime when I was like 14. I remember that. And I really adored the anime back then. But it's been ages since I've seen it. I do remember the general story of it, though. So, after playing Kara no Shoujo, yes, I ended up coming to Clanad, right? And it was a really nice way to revisit Clanad without rewatching the anime, because, you know, replaying things, that doesn't really, that's not my vocabulary. Well, at least it wasn't until, what, I think August, yeah. Anyway, this was what I basically played through all of March, and my god, it was so nice to return to this world, to these characters that I grew up with, and I actually knew how to enjoy visual novels now, thanks to Kara no Shoujo. Thank you, Barra. This was so enjoyable. I got to basically, I would say a lot of Clanad actually defined my tastes in not only anime, but also characters in general in fiction. Just, there's a lot about the visual novel that I think a lot of it really, it's come through for me, like, in my entire life, up until this point, you know? It's kind of stayed there, just, even if I'm not aware of it, it's kind of always been there. So revisiting this was such a joy for me. I will say, there are some points in the visual novel you can really tell this was made during the mid-2000s. There's a character who is very, very homophobic, and I'm not sure how to feel about that one. But yeah, it's really nice. This is okay. Ed says I'll probably not go to the traditional VN route, as in I hate being indecisive. This is a visual novel. I would say you have to play with a guide, because there are some routes where you have to like play in a specific order to get a specific. There are some optional scenes, but also literally required scenes to get the true ending. It's the choice system in this game is so complex. So when I got to some of the later visual novels that I played last year, I was like really surprised at how simple the choice system was. We'll get to that. Barra knows which one I'm talking about. But yeah, and to think it all took to get MB into VNs was a couple of cute girls and okay. Clanad was really nice. It's a slice of life. It's basically comfort food for me, but it was something really nice to go through and revisit. I really, really enjoyed it. And I actually had a friend play through it last year as well. She played through it for the first time. She hadn't seen the anime, so it was always really interesting. It was really interesting to see like her reactions and like her first experience being the visual novel and not the anime. For me, like I knew the endings for most of the routes, except like there was this one guy who was cut from the anime entirely. So it was really nice to see his route actually. And I suppose that multiple endings are spies that multiple endings that are BS requirements. Yeah, look. On the flip side, I feel like Vince, you can at least go through. Yeah, I feel like this one, every ending is so unique. It's great. If you're playing Clanide, you will want to do every ending, right? So just follow a guide, do it in the order that's recommended, and it's good. The only thing is some of those scenes aren't reviewable. They're like a one-time thing. So it's like, oh, I had a save before this like optional scene happened. Let me watch it again. And then it just didn't play again. So it's like scrambling over. It's like, wait, did I actually do it? Did I actually get the requirement for the true ending? Thankfully, there's no missables. It's not that bad. But yeah, it was really nice to play through it. I don't know if Owen's back yet, but
I am.
I figure I'll just talk about Higurashi because this will be a quick one. I'm not going to change the music or anything.
Go for it.
So I'm still reading through Higurashi, but I finished the first arc of the visual novel in April last year. Jeez, I'm reading chapter 2, arc 2 at the moment, and oh god, I really need to speed up the pace and actually focus on it. So this series, a lot of people like the original art style because it's stuff, but hey, I'm using a mod to use the character portraits that you see on the screen at the moment. But yeah, I can send you the song on. I can send you the song, Bane. But yeah, basically, Higurashi, I'm trying it out. I don't have many thoughts yet. I'm enjoying it, but I'm going really slow. I should probably pick up the pace. I enjoyed the first arc of it, and Alice is gonna kill me if I don't continue. Anyway, that's all I really have to say on Higurashi, you know?
Cool. So is it Ori time?
Yeah, so April was very much a visual novel time for me, but in that meantime, I think Owen played some Ori and the Blind Forest.
Yeah, so I played both Ori games this year. I played them both with my girlfriend. Because she didn't have confidence in her skill ability in playing these games, so I streamed them for her, and they were very fun. So the Ori games are very good Metroidvanias that have an emphasis on platforming, which I was not expecting, because the reason why I like Metroidvania so much is that they have more of a combat focus, because I suck at platformers. They're actually my least favorite genre. So I was a little worried about going, especially the first escape scene, when you're climbing the tree. I'm just like, okay, I don't know if I have the ability to do this. And there was some struggles with some of the platforming skills, but I think the thing that saved the game for me is that you can make save points basically wherever you want. You just have to manage them carefully because they cost a resource. And you can get that resource by killing enemies and stuff like that. But if you're in a really long platforming session and you don't have a lot of that resource left, you have to manage, okay, do I want to make a save point here, or do I think I can get past this section? So that was really, that really kept the pace going for me and helped me finish the game in about 10 hours. Hold on. Sorry, my brothers are in the background. The added content in the game was nice. They added a little bit of scenes with Ori's like mother, almost like adopted mother, and that was really nice and kind of gave a little bit more backstory. But I didn't even know that content existed until I was done with the game and decided to go through it again for 100%. And I found, oh, there's 2 more areas here and 2 abilities that I didn't get. But the rest of it was really nice. The music is absolutely fantastic, and I have both soundtracks digitally. because the Switch versions came with codes. Blind Forest at least runs really well on Switch. And it's just a really fun game. I was a little worried at first because the first bit of the game was me trying to figure out if I liked how the game moved, because there's a big emphasis on horizontal movement and not vertical movement, which I was a little worried about. Especially when jumping, like you jump far, you don't jump high. And like, what's the point of jumping really? But then in the Ginzo tree, which is the first major dungeon of the game, you get the bash ability, which lets you kind of catapult and rocket off of enemies and projectiles. And that completely opened up the entire system of the game and made it feel like the progression system was really, really fun.
Yeah.
That's where the
tree. Yeah, I think the Ginso tree is really where the game like really starts getting good. You know?
Yeah, that's where the game starts. Yeah. The ending did kind of come up on me. I thought there was at least gonna be one more dungeon after the final volcanic dungeon. I'm like, I don't. It didn't feel like the final area to me, but I like shorter games at this point, so I was perfectly happy with a 10-hour Metroidvania game. I died a lot, but the game's hard but really forgiving. Unlike something like Hollow Knight, which I would say is less forgiving, but also a little bit less hard. At least in its moment-to-moment platforming sections, ignoring the Path of Pain. So, yeah, I just enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah, did you do the extra dungeon that was added for Definitive Edition? Like the one I can't remember the specific area, but it was like had like scenes of like the backstory with, I forgot the big bad thing.
There were a couple extra areas that were given in the Definitive Edition that I did play through, but I didn't play through those until I was done with the game for the first time, and then I reloaded my save to get all the items.
Yeah,
and I found
go on.
I can go right in this area and continue down to find completely new areas that I did not know existed. But
that happened for me. I was like, I completed the game. I'm like, wait, but my percentage isn't 100%. I didn't even realize there was like a whole extra area that I completely missed.
Yeah.
But hey, I found it eventually.
Yeah, the moment that I was always having fun with was anytime that the game asked me to chain bashes together, because it felt like it was very momentum based and just like I'm going here to here to here to here, and it's like the timing is really forgiving on the bashes, but it's not like given. You still have to time it well, in order to not get hit and stuff like that.
It's so fucking fun.
It was
I love Ori.
it's fantastic. Yeah, and yeah, I loved it. It was really good, and I don't know if I like this or Will the Wisps better, because I think I like the plot more here, but Will the Wisps still has some great moments, and it has better gameplay for sure.
Which we'll get to later, I think.
Yeah. It's fantastic Metroidvania. I was not expecting to like it as much as I did. I think more than anything, I liked how ethereal the game felt. I like ethereal things. I like gospel choirs and final boss battles that have like Latin music. And although it didn't have like that per se, it definitely had this very kind of spiritual aspect to its entire thing, from the light and the music and the story. It just felt very soulful, I guess, in a way that just made me really happy to play. And it felt like I was very fulfilled. And I was playing this game around Easter, so it helped benefit into that mood for me. But yeah.
Yeah. So that's it for April, I think. It was actually a really, I guess, productive month for us. Well, with leftovers from March, right? We didn't finish anything in March, but
yeah, I think I finished Strike. I'm gonna look it up. I think I finished Strikers first, and that was like I finished that April 1st. Let me check.
Barra's asking if you think it would, if you would say it was Kino.
Yes, it's very Kino. Ori the Blind Forest, I finished on April 4th. Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, I finished April 3rd. And Persona 5 Strikers, I finished April 1st.
So you actually finished everything at the start of the month. So it's basically your March, and then everything else in May is going to be from April, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right.
So all my stuff is staggered like that.
Well, yeah. So that's it for April. Let's see what May has for us. Oh, okay.
I like how you act surprised, but
I mean, like I made this image, but I forgot. I forgot like exactly where everything falls. I know what I have, but you.
Yeah, I played a lot of games in May.
Yeah, you should probably start because you've got more than me at the moment.
Yeah. I'll start with Earthbound.
All right.
Because I played that game like 4 times now, 5 times. So if ever I want to play a game, I always end up playing Earthbound. I will never ever take an excuse. I will never ever miss an excuse to play Earthbound again. Even though it's technically my least favorite of the Mother trilogy, it's easily the most relaxing game of the 3. Mother 1 is a grind, and Mother 3 is a very good game, but also takes a bit to get into because of how the chapter system works. It's also about 10 hours longer than Earthbound. Earthbound is a good 20-hour RPG that I can just sit back and enjoy. It makes me happy. I mean, this is like my 5th playthrough of it, and I played on the 3DS this time. I finally picked it up on the new 3DS and played it there. Let me see. I don't know what song MB is playing for Earthbound. Let me check.
Otherworldly Foe.
Nice. Yeah, I love Earth. Yeah, I freaking love Earthbound. I was thinking about what I could talk about here because you and I have both played Earthbound, right, MB?
Yeah. My story with Earthbound's long, but yeah, go on.
Yeah. And I've been in the Earthbound community for a while. I joined Starman.net when I was like, 15. I was 15 when I joined Starman.net. And I've met friends through Earthbound. But I actually decided to bring a story today. So for PAX West 2021, I went and it was fun. And I went to this one panel called, it was done by a bunch of indie gamers. And one of the guys got sick with COVID, so one of the other guys brought one of his business partners with him. This man was Marcus Lindblom, who was the localizer of Earthbound. And I got to sit and just talk with him for about 30 minutes about his time playing like working on the translation for Earthbound. And it is like, I want to talk to this man more. We follow each other on Twitter now, which is great. But he was so nice, so genuine, and just so willing to talk about it. Because he was explaining things like some things have reasons for existing, like some things have like puns or whatever. His daughter's in the game, and he was saying that he didn't know about it until he got back. Like the translators put his daughter's name in the game when he was off because his daughter was being born. And then there's things like Pokey's catchphrase spankety spankety spankety. Apparently they just had a guy on the team that just really came up with really just wacky things to say, and that was one of the things he came up with. And one of the other things is that he almost I don't know how much I want to go into this, but he was almost on the 1995 cultist terrorist attack in Japan. He was visiting Japan at the time. There was like a train gassing or something like that, and he was a few trains off from that. So that he was explaining that he felt very lucky that he missed the train there because of how quick how precise the trains move in Japan. But overall, it was just I got to meet someone who was involved with the making of Earthbound, and that was kind of a dream come true for me, because if there's 3 games that have defined my experience playing Japanese role-playing games, it's Pokemon Heart Gold, Xenoblade Chronicles, and Earthbound. Those are the 3 games that got me into RPGs. And Earthbound helped me grow up when I played. I first played it when I was 13, and I kind of got over a lot of childish fears I had playing it, like things like cults and stuff like that. And it kind of just like it helped me move into the greater RPG genre. And it still has such an important place in my heart. It's not the easiest game to get into, obviously. It has shown its age a bit, but it is still a fantastic game. And I would absolutely recommend anyone who hasn't played it to play it. It is part of the RPG canon at this point.
Yeah. I know with Earthbound, for me, it took me a while to finish it. I think I started in like 2014, and then I just kind of forgot to get back to it. And I eventually got back to it by watching a playthrough on YouTube until where I got up to, and then I just continued from there on out.
Right.
But I totally get what you mean with like RPGs that influence you. For me, the 3 RPGs, if I had to pick 3 that really got me into the genre, Xenoblade, Persona 3, and Bravely Default.
Those are 3 good RPGs. I agree with at least Persona 3 being very important as well.
Yes. But yeah, so this was like your 4th playthrough of Earthbound, right?
Yeah, it was a choice. I was out of things to play at the end of 2020.
Right.
And because it was before Christmas. I'm like, fine, I'll just buy Earthbound. It's $10. I'll buy it on the eShop on my 3DS, and I'll play it. And it took me 5 months to finish it because I was playing it on and off. but it is. I love Earthbound so much. I love the entire Mother trilogy, and even though Earthbound is my least favorite, just because it isn't as story based, it is still one of the best Super Nintendo games ever made, and rivals other greats like Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, of course, it's great. I think my opinion on an Earthbound is it feels like a game that would be more fun on replays, because I know I was pretty lost with the mechanics, but I feel like going through it for the first time. But if I were to go back now and play through it, I think I would enjoy it a lot more.
The only thing I've ever
I like replay is not really a word in my vocabulary, so I don't know if that'll happen.
I think Chugga Conroy says it best when he says that every time he plays the game, he learns something new about it, which I can definitely agree with. Mostly just because you forget so much about it because it's so deep and the details go so deep. I literally have I have like a 3-inch thick book just about the translation of this game. It is fascinating. And I've been learning stuff too. I think the only thing I've ever needed a guide for on replay playthroughs is the monkey caves, where you have to navigate the most efficient ways to do the monkey cave.
Right, yeah.
But I have a guidebook for that now because Fangamer made one like 5 years ago. So it's a non-issue for me at this point. And I can always, I want to play a game. Even if I don't finish Earthbound, I can always, whenever I get to 3 or 4 side and just when I get to 4 side, I'm just like, I have gotten my Earthbound fill. I'm so happy now. And although it does take a little bit more effort to go from 4 side into winters and summers and the deep darkness and the underworld and stuff like that, it is still one of the funnest games I can consistently play, and replaying it. It's one of the only games I can consistently replay without getting bored. It is every moment is a treat with it.
Nice. Do you want to talk about Monster Hunter Rise now?
I think. Oh God,
or did you want to talk about something else?
Fair warning. I put 100 hours into Monster Hunter Rise this year. I have a lot to say about that game.
Yeah, go ahead, because I've got a lot to say about Fire Emblem 6.
Okay. Do you want to do? We can do. Do you want to do Child of Light, or we can both talk about Castlevania?
I guess we can both talk about Castlevania because we both played this year. So the way we're handling games we both played this year is we're gonna go. We're only gonna talk about it once. So if it popped up earlier, in the year, and like for instance, Castlevania, Owen played it in May. I played it later on in the year. But like, we're not going to talk about it twice, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's how we're handling it. So this is the first instance of that, I believe.
So my experience with Castlevania is I am almost done playing Castlevania 4 with one of my best friends. It's been a many year long coming because he has it on the Super Nintendo Classic. So when he got it, he brought it over to my house and we started playing Castlevania 4. And we've been kind of chipping away at that game without save states since we got it, and so we always play it when we're together. And then I also played a bit of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I got about halfway through it, and then I got stuck because I think I missed an item, which I'm trying to play Symphony of the Night next year, so hopefully that turns out well. But I wanted to properly go back and experience all of Castlevania, mostly because I'm a really big fan of the anime, and I wanted to go through all the games. So I actually played 4 Castlevania games this year. I played 1, 2, 3, and Bloodlines. And obviously I played the first one first. This one took me an evening. It's really quick, but it's really well designed. I think if you ever want an example of how well Castlevania is designed, go look at Egoraptor's Sequelitis video on Castlevania. It is really interesting seeing like how the game is designed around sub-weapons, about like how things are purposely placed inconveniently to incentivize you to hold on to certain sub-weapons on your death and retries. Though at this point, the NES era is long past and we live in the era of save states, so when I played Castlevania 1, I had this rule of every time I passed what the game considered a level, I would create a save state and just respawn there. And that provided a decent challenge for me throughout the entire game. The final Dracula fight sucked, and I definitely spammed save states there probably. That was probably my one regret with this entire experience. But not just because I didn't know how to fight Dracula, but the rest of it was fantastic, and I loved playing this game. And watching this, like, I also like knew a lot about the game from like knowing a bit about the speedrunning community, and seeing how the people get around certain objects in the speedruns it is mind-boggling.
Yeah. So for me, I played this game in September. I think, yeah, September. And it was because I think what happened was I lost all the data on like Windows, so I had to reinstall Windows 10, and I had to do a test stream. I think that's what it was. And I, like, on a whim, I was like testing my capture card, and I was like, oh, you should play Castlevania. And I'm like,
Castlevania, Castlevania.
oh, no. Yeah, I think it was a test stream, and I had also just gotten, was it my first or second vaccine shot? I don't remember. So that's when I played Castlevania, and it was completely on a whim. I wasn't even planning to play this year, but I was like, oh, I could finish this in a session. Why not? I really enjoyed it. I abused save states. I don't regret that. If I got better at the game, yeah, maybe I wouldn't use save states, but you know. I did watch the speedrunning video by Summoning Salt. That was really, really interesting. And I actually really want to play more of this series. I'm glad I started with this one. It's a really fun game.
It is fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, and of course the music. So the thing with the music is I grew up with
Summoning Salt. Yes.
a video game rock medley by a YouTuber called a musician YouTuber called Freddie Getty on YouTube, and that featured, I believe, which track was it? I think it's Wicked Child in the medley. And I have a few games like that where I've grown up with this medley so much so I know this music from this medley. So hearing it in its original format was really, really cool. You know? No shot, I remember that medley. Dude, I fucking grew up with that. Holy shit. I'm just like, one of my goals is to play pretty much every game on that list. So I think the games I'm thinking of that I still need to play are like Metal Gear Solid. I finally played Chrono Trigger, which was on that list. I've also got Shenmue, and there was one more I'm thinking of. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, there's a lot, like Final Fantasy X. There's a lot of games on that list I really want to play, and it's like I always, as a kid, always wanted to play like all the games on that list because it's such a cool medley. But anyway, yeah, I really love the soundtrack for Castlevania. Like this was the part.
It's fantastic. The only issue with Castlevania's music is it doesn't have bloody tears, which is not a real issue because the song wasn't composed yet.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll be playing Metal Gear 1. I've been meaning to do it for a while. I will let you know when I'm streaming it also, Barra, but I don't really expect you to come. But yes, I am interested in the Metal Gear series. I have all the games, actually, I think. So I just need to get to them.
Metal Gear is also a series I need to get into at some point. But, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Castlevania was fun. I really enjoyed it. I'm not the biggest fan of NES games, but it was nice playing something really short for a change.
It was short and really well. It's short and really well designed.
Can't wait for the Homestuck read along stream. Okay. No, stop. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. So should I move on to something, or because you have a lot to say? All right.
Well, I mean, Monster Hunter Rise is probably the biggest thing that I would talk about. Child of Light, I have stuff to say, but you can go.
All right. I have a lot to say on Fire Emblem, but I think I'm gonna start with Tomoyo after. Let me get up some music. Hold up. All right. That's a bit louder than I expected it to be. Hold on, let me turn it down a bit. Alright, hello everyone, and this is probably... God, this is embarrassing to say on stream. So, I actually went through all the Clannad the side games and side content this year as well. So this is a sequel to one of the, routes in Clannad. It wasn't the main route, but it was easily my favorite character. It was my favorite route and favorite girl. I actually think a lot about this character's kind of define my taste in just anime characters in general. So it was really nice to actually see a sequel to her route in from the novel, because this was never adapted to an anime. And I don't actually know how I feel about this game as a sequel to Her Root in Clannad. I'm not sure I like it, but as a work of fiction on its own, I adore it, you know? I don't think I would have wanted this as necessarily a sequel to Her Root, but the message it gives really, really kind of hit me hard, for a number of reasons, personal reasons, I would say. I don't really have much to add on it, other than I love the soundtrack, and I bought it physically because I love it, but yeah. Damn. Oh, Castle. Fuck, I forgot to move the... I forgot to move the little... the little icon. Castlevania is not a Clannad sequel, but okay. But yeah, I actually learned this on piano. I decided to sit down and just play this little song that's playing in the background. It's really nice. I know Owen won't have anything to say on this. This is a very personal game for me. I'm really glad I played it. I think the original had H scenes. I obviously didn't play it with them. I'm pretty sure like key visual novel H scenes are like notorious for being really bad. So I'm glad like the English version doesn't have it and all that. I think the PC version is the translation is based on the console version, which didn't have him anyway, so. But yeah. That's all I really have to say on this, so. Did you want to go on Child of Light and then save our big rants for the end?
I think so, yeah.
Right. I don't know Child of Light music, so I'm gonna just find a playlist. Is it on Spotify? It might be on Spotify.
Yeah, it's good.
I did. Okay. Before you start, I do want to say I have tried Child of Light, on the Wii U a while ago. I didn't get very far. But I don't remember much of it, and I was gonna ask, is it worth getting back to?
Hold on. Okay. Well, Child of Light is, it's good. Yeah, I think it is worth going back to. You might have kind of like, it's very good. Yes. It might be a little hard getting back into because the game is short and because there's like a bunch of characters and stuff like that. So you might be forgetting what you're doing. Oh yeah. Oh, if you're gonna screen restart, then absolutely. It will take you 10 hours max. It's a really short game. But it is a fantastic turn-based RPG made by a Western developer. It was made by Ubisoft Montreal, I think, or something like that. It is I don't know, I just really like it. It's I'll start with the combat first. So the combat of Child of Light is turn-based. You have the main character, and you have a second character that you can choose, and you have like a lot of different playable characters. And you have like different equipment and stuff like that. You can craft your equipment, which are these gems that give different stat buffs and different abilities. And the gems have different abilities depending which equipment slot you put in. So if you put attack, they have like an elemental effect. You put defense, they have elemental defense. And if you put in the accessory slot, they have some random ability from increased dodging or something like that. And then from there, you engage in basic turn-based combat, but there is a focus on what I would call a casting bar, where you have a wait time for each character, and every character has different speed, kind of like ATB in a Final Fantasy game. And then when you reach your thing, you make your choice, and then you have a short bar before your action goes through. And the enemies are on this too, and you can see the constant change between yourself, your allies, and your enemies. The twist is that you have this little light bead, and when you can actively in a real-time setting float it over an enemy, and if you hold a button down, you slow them down, which means that you can get multiple attacks in before they get one, and even possibly avoid all damage. And so the strategy comes from how do you want to prioritize your targets and your damage. The writing is really clever. It's all done in rhyming, so it's a it's like a very traditional nursery rhyme kind of feeling, very fairy tale-ish. And I remember, so this is another game I played with my girlfriend, and she and I both really like it. And we were both kind of laughing because the rhymes are really good, but they definitely just like, oh, I didn't realize that would rhyme like that. That's kind of goofy. And all the characters have a kind of like joyfulness to them. The story is overall pretty good, and the ending is nice. I think I think they were originally planning to have multiple endings, but I think they ran out of time, so they had to just do one, which is fine. But there's a lot of side quests, and there's a lot of chests and stuff like that. There's actually a lot of stuff to collect in this game, and the game is actually really good about like telling you how many you have in each area. So like you completed this many chests in this area and stuff like that. So I went through the entire game again, pretty much through the entire area, and collected all of the items. And it wasn't really that bad because the game is a 2D side scroller in terms of how it does its actions, in terms of like its overworld setting. But you can fly, so you can go in any area in the X and Y directions, and this changes. There's a lot of puzzle mechanics and a lot of ways you can approach enemies, because back attacks give you advantages and stuff like that. So overall, it's very tight. It's well designed. It's fun. It has some challenging bosses that require you to kind of think on your toes. I almost died several times. Characters are all great. Everyone has a different special ability, different specialties, and there's skill trees, so you can focus on which specialty you want to focus on, so you can like go in different directions, and that will let you learn new spells and stuff like that. And overall, it's just a very kind of wholesome feeling, just good game that I enjoyed playing for the 10-15 hours that I spent with it.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I tried it. I've looked. I think I played it. I didn't quite get into it, but I think now that I'm a little older, a bit more experienced with games, I think I'd probably try it at some point and enjoy it. I need to play more Western games anyway. Holy shit! I was talking about someone got me a game for Christmas on Steam, and he was looking at my wish list. I'm like, you need more Western games on here. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I have too many visual novels on my wish list, but okay.
Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah. I need to start another recording because I record for 3 hours in the game and.
Right. Yeah. Sure. We could give it a moment.
Yeah. No. I'm good now.
All right. You're good. You're recording. All right. Good.
Yep.
Cool. Maybe I should quickly. No, I think I'll be fine if I keep recording. But anyway. Yeah. I learned the word nasa from Yuminiki. Okay. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Yuminiki is, but okay. Alright, so we just have Monster Hunter Rise and Fire Emblem 6 left, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's my cue to the Fire Emblem, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about this game as it was happening, and it was very fun, just like, yeah, this game is great. Roy doesn't suck that much. Oh, crap.
Yeah, I feel like my experience with Fire Emblem going through semi in order, I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying how kind of dumb this is. So Fire Emblem 6, so ideally I want to play the series in numbered order, in like release order, but because I didn't have legal access to 4, and still don't have legal access to 5, I went from 3 to 6, which is The Binding Blade, or Hui no Tsurugi, which I also played in Japanese, in my own time, off stream, because I have a cartridge and I can't really stream Game Boy games. I don't have any way to do that. But that said, this game, I started literally the day either of or after I finished Fire Emblem 3. And this took me about 3 months to finish. So here we are, and
I remember being really concerned for your mental health that you were playing so many classic some pretty rough Fire Emblem games back to back.
Yeah, and I'm going into Fire Emblem 4 after this. What do you expect? Why am I doing to this to myself? I don't. Anyway, so this game, a massive step up. Holy shit, it was a massive step up from Fire Emblem 3. Of course, I jumped 2 games, so of course it's going to be a massive jump. But this was the first non-Kaga developed game. I think he had left Intelligent Systems at that point.
Yeah, he left after the sales disaster that was Thracia 776.
Yes, and it's always... yeah, I'm not surprised it's a fan favorite in Japan. Because I believe, like, Roy was in Smash Bros. Before this game came out because it got delayed, right? This never released in English, so I played it in Japanese.
Roy's also a buggy piece of crap in Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Yes. But yes, so it was really interesting this year because I got to visit like play through the Fire Emblem games of like the two first Fire Emblem Smash characters. And I know people say this one is kind of a mid-game. I enjoyed this game, but it was unspectacular in all the good ways. Like, it was a very solid experience, but the story, it's just there. Roy doesn't really have like a character flaw or anything. He's just like a good person the entire way through. And by that, I mean like he's like a good person and also a mirror of Marth. It's like nothing really, like, yes, things happen in the story, but he's just kind of there doing the right, morally correct decision every single chapter. And it's like, well, I don't really engage with the cast that much. That said, the supports in this game are amazing. I think this is the first. Is this the first one with proper supports? Did 4 have supports? Do you know?
4 has
Owen?
supports because it has marriage, I believe.
Right. Yep. Okay. Right. Yeah, I've heard something like that. But yeah, this game was it was also, I was forced to not play with save states because I was
MB?
playing it on an official card. Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Yeah,
but
I'm probably
you finish up, and then
when I'm
take a
done with 6, I'll probably head off and
Okay.
get some lunch as well. We'll take a break soon.
cool. Have fun with this.
Yeah, have fun with this. Thanks. But yeah, it was really interesting playing this game because gameplay wise, it was so much better than any other, like the past 2 Fire Emblem games I played. And it was really nice to play on the GBA for a change, because I don't think I played a GBA game in a while. I can see why Roy has so many issues in Smash Bros with representation, because his representation across like Fire Emblem, even Fire Emblem Heroes and like Smash, it's really inconsistent. Gameplay wise, Roy, I'm centering a lot on Roy here because I feel like a lot of people don't like Roy. I'm aware. I know he's a fan favorite in Japan, but in the West, I've heard people blame that on the poor fan translation for the game, which I've seen screenshots of it. I don't think it's a bad translation, but they really kind of spice it up. They like give certain characters like the ye olde English sort of speech, and it's like, okay, I can see why people see this as a funny game because I can't really take this seriously, whereas in Japanese it's just like a regular conversation. I like the support conversations, but yeah, Roy is a very late promoted unit. He doesn't promote to, I think, chapter 21, and because of, I think this game also has like a true ending. I think it's a lot easier to get than like 3, but like he's such a late promote that for the majority of the mid-game, he'll be level 20, and you won't want to use him because you'll want to feed the EXP to other units. And also, at some point, he'll become very under-leveled because you just can't kill things with him because, you know, late promote. I played this game wrong, I think. I forgot. I was waiting till level 20 to promote all my units, but I think if you're playing this game, it's better to promote all your units at, like, level 15 or so. Somehow, even when MB plays a game that's not in the year series, he managed to play us at all. I mean, that reminds me of a post when Pyro and Mithra got into Smash, actually. Because, what do you call it? What someone posted, on Twitter, it's like, we finally got female idol in Smash. But yeah. This game was, I can totally relate with the whole, this game is a mid-game. I didn't feel strongly about it. I do think some chapters really got on my nerves. Fucking, I think it was 16X. Oh my god, 16 Gaiden. I can't, fuck that chapter. Anyway, I really like the characters. Rutger is a fucking beast. Holy shit. I think I don't have many complaints about the gameplay because of how much better it was compared to Fire Emblem 3. I'll be curious what my thoughts on this game are when I've played more of the series, and understand how like the gameplay's evolved from like 4, 5, and then 7 through to 12, right? Because I played Awakening onwards already. I've played all those games, except for Fate's Revelation, which we'll see if I ever play that one. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed this game, despite its flaws. It wasn't amazing, but it was a lot of fun. The characters can be goofy at times. There's some really good characters in here when you get to the supports. I don't like the limits on the support. The series, like the way the supports work in this work. Support grinding is a nightmare because all you gotta do is have characters stand next to each other and end the turn. So often when you're done with the map, you just sit there ending the turn over and over again. There's also a limit on how many supports characters can get per chapter and overall. I think you can only have 5 support conversations overall, which means you can only get like A rank with one character, and either like 2 C ranks or 2 B rank or 1 B rank, right? With other characters, you know? It's weird. I think it's consistent with other GBA games in that regard. But it was a fun experience to play in my own time. I quite enjoyed this game. Anyway, I think that's all I have to say on Fire Emblem 6. It was a much more enjoyable experience than 3, I think. Even without save states, even with all the frustration, it was pretty fun. But yeah, since Owen's going to get something to eat, I'll go get my lunch, so we're gonna take a quick break. I guess I'll leave Fire Emblem music on in the background until when we're done, we'll be talking about Monster Hunter Rise, or Owen will have his long rant about that. So I'll see you guys when we're back from eating. So, and thanks for being here. It's nice to have people to chat to. All right. Actually, on second thought, I might leave this here quickly. And I will, because the reason I'm gonna do this, is if Owen gets back before me, he can talk about Monster Hunter Rise without me. So I'll leave it on the screen. I'll just leave the BRB there. All right, sound good? All right. If he gets back, just let him know.
How you guys doing? Are we live? Am I good? Hello? Cool. I am coming through on the stream. That's good. Cool. I've been instructed to talk about Monster Hunter Rise, but I feel like I want to wait till MB gets back so I can show Monster Hunter to him. So, in the meantime, I will keep you guys entertained. I think it's the thing that this is going fine overall. Yeah, I want to... Oh, MP can hear me, he says. Cool, he has the stream on his phone, so I can show Monster Hunter Rise to him. Cool. So, yeah, so this is a game that is definitely better. So, Monster Hunter Rise, the game came out, I played it, freaking love it. So it's definitely a game that you should... Alright, so also, I've only beaten up to 2.0, so I've beaten most of the Elder Dragons, but I have not beaten the Elder Dragons that were added in 3.0, as well as the extra ending. That is something I gotta get to. But the reason why I haven't done that is because my friends and I haven't gotten around to doing it yet, which is important because this game lives or dies by the community that you make with it. So I played this with two of my best friends. We all got around the same time. I got around the same time as them. And for a while, until all of us, three of us had it, we were just kind of doing the single player stuff. We were doing missions, story missions, stuff like that, killing low level monsters. And then we all got together and we decided to start going together. And I was severely underleveled than the rest of us, but we went to go get Rathian. I was level 2. It was great. Then we did Rathalos, and we did the low level Magnamalo. And then we're just like, oh, we're getting to the end of it. We're jazzed. We're so excited. And then the game says, okay, it's time for you to do high rank missions. And we're just like, what the hell is going on? And it turns out that the game has a 30-hour tutorial called low rank missions, where you fight easier monsters than the designers originally made. And then when you're ready for it, you can do high rank missions, and they are insane. But that's where you get all the awesome monsters, and then you get a lot of extra monsters in addition to fighting harder versions of monsters you've already fought. And it culminated at the end of the story with my friend and I. It was just two of us. We were up at 4 a.m. in the morning fighting this gold dragon named Narwa, and my girlfriend had woken up because she's 3 hours ahead of me, and she was just like, fine, I'll help you guys out. And then so she proceeded to feed us information about how to continue beating the monster, because we were doing fine, we just weren't doing enough to do it in a single round. The final boss was very difficult for us, but it was really fun. And by the end of it, we were like literally gasping, because both of us were at a state where if either of us had died one more time, then we would have just died and we had to restart again. But we got to the end of it and we were just like, oh my god. Monster Hunter is full of those moments. Oh my god, how did we get through that moment? And that's really the beauty of the game. The game has lots of personalization. You can create any build that you want based around any weapon that you want. My friend did a switch axe build that was based around putting the enemy into a stun state so we could do extra hits to him. My build was based around long swords, but I also had an emphasis on trying to, I think I was trying to hit criticals or something like that. I had a build, and then my other friend, he was switching between the charge blade and the hunting horn, and his builds were appropriate for that. Besides that, the gameplay is just fun. It's like Dark Souls, except not as punishing. So it still has a lot of weight behind it, but the moment-to-moment gameplay is based around fighting, surviving, making sure that you can roll out of the way so that way you can drink potions. Stamina is not... There is stamina, but it's not much of a concern unless you play bows. Or you just run a lot. The game has palicos, which were in previous games, and it adds the palamutes, which are the doggos that you get to ride around and basically act as like your mounts. And that is really fun to zip around the map whenever a monster runs away from you. The monsters themselves are tons of fun to fight. There are some absolute BS monsters, and we have nicknames for all of them. There's a monster I think called Basil Juice or something like that shoots like that flies around and drops its scales, which are actually explosives, and they're like landmines. And so we called that like a Vietnam bomber or something like that. We all had nicknames for all the different monsters, and that was really fun. But the coolest part, well, that was really cool, and that was the core of the game, and it was addicting. It is addicting. I had 100 hours before I even knew it. But in addition, the game also has this side mode called the Rampage, where you're basically playing tower defense with Monster Hunter. So you spend sessions between waves building up your defenses. You start with crossbows and stuff, but as you kill more monsters and finish more achievements, you get like machine guns and anti-air weapons and stuff like that. It is so fun. And as you go up, it gets harder and harder until you're fighting the apex monsters, which will barrage through your forces in one go and scraping down your second gate, which if they get through, then you lose. It created so much tension and anxiety, but it was just so fun. Again, I mentioned this before, Monster Hunter is lives or dies by the people that you play with. And I had my friends play with me, and it was one of the best experiences I had playing video games this year. I believe Monster Hunter has my second highest playtime of any game this year, and that is not an accident. It is beautiful. Yes, MB says 30-hour tutorial. What? Yes, the game
yes,
is the story.
by the way.
Yeah, hi. The story missions and the low rank missions that make up the most of the early game is just a tutorial, and then you get to high rank, and then you're fighting the real monsters and have to refight all these monsters, except they have additional attacks and they deal way more damage, and you have to cope and then build more armor, and then you have to like hunt for rare loot, and you get that rare loot and you make better armor, and then you upgrade that armor with rare loot, and it is this addicting cycle, which is known as the Monster Hunter cycle amongst fans. And it was one of my favorite things I did this year, and I'm so excited for Sunbreak next year because I'm ready to get sucked in all over again.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. I don't know. I feel like when you said it lives or dies by the community that you built. It feels like is it worth playing when starting when no one else is starting, or what?
There is stuff like if you're in a place where like your friends are a few weeks away from getting it, it's absolutely a ton of fun. But it is a great game on its own for sure. There is a good story mode, and the game actually scales your HP, the monster HP, with how many people you're in. So if you're actually going in with a party, you are actively making the game significantly harder on yourself. But it's that challenge that makes it fun to overcome, because I think I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it more than doubles the monster's HP for every additional player you put in.
Oh, geez.
So when you
I see.
Yeah, so they are endurance rounds, and then of course we're all trying to get very specific items, and some items are really rare, and you get multiples of these items. So we're fighting these monsters like 10 or 15 times, but it's so addicting, and it never gets old because it's so fun. And the maps are The maps are fairly big. They're like the size of there's like 5 or 6 maps, but they're all like the size of like Xenoblade 1 maps pretty much.
Right.
So you're racing around, and you're not only are you fighting monsters, but you're also mining ores and gathering materials, making potions and stuff like that. It is so fun. And the ninja, the very shinobi ninja aesthetic of Rise, which is distinctly more Japanese than previous Monster Hunter games, is a neat treat. It's fun seeing cats make gigantic dango for you to eat. The music is the music of this game is one of my favorite soundtracks of the year. I feel like not enough people are giving it credit, but like the Kamara Village theme is beautiful. The ending credits theme is beautiful. The Rampage theme is just awesome. I love how it builds up until you have hit the main chorus. The main monster themes are great, and every area has its own monster theme. It is fantastic.
I'm listening to, at the moment, the Shrine Ruins theme, because I'm sorry you had to talk about Monster Hunter Rise over Fire Emblem 6 music for a while there. I got back to changing it just now.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. Would absolutely recommend. There is a playstyle for you. There's a guy on YouTube called JoeCat, and he's uploaded 2 series called Crap Guide to Monster Hunter and Crap Guide to D&D. Both of them are hilarious, but watching the crap guide to Monster Hunter after playing Monster Hunter Rise, even though it's based around Monster Hunter World, I'm just like, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It is fun. It is just.
I have a lot of friends into World as well.
Yeah. World is I'd argue that World is probably a more complete Monster Hunter experience because you have to do more of you have to track your monsters. Whereas in Rise, it kind of just tells you where all the monsters are. So there's a little bit less engaging. It is like World is more tracking, but I think Rise has a lot more active fighting, which is it's just different strokes for different folks. I guess it's a different style of Monster Hunter, where it's like, do you prefer the boss fights or do you prefer building up and learning about the monster before the boss fight? Because monsters have different, because each monster has its own patterns. When they get hungry or tired, they go run off to specific places. Like there's a bear monster called the Azuros, who every time he gets tired, he goes running off to any place where there's active beehives to drink honey. And if you know where all the honey parts are, you can kind of like intercept him and attack him that way. So there's a lot more of that in World, and you have to like find tracks and stuff like that. Rise doesn't have that, but at the same time, it's so addicting that I don't care. And the Wirebug edition, which is they added in this game, where it's like you can do more acrobatic stuff with like these grappling hooks that like reload. The skill, like the timing and skills that go into proper use of your Wirebugs is so fun. And there's something great about a monster charging at you where you have your sword sheathed and then you unleash it at just the right time to deal extra damage. And then your friend comes up, jumps on its back with a switch axe and just rams it into its hide while it just sits there and does damage over time until it throws him off. It is fun as all get out.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just listening to the music. I'm really liking what I'm hearing.
Yeah. The Kamara Village theme, which if you listen to the Kamara Village theme as well, which is fantastic, that's a great song.
I want to save some of it for when I actually play the game. Yeah. Assuming I do.
Another great thing is that another thing about the music is that there's a fictional language in Monster Hunter called Wyvernian. So the end credits theme has two versions. One's in Japanese and one's in Wyvernian.
Right. That's interesting. That reminds me of Artonelico. I know that has a completely like fictional language in the world. And they have pretty much every vocal song, almost all of them, are sung in that language.
Right.
And that has a lot of vocals. It's actually really impressive.
Monster Hunter feels both epic and extremely homely, and I've heard Monster Hunter described as both cave punk and a culture of danger, where it's like whenever something dangerous is, everyone's just like, yeah, let's go for it, and that is the description of Monster Hunter World, because like you are terrified of fighting the next big monster. You are terrified of fighting Chameleos, which is this dragon that spews poison mist and that lasts like for ages and turns invisible and can sneak up on you and ram you into that poison cloud. But at the same time, it's fun, and you're so excited to take on the next big challenge and the next big monster, and it's just great. So I love it.
Well, You got enough out of Rise talking about it? Had enough with it?
Yeah.
Or you want to say any more?
I'm feeling good about it. The only other thing I would say is that the game does add monster mounting, where you can ride the monsters, and there's a lot of depth to go into that because every monster has its own moveset that you can learn. So what you can do is that you can ride, if you have two monsters there nearby, you can get on a monster and then ride to another monster that maybe your friend is riding, and then you can have a monster battle until they throw each other off. And then it's fantastic. I just love it.
That sounds a lot of fun. It sounds like a lot of fun. You've done a good job chilling to me.
Yeah, I would 100. And Sunbreak is gonna happen, so I'm gonna be playing the game pretty actively soon. So if you can catch up, then the online is actually quite good.
That's not happening because I've already told you my plans for games at the moment.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm really excited for the DLC. Getting a proper expansion, and the expansions to Monster Hunter games are typically like more than just monster and area based. There's like new moves and new like types of weapons and stuff like that they add. So I'm excited.
Yeah. All right. I think that's all of me. Is everyone still with us? I assume some people have left. Is anyone still here? If you're still here, just say something in the chat. Twitch still says there's like 10 viewers. But I don't know how accurate that is. So if anyone's still here, just feel free to say hi. That is a bot. That is not who. That is a bot. That is a YouTube bot. I wasn't asking you to speak. Good. All right. Hey everyone.
When I got here, it said we had 8 left. So
Yeah. All right, let me report this. All right, YouTube bot gone. Hey everyone. All right, time to move on to what's after May. I'm blanking. Hold on. June. Okay.
every day's great at your Junus.
Hey, do you wanna Okay.
This is gonna be fun. It's April part 2, kind of.
April part 2, actually, yeah. Do you wanna hold up? Do you wanna talk about Simon's Quest?
Sure, gladly.
It's also Falcon month for me. We'll alternate one game each, I think.
Yeah,
because we have the same name. Yep.
Yeah. So
I guess I'm also talking about Guilty Gear with you.
yeah, but I got you into that, so I'm more overall knowledgeable
definitely.
about that. So yeah, MBC in review played a F10 of Falcom. Yep.
Yep, basically.
So Castlevania Simon's Quest is an action RPG that does not play well at its time, and arguably doesn't play well today, but I still liked it more than I thought I would. It's okay. So there's a lot that happens in Simon's Quest, and there's a lot of good and a lot of bad. So I'm gonna start with the bad first. The thing that I dislike the most is the fact that there is a day-night system. Not the fact that the day-night system is takes a while, because some people criticize that. I actually don't. The issue I have is that it tracks how long you've been playing with in-game days, and your ending depends on how many days it takes for you to beat the game. So if you can, and days are quick. If you can beat the game within 7 days, which is what I did by pure luck, then you get the best ending, where Simon survives. But in every other ending, Simon dies.
Wait, by pure what? Wait, by pure luck?
Not by pure luck, but yeah, kind of by pure luck, because what happens is that in order to get through certain dungeons, you need to get certain items. And to get certain items, you need a lot of money, or the hearts, which is the currency in the game. And so you need to be grinding for hearts for certain days. And if you don't have enough hearts, then you're kind of tough out of luck. I was a day behind the guide that I was following, so I'm like, I might screw this up. But I did enough grinding indoors. And in indoors, time doesn't flow indoors. It's all consistent.
Right.
So you end up just grinding a lot indoors and leveling up, because you can get level up to level 5 or level 6 in this game. And the level ups do matter. They affect how much health you take and how much damage you deal.
Shout out to
and then there's your weapon
video from 15 years ago.
And then there's weapon upgrade stuff, and the like. And the day night, and so it ends up being you have to kind of race against time, because it feels like every in-game minute, every real life minute is about an in-game second. No, sorry, reverse that. Every 15 seconds in the real time is 15 minutes in game. I think that's how it works, but I'm not sure, because it feels both faster and slower depending on what I'm doing. And then you can only do some things during the day and sometimes things during night. So people are out and about during the night, during the day that sell you stuff. They're not there in the night. It's only monsters. So you have to wait outside town doors killing monsters until it gets to daytime. And there's a lot of this, unfortunately. And the game isn't very clear. The game is infamous for its dialogue, in terms of the riddles that they give are cryptic, and some characters straight up lie to you. They tell you things that aren't true in the game. And I think the strategy warns hey, some people might be lying to you. So you have to figure out what is true and what is false. And the game is needlessly cryptic, Zelda 2 levels of cryptic.
Jeez.
Where, probably even worse, that if you're not following a walkthrough, you don't know what you're doing, and you are almost guaranteed to get a bad ending.
Oh, wow.
I did follow a walkthrough, thankfully, but I probably restarted this game, the opening day, because I didn't know how it worked. I restarted the opening day a good 5 or 6 times just to make sure I had a good early run so I could keep going for the rest of the game. It was that dependent. But I did get the best. I did get the best ending, and for what it was worth, the rest of the game is really fun. You can use items infinitely. It's not bound by a stockpiling system, pretty much. And you're basically going around the world trying to collect these 6 parts of Dracula so you can resurrect him, so you can kill him again, because Simon was cursed by Dracula in Castlevania 1. The overworld is actually kind of fun. The music is really good. I like the towns in theory, but again, the NPC system is flawed. There's a lot in here that would later be borrowed by Symphony of the Night and the later Castlevanias, and it's easy to see where they took the inspiration from. It's just at its worst right here, by far. And
They bring back Castlevania 2's premise a lot.
Yeah, like this whole like the revival of Dracula and like the curse of Dracula after he's gone is a very recurring theme in the Castlevania series, because Dracula can only be revived every 100 years. So when they're running out of time slots to do that, they try and be smart about it. Like Symphony of the Night takes place like 2 years after the end of Rondo of Blood, and that's there's a very specific reason for that. Yeah, I liked Castlevania 2. I think with the walkthrough, it was much less painful, and the game was actually very easy. I never really reset a bunch, and it was easy to grind and stuff like that. But yeah, it was not at all a perfect game, and it was definitely the worst of the Castlevania games I played this year. I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I can definitely say it was fun, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. It was not necessarily a slog the entire way through. It was just annoying that I had this constant time limit that was beating down my throat. Like, okay, I need to get through these overworld sections as fast as humanly possible without losing much health, or else I'm gonna die.
Right.
So yeah.
Brian just said he meant the whole gather Dracula's remains as like.
Oh yeah. I think that's a thing in some of the games, not all of the games, but some of the games. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's Simon's Quest.
That's Simon's Quest, yeah. Yeah, so I get the feeling, because I did stream Castlevania 1, but I get the feeling this is something I should play on my own time.
It's up to you. It's not that long of a game, relatively speaking. There's like 5 or 6 actual dungeons, and the dungeons aren't that long, and you should absolutely be following a walkthrough. There's no shame in it because of how cryptic the game is. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, and you get to see some, like, there are things in here that are later carried over to later Castlevanias, like Bloody Tears, the song is very important. You get, like, the first instance of, like, the Flame Whip and certain items, and Carmilla makes her debut in this game, so it has its benefits. It has its good things going for it, but, yeah.
All right. So I guess that means it's over to me for Ys 3, right?
Yep.
All right, let me get some music up. Hold up, give me 1 sec before I blow your ears out. Alright. So, cool. So, Ys 3. So this was when... Oh, hold up. So starting this game was interesting for me, because I literally had just discovered that the original Ys 3, the PC Engine versions of Ys 3 and Ys 4 were actually on PlayStation 3's store. On the Japanese store.
Thank you, Sony, for backtracking your promise to close down the PSN shops. Because,
yeah, well, I think I got these like a few days before they would have closed it, but they'd already cancelled by then, so it's fine.
Thank you, Sony.
So discovering that these games were available to me, I decided, okay, I'm going to swap to do the rest of the series in release order, right? And Ys 3 is a very short game. It's also the game that caused most of Falcom's stuff to leave. So it's a very interesting experience. You bought a PS3 last month. Please play Ys 4. Well, actually, you probably want a fan translation for that one, but anyway. Yeah, so this, this one, it is, I feel like, based on what Owen's told me about Simon's Quest, you could call Ys 3 like the Zelda 2, Castlevania 2 of the series. They change, so Ys is normally top-down, at least with the older ones, top-down adventure sort of style. It's a side-scroller, like completely side-scroller in this one, side-scrolling action game, and it is very grindy, right? I specifically played the PC Engine version of this game because the music is arranged by Ryo Yonemitsu, and oh my god, like, holy shit, the soundtrack for this game is literally the reason I actually enjoyed it at all. I admit that it's not a very good game. It's very grindy. You won't need a guide, but it's very grindy. You don't... It's basically grind and then just play. It's like it's not very complex, but it's also not very good, you could say, you know. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time. I played it in Japanese. I think the SNES version got an English release, and I think actually this did release in English on the TurboGrafx 16.
East 1 through 3 actually did get English localization,
Yes.
which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, it's actually pretty surprising. But this game is amazing soundtrack, and I'm really glad I played it before I played its remake. And I'll get back to that later on the year, because I did play its remake last year as well. So I have a lot of thoughts relating to this game, which I'll definitely elaborate on. But for now, all I can say is, if you're playing Ys 3, play the PC Engine version because it's got the best soundtrack.
Or play the remake.
I'll get back to that. So
Okay, do you want to talk about Ori or Guilty Gear first?
up to you.
I'll talk about Ori and give your voice a break because I can tell Ozzy is going to take a while.
Yeah, I mean, I've already said most of it, but there's stuff I'll definitely add, like for Zero and all that. But yeah.
Yeah. So Ori and the Blind, Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps is, it's just more of Ori, which is a good thing. So let's start with the change. So Ori the Blind Forest has significantly better combat. There are several weapons that you can add that you can use. You have a different you have a new like item selection system where it's like you can keep 3 items equipped at any one time. There is actual boss fights this time around, and they are very well done. The escape scenes the escape moments with heavy platforming are just as strong as they've ever been. The world design is beautiful, and more than anything, they give you a lot of abilities that facilitate the increase in momentum beyond just the bash, and I very much appreciate this, because it just makes what I love most about the original Ori stronger in the sequel. The world itself is absolutely striking. Like, I love Blind Forest, but Will of the Wisps has might even have a more beautiful world. It's a lot more diverse, I can tell you that much. You got sand areas and dark swamps and all that, and there's a lot of different, each one of these has their own different mechanics, and and different ways of traversal, and it's really, really, really fun. And every new area is it's so nice, and seeing and fighting all the bosses, every boss has a purpose for being in the game. And whenever a boss is done, you feel the aftermath, whether it be a happy or a sad ending. The game is actually very melancholy and isn't always the happiest, but it definitely works with emotions a lot. And they did just such a brilliant job with it. Like Ori 1 already ends with a kind of melancholic feel, but it has like more of a hopeful feel. Ori 2 goes way harder with the melancholy, and it makes it feel honestly kind of sad at times. But but at the same time, there's still plenty of brightness. There's a village that you have to help reconstruct over time, and doing that makes it feel so happy because you see all these characters that are kind of all consolidated in this one place. They're more comfortable, and you get to explore more areas of the village when it's being rebuilt. You can plant more plants. You can do side quests. There's a very well done side quest system in this game. And the end game item hunt is the best because there is a side quest that tells you which ends with them telling you where all the items are. So if you do the side quest, you never need a guide once in the entire game. It's all in the game, and it's all amazing. The combat is fluid. It feels a lot like Hollow Knight, actually. I know the developers weren't necessarily inspired by Hollow Knight, but they obviously were on a lot of the same tracks with their thought process for how to develop a good combat-oriented Metroidvania. Because there's a lot that they have in common, both with how the equipment management system and the different weapons that you can use. It is great. I don't have much else to say that won't objectively spoil the plot. But the one thing I will say is that the Switch version does run beautifully, But because the game gives you so many momentum options, I'm constantly zipping through areas faster than the game can handle. And so because of that, it occasionally lagged for me, and it did crash me a couple times in the end game because I was going too fast and it just couldn't keep up. But that was more that's just because the game gives you so many options, and if the game lets you break it like that, and it's not really the game's fault, because if you're playing the game as it's intended to be played, it plays perfectly. But I was just pushing it to its absolute limits because I was having so much fun with the traversal mechanics. Honestly made me feel like Spider-Man in many ways, in terms of like how you're zipping through the air and all that. It's so much fun, but the Switch definitely struggles at times. But I absolutely still enjoyed my time with the Switch version, and I don't know which game I prefer more. They both are beautiful in their own way. The second game is more sad, but it also has better combat. But the first one I think is better platforming and really gets everything started and has the tone. Anyway, I love Ori. It's great. I want to follow this studio and everything they make, because I know they're not working on an Ori 3 right now. They're working on something else, but they are a brilliant studio, and I will gladly follow them in anything that they make.
I'm really excited to play Will of the Wisp. I actually got it gifted to me for Christmas. That's a game I was mentioning. Thanks, Law. I need to get a better computer though. I'm a bit because I know when I played Blind Forest, I couldn't. The game lagged a lot at save points. So
the game does autosave. That's a big change. So you don't have manual save points in this game. The game does autosave.
Okay. Anyway.
It autosaves fairly quickly, fairly often, so you're good there.
Cool. Well, back to Falcom. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. So, wait, is this August or June? June. June was very much my Falcom month for this year. I did a lot of Falcom this year, and June was definitely the biggest for that, I'd say. So, Ys 4, The Dawn of Ys. Where do I start?
One of many interpretations of Ys 4, because
one of many, the best interpretation.
The PC Engine and the SNES version have very different takes on the same source notes.
Yes, and it's interesting to compare. Like the music usage, completely different. I think they have generally the same story beats, but overall, it's a very different game. I'd be interested in playing some point. Don't know if I'll ever get around to it, but I'm more focused on just getting through the rest of the series at the moment. Okay, so possibly, so this game is a love letter to people who played Ys 1 and 2, right? Yeah. Not developed, like, specifically the PC Engine version, because that's what I played. It obviously wasn't developed by Falcom themselves, but it very much is developed by people who have a lot of respect and love for the original two Ys games, right? There's a lot of references, there's a lot of callbacks to the originals. The gameplay is based on the original bump system, so like walk into enemies and you damage them at a specific angle, right? It's, in my opinion, the best bump system game, right? I know that not everyone agrees with that, because people don't like how anime this is in some regards, but I love it. It has been retconned, as particularly the ending, which is if you see the ending of this game, you understand why it's been retconned. But yeah, after playing this game, first of all, the soundtrack. Your name is again. Holy fucking shit. This is one of the best Ys soundtracks ever. Easily. And, like, I know I played Memories of Celceta first, so I heard some of these tracks in that games, because they had some remixes there, but after hearing this version of the soundtrack, oh my god. Memories of Celceta can't hold a single candle to this game. I will say, this game, I think I used a guide for parts of it. It wasn't that bad. I played it in Japanese. I know it has a fan translation, and with an English dub as well, a fan dub, that's very like 90s sort of anime dub in all the good ways, you know? Which is pretty cool. I've seen some clips from it. The only thing I can't stand is how they pronounce Adol's name as Adol. But other than that,
that is the natural way to pronounce his name.
No, it isn't. It's Adol.
It's Adol.
It's Adol.
Adol. Continue.
Anyway, it's raining out. It's raining outside, so if there's any background noise, that'd be it. But yeah, easily my favorite of the classic Ys games, I'd say. Very, very well done. I was very impressed by it's a 16-bit game with, you know, it's a PC Engine game, so it's a Red Book audio quality, right? A lot of the what was I gonna say? The 8-directional movement in this game is really impressive. I was really like surprised at how smooth it felt, because for Ys 1 and 2 I played the Chronicles remakes, which has like full 360-degree movement, right? Which makes for a very different bump system game. This game has 8-directional movement, and I didn't really notice, you know?
Right.
It's actually really, it's a really good game, and I feel like playing it has like really deteriorated my opinion on the remake, the modern remake, Memories of Celceta. I would take this over the modern remake any day, but it's still been technically retconned from Ys lore, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think like Ys 4 is just such a messy situation in general, because even without the remake, there was no quote unquote definitive way to play this game.
The definitive way to play this is the PC Engine version. This is the best version.
The consensus was that, but which one did Falcom consider definitive? That was the question.
True. I imagine, I don't know, because like they did get a PS2 remake of the Super Famicom version, but people don't like the PS2 remakes of Ys games. Like, generally, we don't talk about them.
Right. So we're in a bit of a situation there. It's made by Hudson, which I think makes a lot of sense, because I think Hudson in particular has a lot of respect for the old school Falcom. So like the Xanadu's and the
I believe a lot of Falcom's old library got onto the PC Engine actually.
I mean, I've mentioned this before. I own Fact Xanadu, which is a Hudson made Xanadu game.
Right.
And one of the better action RPGs on the original Nintendo. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, that's all I really have to say. This is definitely, of the two version of Ys 4 I played, it's definitely my favorite. I've been told that since I enjoyed Ys 3, weirdly enough, I have been told that I probably enjoy Mask of the Sun, which is the Super Famicom version of 4.
Right.
So I might play it eventually, but I think my priority is definitely going to be 7, 8, 9 from here on out. And then if I ever want to go back to Ys 4, I'll do Mask of the Sun.
Cool. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right.
All
It's
right.
Guilty Gear time.
All right.
Okay.
Owen.
So,
okay. Hold up. Let me get us some music.
Sure. I'm curious what you're gonna be playing. Which one you're gonna be playing?
I'm just trying to let me go to my let me get the where is it? Here it is. All right. Let's play the Guilty Gear 1 version of Holy Orders that you don't like.
Oh God, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
It just sounds strange to me. Anyway, so Guilty Gear is a French. So I've been obsessed with Arc System Works fighters since 2019. I played Persona 4 Arena Ultimax back then, and Guilty Gear Strive was announced at that EVO. So I've been watching Guilty Gear for at least a couple of years at this point, and I have been utterly fascinated with the series. And I finally picked up a game last year around October when Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus R finally got rollback netcode, and I finally played that and I loved it. And then I picked up Xrd Rev 2, played that, and I absolutely loved it. So, I now own currently every Guilty Gear game that's ever been released in some versions. So Guilty Gear X, Guilty Gear XX, Guilty Gear XX and Core Plus R, Guilty Gear Xrd Sign, Guilty Gear Xrd Revelator, and Guilty Gear Strive, plus some of the spinoffs. But the original Guilty Gear, which is what we're talking about right now, was mostly just a formality to go back and see how the series originally started, because this game is not balanced. It is a broken mess of a fighting game where instant kills can be done for free at any point, and when you do an instant kill, you win the entire match. So if you're down a game, you just instantly win and the game's over. So you should not play this as a competitive fighter. Because the PS1 game is dumb, and Saul has almost every character has like 3 infinites in the game. It is not well balanced. It was made by a budding Daisuke Ishiwatari and some other friends who I think all worked on some other people who worked on the SNES Sailor Moon fighting game, which is also infamously
Oh my god,
unbalanced.
wait, really?
Yeah, so Daisuke didn't work on it, but some of the early Arc System Works people worked on the Sailor Moon Super Famicom game, I believe. So that's the blood that's coming into this game. And Daisuke obviously joins and wants to create an anime world-based fighting game that isn't necessarily restricted to a fighting game tournament, which is odd because the first game is about a fighting game tournament, but that's beside the point. And so he creates all these characters. Several of them are based off of real-life rock and metal references. Saul Bad Guy is a reference to Freddie Mercury because his real name is Frederick Bulsara, and changes his name to Saul Bad Guy, which is an allusion to Freddie Mercury, who wrote an album called Mr. Bad Guy. That kind of connection is all over Guilty Gear, and it is the best. I love it so much. It is like this. Guilty Gear kind of came into my life at a point when I was really getting into heavy metal. Having a heavy
you say
metal.
heavy metal and then you immediately reference Queen.
Well, heavy metal. Okay, Queen is not heavy metal. Queen is rock, but more traditional rock. But it is. But it's funny because Daisuke is such a big metal fan, but his favorite band is Queen. He's an avid Queen fan.
That makes
so.
That's fair.
And so that's why Saul Bad Guy's canonical hobby in the game is listening to the Sheer Heart Attack album from Queen.
Right.
And why he has Rocky written on his headband, which is obviously a reference to the song We Will Rock You song. But like there's references to Metallica. Kai Kisuke, my main, has a move called Ride the Lightning, which is the name of a Metallica album. And it's all over the place. But and so the Guilty Gear lore has always been very strong, and the characters have always been very appealing. They're all very unique, very different. The gameplay is a broken mess, and you should never play this competitively, but it is kind of neat. Because, as I mentioned, every character has like 3 different infinites, and then there's also this charge mechanic where you can level up some of your special moves to be extra special. So like you can charge up Saul's Volcanic Viper uppercut to become stronger and do more hits. You can charge up Kai's Stun Edge to be like this massive projectile. I beat this game twice. I beat it with Saul and I beat it with Kai. The only thing I did not, and aside from beating all the other endings, the only thing I did not do was unlock Baiken, because screw that, I'm not doing that. That requires you to beat the game beat the main story mode without taking any continues and with Saul and Kai. And this game is unfair at the end with the final, like if you're playing Saul, you'll fight Kai. If you're fighting Kai, you'll fight Saul. Then you'll fight Testament, who's not that bad, and then you'll fight Justice, who is a monster. And has like, but there's other things too. Like the game has a mechanic where it has 2 health bars. So when your first health bar depletes all the way and you're on your second health bar, you can just start using supers without using your meter. So it ends up just being a meter spamming super spamming session if you can input them correctly. The soundtrack is so good, but at the expense of the rest of the sound effects, which are extremely compressed and don't sound that great. The sprite work zooms in and out with the PlayStation sprite scaling technology, which hasn't aged the best. Mei is, for some reason, not a charge character in this game. And there's a bunch of other little, like, idiosyncrasies that make this game a piece of fighting game history more than anything else. But if you're invested in the Guilty Gear lore like I am, and have been for quite a while, this game is great. And this is also MB's technically first experience before he played XR Rev 2, so I want to hear what you have to say about this game.
Sort of, yeah. So my experience with this game is so what happened is I got it on Switch, right? Bad decision, by the way.
We got it physically.
Yeah, I do have it on PC, but I played it on Switch because I got it physically, may as well, right? And what ended up happening was I tried it. I was like, okay, I don't really understand how this is working. So at some point, I can't really talk about this game without talking about Rev 2, so I'm going to go into it a little bit. At some point, Owen and I hopped into a voice call, and he gave me a bit of a crash course on how to play Guilty Gear, just the basic mechanics in Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2, which is, I think he says, is considered a really good fighting game tutorial overall.
Yeah, the Revelator fighting tutorial is considered one of the best because it's a mini game. It's a bunch of mini games basically.
Yeah.
And how it's executed.
And yeah, so that got me into the feel of things. I kind of practiced a little bit in Xrd Rev 2 for a bit, and then I eventually decided, let's just play through Soul's story in the first game. And I played through it. It took me about a night of just constantly yelling at the last few fights, because it's pretty easy until you like get to like Kai right at the end, and then it's like,
yeah,
oh god,
it ramps up.
Yeah, it really ramps up quickly. But thankfully, Infinite continues, and I managed to beat Soul's story. This was later on in the year. I don't remember when, but it'll show up on stream. We're not talking about this game twice though. And I enjoyed it. I've watched all the other character endings. I don't feel like playing through all of them. I haven't gone through like the manual content for the lore and all that, but I really am. I've been getting into fighting games a little bit this year thanks to Owen, and it's kind of come out of me nowhere. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Even just practicing like some of the challenges in Xrd Rev 2, you know. I just find it fun to practice over and over again. You know?
Guilty Gear for me is special because in 2020 I played a lot of games that were were supposed to be right up my alley. I played things like Tokyo Mirage Sessions, I played the Xenoblade Remake, I played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I played Demon Souls, I played Hollow Knight. And while I enjoyed all of those games, and some of them have since become some of my favorite games in their respective genres, Hollow Knight specifically, at the time, it just really was burning me the hell out, and I really wasn't happy with my gaming. And then I found Guilty Gear. And Guilty Gear basically reignited my fire for loving video games and story and narrative and all that. And it kind of got me out of this funk. And since then, it has shot up my list of favorite series of all time. And I just adore the series to death.
He talks about Guilty Gear with me a lot.
Putting it lightly. It is a stupid series where the ninja, the American ninja who used to be a drug addict, takes over South Africa and declares it the Eastern Chip Kingdom and makes himself the president. It is stupid, yet there's so much unbridled passion here that I just can't help but resonate with it. And it's because of that it is my favorite fighting game series. So yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Holy FGC brain rot. Yeah, indeed. That is Owen. In a nutshell, I would say. I also do have all the Guilty Gear games except for like X.
You don't have X, yeah. X is the only one that has never been re-released because there is a definitive version of that game on the PS2 in Japan, but it's never localized. So
yes. But yeah, I haven't, because it was in Humble Bundle before Strive released, so I was like, yeah, may as well. And then I got Strive on sale, and now it doesn't actually run on my computer, so, oh well.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, anyway, I'll get a better PC at some point. Anyway, it's more Falcon Trails time. Alright.
Go for it.
Yes, alright. Trails to Azure is probably... I know a lot of people consider it peak Trails. I personally think I was a little overhyped for it, and I don't want to really wish that upon anyone else. But it's still probably my favorite Trails game that I played this year, right? I think it does so much to build off Zero really well, not from just a narrative standpoint, but also gameplay, right? They add a new system, so I'm going to explain this to you, Owen.
called Master
Okay, go for
Quartz. So basically, you've got your normal quartz setup where you like put in quartz and have like an additive sort of thing to get specific arts and all that, right? But the thing is, now we have Master Quartz, which has like elements. So you've got like a base set of like, I don't know what they're called, but like Sepith numbers that give you like a base set of arts relating to whatever Master Quartz you ever equipped. And then the other quartz you like equip on top of that are additive to that, right? And I think they balanced it really well in where you can just you can get all your old same sort of like setup with your quartz, but adding the Master Quartz gives you a base level of arts where you aren't necessarily forced to get like very basic arts, you know?
Okay.
These Master Quartz also give you generic stat boosts and focuses on stats. So you can, your characters aren't necessarily focused, they don't necessarily have to be focused on one specific stat. You can change the Master Quartz out and change the setup entirely. I feel like it adds more customization to the whole setup. Because some art like give you a boost in art stack, some give you a boost in defense, some give you a boost in regular attack, right? They also have like passive abilities. Like there is a really dumb Master Quartz you can get later on, which automatically regenerates CP as you walk, right? And as you level up the Master Quartz, these also have their own experience, right? As you level up the Master Quartz, the passive abilities get better. So by the end of the game, I gave one of my party members this Master Quartz that regenerated CP as I walked, and every battle I'd literally just S-craft, and it was an AoE S-craft on all the enemies in the area. So it's like it kind of trivializes the game a little bit, and I understand that that's not for everyone, but I do think there's a lot of customization. There's a good ways to play the game. I think I would say that if anything, like I wouldn't recommend Sky on higher difficulties. I don't know how about other people feel about this, but I feel like Crossbow as a whole, playing on normal, was quite brain dead to some degree. I felt like it was easy to just not think about what I was doing. But I had a lot of joy in learning how to get to that point, learning how to break the game effectively, right? Sky was also brain dead until you get to the... actually, I'm not going to elaborate. Owen's here. Yeah, Sky gets very bullshit on higher difficulties. I'm not sure about higher difficulties on Crossbow. I know my friend was saying that... Bane was saying that I think Azure was a bit frustrating. Like not frustrating, but a lot of it was pretty painful on Nightmare. I think he played it on. But narratively, probably one of the best Trails games, bar maybe the ending. I'm not really going to elaborate on that too much, but it kind of, I don't know, it kind of just tells you to go play Cold Steel. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It does finish off the arc, but it also just kind of tells you, hey, we're gonna make games in Erebonia now. So,
right.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about that, but otherwise, I would say it's definitely one of the best, if not the best, Trails game I've played so far.
Okay.
So,
cool.
I'm looking forward to it being localized. Oh, on the topic of localizations, I know that the localizations add new content to quote-unquote retcon stuff. Basically, it adds stuff that Cold Steel added to the narrative that you didn't see in Crossbow originally because it hadn't been written into the story yet. So they kind of added like the retcons. I'm not sure how that will pan out with the localizations and all that. I'd be curious how... I will want to play the localizations. I'm praying they get Australian physical releases. Otherwise, I'm not sure if I'm going to buy them. I don't want to support the localization process, though. But, yeah. It's the fan translation. The translation's going to be great. But, yeah. This game builds off more off Zero than it does Sky. But then Zero builds off more of Sky.
So it's like, you can't really play Crossbell without Sky, I don't feel, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not that anyone really can, because, you know, not localized, but, you know. Yeah, I will say, at the moment, Crossbell's probably my favorite arc of the Trails universe, I suppose, at the moment.
I am excited to get to it this year. Hopefully, I'll finish off
Hopefully.
SC in third.
Third's not very long. You'll get through third.
Cool.
Brian, please
All
play
right.
third. You'll love it. Please. Anyway, I think that's it for June.
Yeah, let's keep going. July
Took
time.
a little while to go. We're going for 4 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, we've been going for a bit. We took about a half
Oh,
hour
God,
break.
wait.
though, so-
Is July the month I'm thinking it is? After I finish Rune Factory 4, yeah.
July is July.
Fuck! Okay. I have way too much to talk about. I have way too much to talk about this month. Fuck me.
You may have to binge at least a couple of these. Like Bowser's Fury and Astro's Playroom will probably be like speed runs. I don't know.
Yeah. I can speedrun most of the DS games, I think, so... Do you want me to do that quickly?
Yeah, pick and
Except for
choose what you
Rhythm
want.
Heaven, I think.
Yeah, pick and choose what you want to talk about because I don't want to be here necessarily until midnight.
Yeah, of course. What time is it for you now?
7:30.
Okay. The Sonic Rush Adventure soundtrack is not on Spotify. Well, that stinks. Because I'm just gonna have... Yeah, here we go. Alright, so... This month was really interesting for me because I did a lot of shorter games, right? Particularly on DS and 3DS, as well as finished off the last Clanad spin-off, and I got my PS5 this month, so I played through Astro's Playroom. Yeah. So let's start with Rhythm Thief and the Emperor's Treasure for 3DS. I believe this was one of the very earliest titles on 3DS. I remember I got this one through a Humble Bundle, a Nintendo Humble Bundle ages ago. I got a lot of Wii U and 3DS games through that. Like in 2014 or something like that. Yeah, 2012 or 2013. Yeah, I don't remember. But anyway, I played a bit of this. I like the tone of it because it's basically a rhythm game crossed with like the style and like energy of a Professor Layton game, right?
Yeah.
Set in Paris, which is also nice. It was interesting because I started this when I was 14 or whatever, 13, 14, and then I played like 3 or 4 hours and then I just didn't get back to it. And I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, it's short, I could get through it. And I think it was after Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix, I was like, wait, was it before or after? Let me check. Hold on. Yeah, it was before Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix. So I played through this, and I basically started from the start, played through the end. The story is really cute. It's nothing special. It's very much like a kid's mystery sort of thing. They don't get too dark. It's a G-rated game in Australia, which means it's the lowest sort of age group. The rhythm games are messy sometimes. Don't put motion controls in rhythm games, please. Please don't put motion controls in rhythm games.
Unless you're
Oh my
Beat
god.
Saber.
What?
Unless you're Beat Saber.
Oh, Beat Saber's probably fine, but I mean, like, this was like gyro controls on 3DS.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. The soundtrack is very good. It's Sega. Sega Sound Team. And like the music is amazing. I love it. I love the tone of the game. It's very cute. I enjoyed it a lot. Moving on. Sonic Rush Adventure. I think I got this on a whim because I saw it for cheap on eBay. I'm like, you know what? I haven't played Sonic Rush Adventure. I played Sonic Rush. I never played Rush Adventure. So I got it off eBay for like 20 bucks or something like that. And I decided to sit through and play through it. I think it took me 2 days to finish. I didn't realize how bullshit Dimp's Sonic level design was, but oh my god, so many, like, so many fucking, like, pits of death in really annoying places, and it's like, this game is fun once you've learned the level design, but if you haven't, it's, like, really frustrating.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about this. I know Dim's level design is, like, progressively gets worse. Like, it's fine in Sonic Advance 1, and then progressively gets worse as they develop more handheld Sonic games.
I think Dimps also worked on Street Fighter 5 and maybe Street Fighter 4.
Right.
And Street Fighter 4 is liked, but Street Fighter 5 had some issues.
Yeah, I think there's, like, input lag or whatever, delay or whatever. I'm not sure, but 5 is, I've heard weird things about it. Anyway, Sonic Rush Adventure, fun game, frustrating until you learn the level design, I find.
That's most 3D Sonic games, or Sonic games after the year 2000.
I would personally disagree with that. There's a way to do Sonic level design in a nice way, but yeah. Like, no, the reason why it's like, of course, once you learn the level design in any Sonic game, it's a lot more fun, but, like, this was, like, it's like the extremes. It's like, once you know the level design, it's really good. When you don't, it's really, really frustrating. Right? Whereas Sonic games typically have, like, a closer sort of balance. It's like, it's not too frustrating if you don't know the level design, but it is more fun when you know the level design. Whereas this one was, like, full-on frustration whenever I didn't know the level design. And I guess finally, Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix, which is something I got because, again, I saw it for fairly cheap online, and I'm pretty sure this game goes for a lot. Also, physical copies don't exist in the US, so I got a physical copy just to spite Geo. And yeah, I'm glad I played this one. I actually think I enjoyed it more than Rhythm Heaven Fever. Even though Fever's considered better, I enjoyed it more purely because I don't have to use a Wii remote. I don't like how they did the Wii remote controls on Fever, because I don't like pressing A and B together. It's not comfortable. They should have just done A and B separate buttons. So this is like a compilation. This game was like a compilation of a lot of legacy mini games, rhythm games, and also new stuff for the 3DS game. And I felt like a lot of the Fever minigames played a lot better here, purely because they separated the two inputs, A and B, as separate buttons. But I really enjoyed this one. I feel like, I don't feel compelled to necessarily go back to DS or GBA, Rhythm Heaven, but this was, yeah. Gio's saying it's unfair to judge it alongside other Rhythm Heaven games with accomplished game. Yeah, I feel that, but I still haven't gone back to do all the Rhythm games, but I went through the main story and I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, they're my DS games, I think. Owen, do you want to go into one of yours now?
Sure. So,
which one?
What should I do first? I guess I'll do Metroid Fusion first.
All right. Do I get Fusion soundtrack up, or do I get another Metroid soundtrack up?
Fusion doesn't really have a soundtrack per se. It's more atmospheric than anything else. It has music, but I wouldn't know what.
I'll just do a Zero Mission soundtrack then.
Sure. Yeah. So funny thing about Fusion. So I've been playing the entire 2D Metroid series, Sans Other M, for the last few years at this point. I started in 2017 with Zero Mission, and then that E3 Samus Returns was announced. Played that. Then I played Super in 2020. And then a few weeks before E3 started, I went, I'm bored. I should play another Metroid game. I'll play Fusion and finish off the series. And then they announced Dread, so I had reason to finish Fusion. Anyways, I don't know why this keeps happening to me. Fusion is a very different kind of Metroid game, whereas Samus Returns, or Return of Samus, is linear for the sake of design limitations. Fusion is linear for a very specific purpose, and it's to tell a more action-oriented linear story. And to that effect, it does it very, very well. It's a very different kind of Metroid game than what you'll probably be used to, MB, since you've only played Zero Mission and Samus Returns and soon to be Super. those three games, although Samus Returns is a bit of an outlier, they're still in the same kind of philosophy of design. Fusion is very different, where the game is very big and kind of open in a way, but you're told exactly where you need to go, and it's up to you to figure out how you get there. But you need to, like, the game does not let you kind of like veer off track. It is like go straight and keep going. And the game tells you every step of the way. It's like, you did a thing, report back, and get your next mission. And then you do that over and over and over again until things start to break away. To that point, it's very deliberate in how it's designed. And it's designed very well. And it chooses, and I mentioned this before, it chooses to take the advantages of what you can do with a more linear story. So it chooses to have a lot more dialogue. It has a lot more of an important plot setting. I'm not trying to spoil anything, because from what I've talked to you, you think you've seen Fusion, but you don't remember any of it because all your memories are conflated with Super Metroid or Metroid Zero Mission.
Yes.
This game is, I've had a lot of thoughts about this game. At first, I'm like, okay, it's good, but it's not as good as Zero Mission, which was my previous favorite. And as I've thought about it more, I think it might be my my second favorite, under Dread, which we'll talk about later, because it does things that I like more as a storyteller. It does have a little bit of BS. It is a hard game, which I don't necessarily dislike, but after years of being used to missiles being the definitive way to deal with things, the fact that the charge beam is so much more powerful than the missiles in this game, and the fact that you're not really prompted to know that, made a lot of bosses for me very frustrating until I started spamming the charge shot. And then some of the bosses in particular, like, also have some kind of annoying patterns. Arachnus, like not the Arachnus, but there's a spider guy that has annoying patterns, and yeah, but not all of them are bad. I like the plasma fight. There's a lot of callbacks to Metroid 2, which is really neat, because the game takes place above the planet where Metroid 2 takes place, and is definitely it's definitely a very good game for what it does. I can't really go too much into it other than the gameplay mechanics. It starts the GBA Metroid feel, which, even though Dread exists, I think the GBA style is still my favorite control system in the entire series, just because it has enough limitation where it feels like you have to be creative with how you move around, but it has enough refinement that it doesn't feel like Super Metroid. Which I don't like. I don't dislike Super Metroid, but it definitely feels the most janky out of all of the modern Metroid games. But it does nerf the wall jump. I think it nerfs the bomb jump. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, but there was a thing that I liked, is that after 3 games of being so used to the same power-ups that were introduced in Super Metroid in the remakes, because they retroactively put upgrades from Super Metroid into Metroid Zero Mission and Samus Returns, it's really nice to see some new upgrades, even though some of them were kind of hit and miss. Some of them did actually carry over to Dread, which is really neat. And it was really nice seeing new power-ups, and it made Metroid feel fresh again to me in that way.
Yeah. I'm excited to continue with the series at some point. I know Fusion is pretty highly praised,
Yeah, it's praised for what it does right. It is not your traditional Metroid game, and if you like specific things in Metroid, this has a lot of things that Metroid typically does and a lot of things that it doesn't, but it's very deliberate. It doesn't feel like an accident. Right. I kind of gotta love it for what it does so well.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Fusion. It's good. And yes, I'm apparently single-handedly reviving the Metroid series. But yeah, it's neat, and I only have 3 2D-ish Metroid games to go through now. I have to go through Metroid 2, the original, AM2R, and Other M, which that should be interesting.
I think I was told to try AM2R after Fusion before I play Dread, so I might do that. Nintendo can't get mad at me because I bought their damn remake.
Yeah.
Which we'll go into later. All right. What's next? I guess I'll do my rapid round of the bottom 3 on here, because we're saving Muffluff to last, I think. So let's see. Hold up. Let me get some good music for this. This right? Here we go. Yep. All right. Hello, everyone. So this month I also went through. I went through a lot of shorter games, as you can tell. I'm gonna start here with Bowser's Fury, which I will mention I had replayed through Super Mario 3D World last year because I played it multiplayer with a friend of mine who actually has the save data on her system, which means that I'm still literally at the start of 3D World on my console. But I went through and played through Bowser Fury on one stream. I binged the entire thing, 100%ed it. Really, really solid experience. I think that's how I feel about most Mario games. It's like, it's a solid experience. It's nothing amazing, but I think Bowser's Fury was like really good. I enjoyed it a lot. It has some issues with the frame rate, I found in certain instances, but it was a lot of fun to go get all the shines and run around in this area. It very much felt like a successor to both 3D World and Odyssey in some ways. I know a lot of people compare this to Odyssey, but I feel like, especially with the controls feeling a lot more 3D World-like, it was a really interesting combination, and I think, like, this game gets enough praise as it is, and I think it's all well-deserved. As a Mario game, it's just a really, really solid experience, and I don't know if it's worth getting the 3D World plus Bowser's Fury just for this game, but I'm glad I replayed through 3D World as well. I can touch on that later, but yeah, this was a lot of fun. Otherwise, I also went through what's called, it just needs expansion, then it's at full potential. Yeah, it's pretty short. It's fun, but short, but also works really well. Otherwise, I went through what's known as Clannad Side Stories on Steam. I think it in Japanese like Clannad Hikari o Mamoru Tachi or something like that. It's got basically there was like a collection of like short stories released like individually in Japan at some point for Clannad, and this release basically compiled all of them into one game. And that got localized and released on Steam. Calling it a visual novel is a little generous considering it literally has no save data. All the stories are like 30 minutes long tops, like 20 to 30 minutes long, and you can't, like, it just plays. It's like, it's not a visual novel, it's got the visual novel appearance, but all it does is it plays the text. You can't pause, you can't manually, like, skip the dialogue to the next one. But it was also quite nice because, like, all the short stories aren't necessarily tied to a specific ending of the game. There was basically one for each different ending of the game. So it was nice to see, like, a continuation of each, like, route. Even if we got one for Tomoyo already. It was nice to see for the other routes, even if it was very short, right? Nice short experience.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that Metroid Fusion is in fact my favorite visual novel.
Shut up. But yeah. Otherwise, I also got my PlayStation 5 this month in July, and I decided to play through Astro's Playroom because what else do you do with a PS5 other than play PS4 games? And I quite enjoyed that experience. I felt like it was a little more restrictive than, say, what I'd expect from a Mario game, which was it was interesting to play from someone who normally plays, you know, Nintendo games, Japanese games. I think this is by Japan Studio, actually. Astro Playroom.
Maybe, I think so.
It was, yeah. So
I think
it was
so.
it was charming, easy platinum. I don't typically care about trophies and achievements, but if it's like easy, I don't mind going out of my way for a few of the like, you know, extra ones. This was a fun game to 100%. It was cute, adorable. It's a nice little package to get with your PS5. But yeah, that's all I really have to say about Astro's Playroom. Do you want to move on to your next one?
Sure, I would just like to say that Metroid Fusion is also my favorite tech demo.
Please,
sure, I'll talk about
just move on.
Xenosaga episode. I'll talk about Xenosaga episode 1. Because this was technically a replay. I first played Xenosaga episode 1 back in 2018. I intended to play Xenosaga 2, but my disc was busted, and I just didn't play the series for a good few years, and so I decided to play these games on stream. So the only streams that I actually have on my own Twitch account are Xenosaga Episode 1 and 2, and the occasional Guilty Gear stream. So going into this game, I was expecting it to be kind of a, I don't like to use the word brain dead, but dull, I guess. Repetitive is another way of saying it. Basically, the way I played Xenosaga Episode 1 is that I kept doing the exact same thing over and over again, which is use the ultimate skills that you have and just murdering all the enemies. And I just thought, oh god, the enemies have so much health towards the latter half of the game. This is going to be miserable. Turns out I was playing the game wrong. So the game is heavily based around having the scope item equipped to you so you can see the enemy's weaknesses and health bars. And this is important because there's a lot of turn economy to this game. So do you choose to do light attacks and save some of your ability points for later turns? Do you choose to do a special move here and then have your turns delayed until later so you don't get to move as often? There's a lot of these decisions that you have to make, and I rather appreciated it. Of course, the Junior Brave Soul strategy is broken. As
Nice timing.
I just mentioned. Yeah, the Brave Soul strategy is absolutely broken, which of course I did use because that is how you get through some of the enemies in Xenosaga 1. But despite my my playthrough being 10 hours shorter than my first playthrough, I was actually higher leveled by the end of the game, which I think is enough proof of how inefficiently I was originally playing the game. So what was originally I thought was going to be like a 50-hour game ended up being like a 35 to 40-hour game, which really wasn't that bad. As for the story, it's a lot of setup. Albedo is one of my favorite villains in anything ever. And Junior and Momo are great characters, which I'm so glad got their development in Xenosaga 2. I don't know. I just feel like I've been thinking about Xenosaga 1 and talking about it on Twitter for so many years that I don't really have a lot of new opinions about this game. I had a lot of negative thoughts on it. Nowadays, it's actually quite a bit higher than I thought it would be. It's actually above both Xenoblade X and Xenoblade Future Connected as in terms of how I view Xeno games. But it's still below Xenoblade 1, Xenoblade Torna, Xenoblade 2, and Xenogears for me. But it's still good. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. Good job,
Yeah.
Monolith.
I actually haven't played this game, but I watch all the cutscenes online because no PAL release, you know.
And you watched my stream.
And I watched your stream. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Xenosaga only gets better as you replay it. Yeah, I could see that. I actually do want to replay, well, sort of replay, like, play through Xenosaga 1 at some point. Problem is, I don't really have access to that. I'd actually be interested in playing the Japanese version, because I don't necessarily need to understand everything if I do that, because I've already seen the cutscenes. And I do want a Japanese PlayStation 2 at some point. So, I also have a Japanese copy of Xenosaga 3, so...
Because Western copies are expensive. That's why I got mine
and
for
PAL
$80.
releases don't exist.
Yeah, I actually own all the I own all the Xeno games in physical except for Torna, which is an interesting one to have missing.
Yeah, and this is a good point to point out that Owen will be streaming his Xenosaga 3 playthrough sometime this year. I don't know when.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll do it, but whenever I have some free time.
Yes, this is a good time to plug your own Twitch, I suppose.
Follow me on Lego Dog 2001.
Yes. Yes, I also own Torna physically. I got it on release, even though I got the expansion pass digitally. I was just like, Xeno collection, may as well. Oh my god, what a decision to make! Because look at the price now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have Xenogears physically and Xenosaga 3 physically, so I'm not exactly. I didn't miss all the opportunities I had to me. I bought Xenogears for $60 and Xenosaga 3 for $80, which is a steal for nowadays.
Oh yeah. All right. Do you want to do Hyrule Warriors? I kind of want to think about what I want to say for Muffled.
Yeah, sure. So, Hyrule Warriors is another game that I played on and off with my girlfriend. I did most of the grinding off by myself, but anytime there was like a cutscene or a story thing, she and I did that together, mostly because she's such a Breath of the Wild fan. So I played the original Hyrule Warriors on Wii U, and I was kind of dreading going into Age of Calamity because I like completing games. I like 100%ing games. I was really worried about that. About this game because I'm like, oh god, there's gonna be another 1,000-hour game with a bunch of random dumb stuff that like ridiculous. It's gonna have
like the adventure mode from Hyrule Warriors 1 and all that, and the campaign mode is going to be actually like 10% of the entire game and all that. And no, it really wasn't any of that. It was a concise 100-hour adventure with 20 hours of DLC, which sounds insane, but for a Dynasty Warriors game, that's really nice, and I enjoyed doing that. There's like a bazillion like there are so many playable characters in this game, all from Breath of the Wild. And like there's the obvious, you'll get like the champions and Zelda and Impa and Link and all those. But then you get some of the weirdest characters that I never would have ever expected, which I'm not going to say because I know MB wants to play this game. But if you've played the game and have all the characters, you know that they went through some wild out there choices, and I'm kind of glad that they did. Granted, I kind of hate some of their playstyles, but it doesn't matter because Link and Zelda are so much fun to play that it doesn't matter. Also, Link has a playstyle for each weapon in the game, which is so it like every weapon they could use in Breath of the Wild. He has a unique playstyle for each one. So if you want to go two-handed sword, you're going for like HP sacrifice to up your attack power. I always stuck with the one-handed thing because the Master Sword's the most broken weapon in the game, but it was still really fun. And I was actually able to, and the 100% completion rate was not bad, and I got it all done. So I got it all done very efficiently. I had to play through, I got all the Korok seeds, I got all the shrines, I got all the treasure chests, I did all the DLC. I got everyone up fully upgraded. Not everyone is level 99, but not everyone needed to be level 99 or /100. I think 100 is the maximum level. It was just fun, and it was kind of mindless, but it was nice to put on whenever I was bored. And yeah, I don't have much to say other than it's good. Probably the best Dynasty Warriors, like traditional Dynasty Warriors game they've made. My only critique of this game is that, unlike Hyrule Warriors and Fire Emblem Warriors, whenever you capture an outpost or a base or something, it's basically yours for the rest of the battle. The enemies don't really do much of a counterattack on you. Unlike the original Hyrule Warriors, where it felt like you were constantly managing outposts and not shrines, outposts and bases, and trying to make sure that the enemy wasn't overloading your captains and all that. That pretty much doesn't exist here. But I don't hate it, and it also included a lot of the innovations that they introduced in Fire Emblem Warriors, such as like real-time battle strategy, where you can, like, when you're going one way, you can send a bunch of other characters that are in your party in other ways, and you can switch between different parts of the map, so you can do a lot of multitasking. And that was my favorite part of Fire Emblem Warriors, and I'm glad to see it here. And yeah, it was the best Dynasty Warriors game that's not Persona 5 Strikers. And it had a really good story. Like, people have talked about like how the plot didn't go in the way they expected, and I say no, it went up to where you expected, and then when it should have ended, it just went for an extra like 3 or 4 missions, or not 3 or 4, but like another like 10 missions. And that's where you get all the extra stuff that you weren't expecting, but it was fun. So
right. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it's like, I guess, concise for Warriors game, because I really felt the burnout with Hyrule Warriors on Wii U. I'm just like, I don't want to do all this, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty much all focused on the campaign.
Because that was the main reason I didn't end up getting Age of Calamity on release. Well, partially that, because I also had other games to play, but like, I was like, but I didn't really, I'm a little bitter towards the original Hyrule Warriors, you know?
Yeah, the original Hyrule Warriors is absolutely bloated, and it only got more bloated with increasing versions. This game is concise. It is 100 hours. Yep. If you want 100%. It is 100 hours if you want 100%. It is 40 hours if you don't.
Cool.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. So you definitely have to find characters that you like, and you can't always rely on one character. You should probably have like a range of about 4 or 5 characters that you're really comfortable with. But beyond that, it's all good.
Okay.
Please do not talk about Mud Love when you're highlighting Hyrule Warriors.
Yes, I was changing that just now. Okay, Barra, where are you at? Okay, I blame Barra for this. Barra got me into Muv-Luv. I got into it on a whim, and oh my fucking god. This series. So I played Muv-Luv, Extra, Unlimited, and Alternative, which is the main 3 games you wanna play, right? And oh my god, I don't really know how to go into it without spoilers, but everything in this series is written for a reason. there is nothing, pretty much almost nothing that is like unaccounted for in this entire visual novel, right? It's also one of the most animated visual novels I've seen. There's a lot of moving parts, and Barrett tells me there's a lot of like, that's largely due to the Kickstarters or something like that. When they got the localization, they got a lot of money for the localization of this, I believe. But yeah, I love this series. I earlier in the stream, people were talking about like H scenes and that like you only view them because they're funny. I think Muv-Luv is the epitome of that. Like, they are censored in the Steam release, and I played them censored. I'm glad I did, because it just made them funnier. Because it's like... it's like censored, but they're still, like, you can still tell they're having sex, right? And it's just kind of funny to watch how they censored it sometimes. But, that said, the choice system surprised me because I just played Clannad earlier, and that Clannad being, a lot more complex in terms of its choice system. Really coming to this when the choices were so simple and pretty much inconsequential for the most part, past extra. It was a nice breath of fresh air. This is probably one of the, like, I believe this is rated, like, highest on VNDB for, like, one of the best, like, #1 visual novel on VNDB rated, which is funny because I think when 13 Sentinels came out, that got onto VNDB and got the #1 spot, and like the mods at VNDB got really pissed, and they removed 13 Sentinels from the site because they got pissed that it overtook Muv-Luv Alternative, which is really weird. But okay, I know Owen doesn't really have anything to say about this, but I adore this visual novel. Barra really got me into this hard. Yeah, this is really a really good visual novel. All I can say is, if you are interested, go in without reading a synopsis or anything. But the first game is considered slow by some people. I personally just loved the entire thing. Not really knowing what I was in for, you know, but yeah, Barra was around for the entire thing. I just sent him, I was in his DMs the entire fucking time. Love Muv-Luv, it's so great. Possibly, yeah, I feel like I stopped thinking about it for a little while, and it's like, do I really love Muv-Luv this much? Then I came back to it recently, listening to the soundtrack, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. And I think, for me, there's such a different experience, like, knowing it's all written and, like, you know when you're playing a game and you're, like, up against the final boss, right? And you know that there's a lot of tension on like, there's a lot of tension going on, and it's like, oh, we got to beat this final boss, finish the game, it's going to be a hard challenge. But it still feels like it's within your control because you are controlling the game. Whereas with Muv-Luv, it was really interesting not really having control in a very similar situation with high tension, you know? But yeah, it was definitely probably my favorite visual novel I read this year. Thank you, Barra. That will be it for July, I think. I don't really have too much to add.
Cool. I'm glad you liked it, and the one thing I had to say, I'm pretty sure I already said, everyone has their things. Yours is Muv-Luv and mine is Guilty Gear.
Yeah, there's a clip of Owen's, I think, Xenosaga 2's stream where I was shilling Muv-Luv to him.
I'm gonna go get water while you set up July. August. So.
August. I need to get water as well, but I may as well swap to August and see what I've got. Oh,
Be right back.
speaking of Xenosaga 2.
Oh yeah, this is the game I binged in like a month. All right, BRB.
Yeah. All right. So since Owen is gone, okay, because I only really played one new game. August was weird for me because I actually replayed games, which is something I never do. I kind of started this in July, but I guess I'll start while Owen's gone with Phantom Hourglass, The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. I decided to buy this on the Wii U Virtual Console and play it on Wii U because I never actually finished this game. I should get up the soundtrack. Hold up. But yeah, I never actually finished this game on DS. I got to the end. I got all the collectibles. I 100% of the game, but I never took on the final boss because this was my first Zelda game. I was a kid and I was very, let's just say, scared.
Okay, back.
And yeah, hey, I'm talking about Phantom Hourglass.
Cool.
And being the kid I was scared, and actually my mum got into the Zelda games, the DS Zelda games, so I actually got her to do the final boss for me. But I never did it myself, so I figured, you know what? There's a lot of hype around Skyward Sword HD. I'm probably not going to get Skyward Sword on HD on release, so I'm going to play some other Zelda games I need to clean up off my backlog, right? So playing through Phantom Hourglass was very interesting for me because I know I typically rank this really low on my like Zelda games list, right? But it really wasn't as bad as I remembered it, surprisingly. Like, yes, I have a lot of nostalgia for it, but from a pure like design perspective, I do feel the puzzles are lacking, but overall, it's not a bad game at all. I understand if you can't get used to the control scheme, but I grew up with it, so I didn't find that difficult. And playing on Wii U was also a very interesting experience to play a DS game on Wii U. But overall, yeah, I really enjoyed revisiting this game. Linebeck is an amazing character. I think the one thing I found a little boring was the ship segments where it's very, you chart a course and you just occasionally tap at the screen to shoot. It's on-rail shooter without much interaction, which is, it's fine, but a lot of it I ended up just putting on some YouTube or something, or just something else to watch while I did it, you know? Or talk to people on Discord. It was, you know, pretty easy to just not think about those segments. I wouldn't necessarily play them without thinking. Oh yeah, and Wind Waker art style is great. Wind Waker's my favorite game, so it was nice to revisit this after actually playing Wind Waker. I already knew the story for Wind Waker since ages before I played it, but you know. Anyway, I finally finished the very first Zelda game I've ever played, which is, it's a nice thing. I still gotta do that with Spirit Tracks, which it'll be interesting revisiting Spirit Tracks because I adore that game. I rank it among some of my favorite Zelda games, but I've never actually finished it. So I'll need to get to that at some point.
Well, you'll be able to finish the Adult Link timeline.
Yeah, effectively. I have a very similar case with Spirit Tracks where my save is basically complete. I've just never beat the final boss. I've got all the collectibles, heart containers, so on and so forth. The only thing with Spirit Tracks is I did actually try the final boss, but I died in like the train segment just before like the actual final fight and all that. And I'm just like, I'm not doing this again. But yeah, that's basically Phantom Hourglass. It was a replay. I don't typically replay games, so it was a nice experience to do that. Really enjoyed it, you know? I also streamed the last bit of it to Twitch. I think I actually finished this one on my birthday. I was doing a birthday stream, and I'm like, hey, let's finish Phantom Hourglass. Why not?
Yeah, I remember that.
So yeah, I finished Phantom Hourglass on my birthday. It was quite nice, actually. While we're on Zelda, should I do Minish Cap and then you can do your two? Because I need to get some water after this.
Oh, God. If you want, I can talk about Xenosaga 2 now, because I have a lot to say about Strive.
Alright, sure, yeah. You can do Xenosaga now. Right, alright.
Alright, go get your water, and you can come
yeah,
back in and
hold
offer
up.
your thoughts.
Let me get this soundtrack up.
Sure.
Alright, because it's on Spotify now. It's great. Alright, go for it.
Okay. Xenosaga 2. Okay. So, I consider Xenosaga 2 to be a very interesting precursor to the Xenoblade series. So, there's a lot in here, like there's a break system, there's a, not necessarily a top system, but there's a launch system and a down system, which is basically the equivalent of Smash in Xenoblade 2, and all that. it's very, there's a lot here that you can see where they are going for in Xenosaga 2 and in Xenoblade. To that effect, though, the game doesn't. It's yeah. As said in the chat, it's basically turn-based Xenoblade 2, but way more jank, and that is my number one criticism. So my main issue with it is the fact that the economy of your resources is completely screwed. So the game is built based around doing these big combos where you have to break the enemy and then you launch them and you smash them into the ground. And they do have some systems to facilitate that. Like I think the boost gauge is actually very well balanced to both get you lots of boost at once and also be able to go through all your turns to deal big damage. On the other hand, though, the stock system is not well balanced because you need to spend one turn to store up a stock. And in order to take each of these turns to build up these massive combos, you need to use a stock. So what the game ends up being is you spend 3 turns just basically guarding, which is stalking your characters, while the enemy takes free pot shots at you, and then you go at them for massive damage and win the fight. And that's how the entire game goes. So, and that's why Xenoblade 2 has a reputation for being one of the worst, probably being the worst playing Xeno game in the series. It's because of this combat system. I don't think it's all bad. I think there's actually a lot of creativity that can be gone into it, and there's also the fact that it uses the game doesn't use a traditional equipment system, so there's no equipment in the game. What you have is a universal point system where every character gets points for beating bosses and random encounters, and you can spend these points to unlock new skills. And some of these skills are permanent, some of these are moves that you've learned, and some of these skills are equipable skills. And basically every character can in theory learn every skill in the game, but you have to be careful with your point management, and so you can specialize. Capitalism does exist in Xenoblade, in Xenosaga 2, and we are going to get to that because that is my number one criticism of the game. I spent 10 hours on that. But for the point system, it basically has this you can create your characters in any way. So like some characters are obviously more magic and healing based, others are more strength based. So you build up your tanks and all that. Some characters and there's just a lot of fun. There's just a lot of customizability to be had. Some characters are better in some situations than others, though I don't think I ever figured out why like Ziggy was better in some instances and why Momo was better than others. I don't think the game is very clear on that. Because it still has the system of biomechanical and gnosis enemies from the first game, but I was never very clear what dealt damage to what, unfortunately. And Xenosaga 1 has this to a lesser extent, but I feel like Cosmos and Cosmos and Ether attacks kind of fix that. But I just never really understood why certain party comps were so good for certain boss fights. The exploration was actually quite good. There's a lot of because certain characters have elements attached, some don't. Gotcha. But even then, it's like kind of hard to figure out what characters with what elements. But there was also things like you can spend boost to like combo moves together, become like super moves. So like if you have 2 characters with steel together and then you boost them together, you can get a guaranteed steal for whatever rare item that they have. That was always helpful. And I enjoyed that quite a bit. Let's see. Let's see what else is there. There's like dual moves that you can do, though that was never very important. And in general, it's a combat system that's uneven, where it feels like it definitely has its moments of shining, especially in boss fights. I love most of the boss fights in this game, and some of them give you a pretty good run for your money. But yeah, dual techs aren't that great. The new characters they add in this game, Jin, love him. He's great. He's Jin, Momo, and Junior are my favorite characters in this game. Xion continues to be less and less likable to me. Normal encounters suck. The story is actually quite good. It's a lot better than Xenosaga 1, although it changes the protagonist from Xion to Junior. I think that Junior's story is very interesting, and Albedo has an even better presence as the main villain.
Can I talk about the soundtrack? I fucking adore the soundtrack.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know what it is. So I didn't play Xenosaga episode this year. I played it, I think, 2019. This I don't know what it is about episode 2's soundtrack. It's just something about it. I love it so much. Even the Shinji Hosoe tracks, the in-game tracks. I know a lot of people aren't a huge fan of them, but I really like them. I don't know how you feel about it. I know you played it this year. This game I did actually play, and I was listening to you talk about that while I got my water. I didn't have that many issues with like the gameplay because I didn't play 1 before this one. Remember, I just watched the cutscenes, right?
Right.
So I didn't actually understand why people were complaining about the gameplay, but it is also a game that took me a while to finish because I wasn't so committed to it. Like I would easily just fall out of the mood for it, and it's like I'll get back to it another time. At some point, I did finish it though, so that but yeah.
The game isn't that long either. It's only like
Yes, but you also did the sword. You also did the fucking post game.
That is the elephant in the room. Okay, so I like most of the side content in this game. I think that the segment file system, it's like this kind of scavenger hunt where you're trying to find all of these doors and you have to find the keys to unlock these doors throughout the game. And you're generally rewarded for thorough exploration. I really like that.
Wait, was that not in episode 1?
It is in episode 1.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I like most of the GS system. That's not episode 1. The more dedicated side quest system. Yeah, there's a lot of walking around because you have to basically take 10-minute walk trips around from Second Miltia to the Foundation, which are like these 2 big areas that basically define most of these are the only towns in the game, and you're going to be spending most of your time in these areas. And to get from one area to the other and back takes about 10 minutes. But it's not too bad, and it's nice being able to visit the Foundation from episode 1 in a different perspective with new music. The music adds a lot to the atmosphere, which Xenosaga 1 barely has any music because it's all cutscene music, and so the game feels very quiet. But there are a few specific side quests, and I'm specifically thinking, I believe, GS32, where you need to collect 10 million gold or credits or whatever in order to pay off the captain's debt in a game with no money system. So what do? You have to sell all your items. Well, none of your items are worth anything except for this item called an awakening. The awakenings basically are these items that sell for 500,000 credits, and they teach your characters extra dual text. So if you get repeats, then they're just selling fodder. Cool. There are no boss fights in this game that that can be repeatably fought except the final boss. I was lucky because I fought the opportunity to get Awakening 3. I got 3 of them, so I used 1 for myself and sold 2. So I only had to fight the final boss 18 times. But that's still 18 times I have to fight the final boss.
I love how you open this so I only had to fight the boss 18 times.
Yeah, so you have to, you have 10 million credits, and you have to do it by selling these things that are from this one boss. You have to steal it from it that sells for 500 credits. You have to fight the final boss 20 times maximum, and I fought it 18 times.
He streamed all this, by the way.
I streamed all this, so you can see I did all this legit. So what this ends up happening is that to the start, each cycle takes about an hour to an hour and 30 minutes. Towards the end, when you're a lot more powerful, it takes about 45 minutes per cycle. You have to go through the final dungeon again, fight one encounter that's always there and it's always annoying. Then you have to fight the final boss. Then you have to skip through all the cutscenes and go through the Albedo fight, which actually does have a system of getting the guaranteed kill every time. You just have to overkill him with boost. But unless you know that, it's a little hard to figure out. And then you have to watch the credits, which is basically 10 to 15 minutes of unskippable cutscenes. And then you have to do it over and over and over again. I like the patriarch fight too. The first time I did it, it was really intense. But after that, oh good God, it was miserable. And I would never do that again. MB said, yeah, I think I might do the extra side content. And then he watched me play the game and just like, oh, I'm not doing this ever. This sucks. And I'm like, yeah, it sucks. But
I don't think I ever said I wanted to do the extra side content. I think I finished the game and I put it down. I was like, maybe I'll go back eventually. No, I'm not doing that ever now. I'm not doing that.
The final boss fights of Xenosaga 2 added a good 10 hours to my playtime alone. And then I had to do extra side content such as grinding in areas, going through the secret gates, and fighting Dark Erd Kaiser, which was a fun fight. I enjoyed that. But it just wasn't worth it. And by the end of the game, I still technically have 3 super bosses I could fight, but none of them are lore relevant or give you rewards. So I'm just not going to fight them. Even though they look kind of cool for Gnosis. But I enjoyed Xenosaga 2 for most of the time playing it. It was a little bit of I'm like, okay, this isn't too bad. And I played it the entire thing in a month, and then I did the entire post game in a week. But this is the reason why I haven't streamed Xenosaga 3 yet, because it just burned me the hell out, and I'm not ready to stream at least for probably another few weeks. It's a good game. I will never do this, and I will never 100% it again.
Well, at least you can say it's a good game.
Right. Exactly.
You know? We've got
It's
the
a good
number
game.
one Xenosaga 2 fan in the chat right now, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I can acknowledge for what it does right, because it does a lot of things right. It also just does a lot of things bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a fun conversation on Xenosaga 2. It's actually really cool to hear your thoughts after all that, right?
Yeah,
Because
I've had a few months to think about it.
Yeah. All right. So before I'm gonna do Minish Cap because this was also a replay, and I'll get to Scarlet Nexus later. But yeah, this was this game. All right. So Minish Cap is a game I played when I was a kid. I finished it. This is actually a Zelda game I did finish. I 100%ed it as a kid, and I remember adoring this game. I love Minish Cap. So I figured, well, I don't remember much about it. Why don't I give it a replay? I just replayed Phantom Hourglass. May as well do another Zelda game while I'm in the mood, right? So I was like, okay, I can give Minish Cap a replay. So I sat through it, went through it, decided to do 100% again. I don't like it as much as I did. God.
Yep.
I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's still a good game, but the problem is progression is very weird. Like, half the time I didn't exactly know where to go because either the game didn't tell me or told me where to go somewhere and it wasn't exactly clear how to get there. There's one instance where it's like you have to go to like the marsh on the left side of the map. You got to get the Pegasus boots, but you can't get the Pegasus boots before going to the marsh first to get the cutscene saying, "Oh, we need to go get something to cross the marsh," right? And they don't even tell you what it is. You have to just know it's the Pegasus boots in this one house in Hyrule Castle. I don't understand why. Anyway, also the gacha fucking sucks. I can't stand it.
The gacha sucks, and the kinship system sucks if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing. I don't think I did all the kin stones, but I did all the gacha. And that was, I actually did all the gacha while 100%ing the last bit of Phantom Hourglass, actually, yeah. Because I had to get the last, like, Power Stone for Phantom Hourglass, and I was like, you know what, the gacha's easy enough to do with, like, one hand, and Phantom Hourglass I can effectively just play with just the stylus, right? So I was just playing casually playing two Zelda games at the same time, just doing the last 100% quests. So that was fun. Also, there is a cool side quest for the Mirror Shield after you beat the game, but it's post-game, so there's not much use for it. But yeah, Minish Cap in my eyes, it used to be one of my top 5 Zelda games, but it has definitely gone down on that list severely after this replay. And I don't mind that because it means I'm not necessarily blinded by nostalgia anymore, right? I think part of me is afraid to replay games because I don't want, like, the good memories to be tarnished if I don't enjoy it the second time. But for this one, I'd forgotten most of it, and I didn't want to go spreading the message that it's one of the best Zelda games without remembering it. I'm glad I replayed it. I don't hate it. I still love it. Especially a lot of the story, the world design is great. I just wish it was a little bit more logical about progression. Oh, and another complaint I had was, definitely, like, moving around towns and swapping between Minish and full-size Link. Because if you don't know, if you want to... So the gimmick of this game is that Link can turn small, right? And the way you do that is by finding points on the map where you can turn Minish. Usually this is like a tree stump or a pot you gotta flip over. And it's a nice gimmick until you gotta get to specific places in specifically Hyrule Castle Town that require you to go through a very specific set of steps to like go Minish, go through this area as a Minish, then you gotta go big because you can't get to this area without being Minish first. And it's like, well, and sometimes some side quests you have to go back in and out of these areas over and over again. And it's like, well, I like the gimmick, but at what point does it become a bit tedious, right? Because it's like, I feel like once you go there once, they could have had some sort of shortcut, perhaps, that let you go there, go to certain places without needing to go through the steps to go through, to get there again. It's like, it wasn't hard, it was just tedious going through the same steps over and over for different side quests that took place in the same place. Or like one time, I think there's this place in Hyrule Castle Town where you go into a fountain, and to get there, you have to go to like the southwesternmost house, where there's a pod inside where you gotta change to a Minish, and you gotta climb up Minish stairs and then go out the rooftop of a house, go over the rooftop to another house, climb down, exit the house through the Minish door, go around, go up some stairs to get through this area where there are cats, which you have to avoid as a Minish because they attack you and do damage as a Minish. Then you climb down the stairs, go into the fountain, and it's like, why do I have to do that every single time I want to go into that fountain? I feel like explaining it makes it sound worse than it actually was, but like, it's really ridiculous, like, because you have to go there once for a side quest, I think, and then a second time for a Kinstone, and then a third time for a heart piece, which you couldn't get without the flippers, which the first time you go there, you do not have. And it's, like, it's those sort of progressions that there's like 2 or 3 places, like, the progression to get to certain places is just forever burnt into my mind now, because I've had to do it like 3 or 4 times. And that's where I feel the game falls apart. It could have done with a few shortcuts where you could have like opened, or at worst, late in the game, and the ability to swap to a Minish at any point on the map. Like with A Link to the Past, you could go, at one point you get the ability to go to the Dark World wherever you want. You don't have to go to Dark World portals, right? But yeah, this was an interesting experience because it's part frustrating, part nostalgic. So I don't think it's a bad game. There's just little bits and pieces that really kind of frustrate me, and my opinion of the game is not as high as it used to be. That's all I really have to say on the matter. I think I summed up my feelings on the game pretty well.
Yeah, it does kind of suck that the third and final Capcom Zelda game, it looks fantastic, but it does not play the best. At least, but the other 2 I understand are much better and have different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I love I did play the Oracle games at some point in 2019. I really liked them a lot.
Yeah, I wonder if Capcom can make another 2D Zelda. I think that'd be cool.
That'd be fun. All right, your turn.
Okay, I need to be real for a sec. I freaking love Guilty Gear Strive. Okay, so I've been following this game since it was announced at EVO 2019. This is my favorite game of the year, without a doubt. It is okay. So there are criticisms with it. It's not a perfect game. The startup screen does take 2 minutes, even after an update, even though it's much faster than it used to be. And it is the system is simpler than Rev 2 in a lot of ways. But I don't think those simplifications ruined what is so fun about Guilty Gear, and in a way, it refined it to a point where, although it, like, I once heard it's like Xrd Rev 2 is like this game that's very like fatty and has a lot of like extra stuff it really doesn't need. Strive cuts down all of that and then cuts probably a little too much into the meat, but it still leaves so much there that it's still a really nutty fighting game. And I think that's probably the best way to view it. But this game has been kind of like to me, playing Kaihisuke in this game is an art at this point, because like sometimes I just know, oh, I'm gonna be playing good today, where it's like all my choices are right and I'm reading the character right and I'm making hard reads into like Vapor Thrust, Dragon Punch. I'm zoning, I'm doing Tiger Knee inputs and stuff like that. It is fantastic. And then there are other times where I feel like I'm getting my knees kicked in, I'm getting beat, I'm getting my stomach punched out, and then I'm being left to die on the curb. So it really depends on what the day is like. But it from the day I picked it up, I've been waiting for it for so long, and I picked it up finally, and I bought it. I got it the day it came out on PC, and I'm so happy that it's as good as it is. It is. It got it at the Game Awards. It was awarded the best fighting game of 2021, and it 100% deserves it. This is freaking like the game is so fun to play. It is incredibly fun. There is so much nuance to like set play and matchups. Some characters are stupid good. Some characters struggle a bit. Ironically, although now at this point the cast is complete, where it feels like on release a lot of the cast wasn't complete. Anji was severely underpowered, as was Faust, as Kai missed some stuff. The game is still pretty unbalanced, but it's way more fun and interesting than it used to be. And I'm just happy that I'm having so much fun with it. I put more time into this game than any other game that I put into this year, possibly combined. Not combined, but close. I put 220 hours into this game. And I've just merely been talking about the gameplay. The online play is fantastic. The lobby system is definitely bad, but the net play, the netcode, the rollback netcode is so good. And it generally feels like I can play at a very high level, where it feels like I'm blaming my controller for breaking down than the game itself. Kai is a ton of fun. He is my favorite character. I had some playing Guilty Gear this year felt like I was part of a phenomenon, where like this is the first Guilty Gear game to really make any kind of remote impact into the secondary mainstream of video games, where it's like Jacko was announced as a DLC character, and suddenly everyone was talking about Jacko and the Jacko challenge and Jacko's crouching pose and all that. Funny enough, I've been a Jacko fan since 2019 or 2020 when I played Xrd, and I drew a fan art for her. So it was really fun. It's like, oh wait, yeah, Jacko's awesome. You guys didn't know about Jacko? And then I went to a convention. I cosplayed Kaihisuke in my main. I went to a tournament, did not get very far, and met some incredible people there. And people all around, it's like they stopped me. It's like, hey, could you say "Ride the Lightning" in Kaihisuke's voice? So I did my best Japanese Dragon Ball voice actor impression, because
Yeah.
yeah, I just like "Ride the Lightning" or something like that. And it was incredible. And I've kept coming back to the game. I've played almost every week this year, just for a few matches, just to get back into it, just to play more. I'm so excited to get back to my university, actually, because that's where my wired internet is, so I can get back to playing like on a more consistent Wi-Fi, more consistent internet basis, because Ethernet is good. And I'm so happy. Honestly, without getting too deep into it, this is my game of the year, without a doubt. It was a long time coming, and it is everything that I could have wanted it to be, and then some. And it's only gotten better as patches go on, and it's so good to see it.
I got this man to play a few games of Xrd Rev 2 with me, and he's complaining about all the bad habits he's developed from, or not bad habits, but all the habits he's developed from Strive not working in Xrd Rev 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of particular mechanics, and then obviously this game is the best looking game in video games right now. I don't think I'm speaking hyperbole there. It is freaking amazing to look at. The game is a refinement of the Xrd style, where it's 3D models with cel-shaded animation, but each animation frame is done by hand. So they frame the models in a particular way, and they don't let the computer interpolate between the two. So you have something that looks very handmade, despite it being a 3D game. And then when it goes into supers, the frame rate jump, like the game runs at 60 frames per second, but the animation is it's on twos, so it holds a frame for 2 frames and then it goes in. that's called animating on 2s. When it goes into zooming in, they start animating on 1s, which means that they're animating one new frame every second, which is freaking spectacular to look at. It's the particle effects are great. The stage design is great. Next year we're getting Biken, and one more character, and then hopefully at some point we'll get Dizzy, who's my favorite Guilty Gear girl in the game. But I'm already so happy. The cast, the roster that they have is still 18 characters large right now, but every character plays so differently than everyone else. And yeah, play Guilty Gear. That's my spiel for today.
Oh, that was a very good, a very long one. Oh, and I see why you wanted to save that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Machi, we're just talking about the games we played throughout 2021. Yes, last year. Just kind of wrapping up everything. I'll get back to Yakuza 0 tomorrow, but if you want to stay around, feel free to. But yeah, I guess that just leaves me with Scarlet Nexus for August, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so Scarlet Nexus. How do I position this speech bubble? I don't know. It's covering my name. That's fine. So this game kind of came at me out of nowhere. I kind of like watched the reveal trailer and I was like, oh, cool. It's like Orange Astral Chain.
That was my impression too.
Yeah, and the frame rate was pretty bad, but it was obviously early in development, so they probably optimized the frame rate later on, which they did. It runs at a consistent 60 frames per second on PS5, which is great. So this was a reaction to me getting a PS5. I think this is the first game on this list for me that's like actually that came out this year, you know? I don't think I played many new games that came out, particularly in 2021, I should say. But yeah, I got this on a whim close to release because I got my PS5 and I'm like, okay, I need like a piece of PS5 software. It doesn't have to be exclusive to the system, just something that I can't play on PS4 because all I've been playing on my PS5 is PS4 games, right? So I picked up Scarlet Nexus because I was like, oh, this looked interesting on its reveal. And holy shit, I really like this game. I don't think it's the best game I've played ever, but it's a lot of fun. The gameplay is really, really fun. I played on hard mode. I really enjoyed the gameplay. It's just like, I don't know how to describe like the combat in this game other than fun. It's always I find it's just so satisfying to like chain your like melee combos with like throwing a fucking truck at the enemies because you have psychokinesis and all that, and then all the like SAS abilities that like change how you play the game to some extent, or your abilities, really adds a lot of variety to the game, I feel. I should say I've only played half of this game. I've only played Yuito's stories. I haven't done Kasane's yet. I think I may stream that at some point. I'm not sure when, but I really enjoyed Yuito's playstyle. It was a lot of fun going through this game. The story is a mess, though. It's a mess of pacing because things just kind of happen, and you kind of just gotta nod and say, okay, that happened. But by the end of it, everything somehow makes sense. That's how I felt. So I don't think it's a bad story. It's just really fast-paced. It's like if One Piece was a 24-episode anime.
I've also heard it called a 7 out of 10 sci-fi anime that you can play.
That sounds accurate enough. I believe Bandai Namco wants to turn into a franchise, because they're pushing it with the anime hard, and like, it's got an anime adaptation. They want to make a sequel. They want to make it into a new franchise, and I don't know what they consider a success, but I think it has the potential to become something greater, you know? But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this game a lot, and I didn't play many like new games this year, but I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, For me, this just this was the one like anime cell shaded game that really popped out. Like, was really a thing on the next gen consoles because everything kind of looks all realistic and running on late Unreal 4, early Unreal 5 kind of stuff. And here comes this game, which is very much a cell shaded anime game. I'm just like, oh, that looks neat. That's more my style.
Yep.
So
I will say though, this game is definitely not developed with next gen in mind. It runs better on next gen, but I feel like there's a lot of pop-in even on PS5, right? I don't know, but that's also a consequence of there being so many physics objects to throw around with your psychokinetic abilities, right? They're just everywhere, and it's like you can notice them pop in from really far, like really close up. But I get that they probably prioritized, at least on console, they probably prioritized like with PS5, 60 frames per second. I think it runs at 30 on PS4 and Xbox One, but on Series X and PS5 it's 60. I don't know how it runs on PC, but that's probably very dependent on your setup anyway.
Makes sense.
But yeah, of all the games I decided to pick up on a whim, I'm glad it was this one. You know?
Yeah, I want to play Scarlet Nexus. I just haven't gotten around to it. This one's actually a pretty high priority in games I'm thinking about tackling on this year actually. So we'll see what happens.
I will say the soundtrack is amazing. That the soundtrack caught me off guard. I'm like, I hadn't heard anything. I listened. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Where did this come from? Holy shit! You know? But yeah, great game. I wouldn't say it's a 10 out of 10 thing, but it's a good game. It's a very good game. You know, definitely one of my favorites of the new games I played last year. The limited amount of them. But yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
So I think that's done for August, right?
Yeah, I think so. Move on to September.
Yeah. Yeah, September. Is this another big month for me? Yes, it is. Oh god, September's massive for me. I did so many games this month. Oh god. Fuck me.
Yes, September and August and September was when I got back into school, so things started getting busy. But I still played a couple things.
I had a lot of trouble trying to fit this into one image.
Yeah, because you finished a lot of stuff this month.
Yeah, so I will say we're not talking about Castlevania. We're not talking about Castlevania because we already talked about it. That's the one thing I'm gonna say at a time.
Yeah. You should definitely start, and also pick and choose what you want to talk about. Obviously, I don't think you want to go too deep into Deltarune, but
okay, I need to preface that not all of this was played at like the start. Like a lot of this was like, okay, these two that are small in the bottom right, Sonic Adventure 2 and Tales of Berseria, these were games I had started years ago, and I just finished them off. Tales of Berseria I want to go more into, but with Sonic Adventure 2, I had literally gotten up to the final boss, and then I just gave up at the final level, and I was like, you know what, let me just spend an hour trying to finish the game, and I finished it. That's the only reason it's here, right? I don't think my opinion on Sonic Adventure 2 has changed that much because of it, but I figured I'd include it just so it's here. Castlevania was that one stream that we did on a whim, on a test. Tales of Berseria, however, which final boss? No, the whole final stage. I actually died during the stage with like Knuckles segment or something like that, and I'm just like, I don't want to replay the entire stage again because I ran out of lives as well. Yeah. But I eventually came back to it. Yes, we are still going, Brendan. This month's gonna take a while for me. But a lot of these games are very short, like Florence, Sayonara Wild Hearts. I finished in one sitting. I finished Deltarune Chapter 2 and Castlevania all in one sitting. So really, the ones that took me longer were like Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Years 5, and Memory of Melody also only took me 2 days. So there's that as well. But Tales of Berseria I'd like to go into because this game I have a very long history with. I got it on release day, January, I think 27th, 2014. Was it 2014? No, 2016, I think. Yeah. But the problem was I didn't get to play it much because I think the day afterwards we went on like a weekend trip with the family. So I obviously didn't have my PS4 with me, right? And then I came back to it and the week after that,
school started for the year. So it's like, it was 2017, that's right. School started, and then I just never got back to playing the game. And then I tried again at really inconvenient points, right? So I think the second time I tried playing this game, it was right before Octopath Traveler released. And then I just kind of focused on Octopath Traveler and forgot about it. And then the third time is the worst offender. I tried finishing this game before Smash Bros. Ultimate released. And yeah, I don't know how that happened. I don't know why I decided to do that. I just kind of did that, and then yeah, I never got back to the game. And I had convinced myself at some point that I found it boring, you know?
Right, yeah.
And it's like, I'm going to put on some Deltarune music, so I'm going to talk about that in a moment. And I never got back to it, but then I played the Tales of Arise demo, and I wasn't super impressed by it, but I did enjoy it, you know? And because of that, it got me motivated, just like, oh, let's put in Tales of Berseria, play it a bit, see how I go. I don't really care about the story. I'm like, I don't know where I'm in the story. I don't remember what happened. I'm just going to play it and just check it off the list, right? And it was just something to play when I was kind of being mindless about it, I suppose. And eventually I did finish it. And what was impressive is that the story managed to pull me back in, even though I'd already decided prior to it that I don't care, I'm just going to rush to the end and finish it, you know? Right. And I looked into how to make the gameplay work better for me so I don't have to deal with like all the setup, and I will say the combat has a surprising amount of depth in it, but it really feels like something you get in the amount of time you put out. If you don't want to put that much time into the combat, it's something that you can effectively just button mashing. It's a little too complex for like a button masher, I feel, but at the same time, there is a lot of depth to it, so if you do put the time into learning it, I can see why you get a lot out of it. I just looked up someone else's like combo chart, button combo chart, and did it, and just used that because I'm just like, I don't want to put effort into this. And then I finished the game. I'm glad I finished it. I don't consider it boring anymore, but yeah, I think I really feel, because the only two Tales games I've played are Zestiria and Berseria, and it's a series I feel is like the junk food of JRPGs. I don't know how I'll feel about that when I play other Tales games, because I am interested in Symphonia, Vesperia, Abyss, and Xillia, specifically. And maybe like Graces or Fantasia, because they're older. But I'm not too interested in the series as a whole, you know? It's very low priority.
It's interesting because I've heard, like, according to like the JRPG book that we both have, it actually says that Berseria has one of the stronger stories in the series. Though the combat is
because it's very edgy and it's very dark.
But the characters and especially the combat are better in other games. So
yeah, I think Tales is a series that very much thrives off its characters. And I think on the flip side, I hear Vesperia, for instance, people love that for its gameplay, right? Mm-hmm. Not to discourage, but I basically got bored of Vesperia. I feel like, yeah.
After I'm done with FF7, I'm probably going to go into Tales of Arise because I've had that game for a few months now and haven't even bothered to start it. And I am a little worried. Yeah, I'm a little worried about it just because if they're mostly character-based stories, I don't know how much I'm going to like them because I prefer story and world building over character development. But we'll see what happens.
I hear the highlight of Arise is its gameplay. It's not as good as, say, older games from what I've heard, but it's still pretty good, you know?
All right. Well, I'll give it a fair shot.
But
I played Tokyo Mirage Sessions, so I played Brain Dead Stories before.
Yeah, but that's all I have to say on Berseria. I feel like I had to go into that. Also, yeah, that's pretty much what I did with Xenoblade X. I was absolutely disappointed with it. That's just wrong.
He's right. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna quickly touch on Deltarune Chapter 2 because Owen hasn't played it. I don't want to talk too much about it. I just want to say that if Undertale, like, how do I put it? They add a lot to this, from a gameplay perspective compared to Chapter 1. And I feel, compared to what Deltarune is shaping up to be, Undertale was barely a game. Assuming that it continues to build on what this is, and all the chapters, once they're out, this, like, the complete experience will make Undertale look like barely a game. That's how I feel. You know? Effectively, there's a lot of potential here. And yes, funniest game of the year. I don't know if you have any comments, Owen. Owen?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. Obviously, I haven't played Chapter 2. I played Chapter 1, but I haven't played Chapter 2, so.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna give it a rest here, because we can move on to what you got next.
Okay, yeah, sorry. My dad just came by and just said hello, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to do
I-
Dracula's Curse first? Because the other two I can also talk about.
Sure, Dracula's Curse. Okay, so I played the American version of Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, which many would consider to be a mistake, because for those who aren't aware, the Japanese version is much easier than the American version. They upped the difficulty of the American version. I think they added more enemies and definitely did more damage, because they didn't want people to beat it too fast. So I spam save states with reckless abandon. Sorry to say that. But with that in mind, difficulty aside and the BS enemy design aside, I genuinely think this game is fantastic. It is incredibly deep for an NES game, and there are so many different ways you can go about it. There is, so like you have Trevor, right, who's always in your party and he has the whip. You have Grant Dynasty, who is like this thief who can run on walls and according to Brian, actually had a projectile in the Japanese version. There's Sypha Belnadis, who has magic spells, and the fire and stuff is fine, but what you really want is the lightning spells, because that does so much damage and basically kills almost every boss in the game. And then there's Alucard, who has a projectile that like basically is Dracula's projectile in Castlevania 1, where he just like opens his cape and fires 3 fireballs at any time. And you can you can use your heart currency in order to fly as a bat. So you can skip the toughest parts of levels, which I certainly did. I played the game twice. I played the game with a Sypha ending and a Alucard ending, because I'm such a big fan of the anime, the anime-inspired TV show on Netflix. Difficulty aside, I was not disappointed by it. It's just it's a bigger game than Castlevania 1. It's a lot more it's a lot more styled like Castlevania 1, but it's a lot bigger. There's a lot more, like, the areas are more intricately designed. There are cooler bosses. I like the bosses a lot in this game, actually. It is a bit of an endurance run, especially towards the end. The freaking Dracula has 3 forms in this game when he usually has 2. But I still love it. It's a good game. And that's really what I have to say. MB, I know you'll probably be playing the Japanese version, which makes the game a little bit more manageable for you.
Yeah.
But playing the American
actually, I should
version,
have mentioned I played Castlevania 1 in Japanese just for the sake of it.
yeah,
It doesn't really add much to it, but you know.
Yeah, I played in English because I wanted to be able to read the text, whatever little text there was, and there was very little text. But I still enjoyed it, and I got 2 endings, and so I'm happy about that. I liked it more than Castlevania 2, but not as much as Castlevania 1. So.
All
yeah,
right.
and I also played it on my birthday, which was it was a bit of a grind on my birthday, but I couldn't hate it.
I feel like we both did some sort of grinding on our birthday then last year.
Yeah.
With me Phantom Hourglass and finishing that game.
Yeah.
All right. Geez, because I'm going to be talking for pretty much everything else here.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I have more to say about Nia, The World Ends With You than you do. I think you have a lot to say about the combat. I have a lot to say about the story.
Yeah,
but...
definitely. I have a lot. So the thing here is, like, Owen finished Near the World Ends With You and Imposter Factory in September, whereas I finished, I think, both games in October. So it's like we're gonna talk about them, but I also have all these games I finished in September. So, also this was also a busy month for university. I don't know how I managed to finish all this in a month, but I got really organized. So
A lot of the stuff is either really short or a long time coming. So
yeah, yeah. So speaking of a long time coming, give me a moment. Let's see if I can get this up. All right. So, speaking of a long time coming, I'm trying to get the music up.
objection.
Yeah, objection. Here it is. That's not the right track I was hoping it'd be, but whatever. Oh, here it is. I missed it. So yeah. Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I started this ages ago. I don't remember when exactly, but I did stream all of it. And I kind of fell out of playing it for a bit because I was focused on other games. And I'm just like, I need to get back to it. Let me finish it off. So I sat down this month. Yep.
I actually do remember when you started this. You
When?
started this in April of 2021 because I had locked myself out of my room and I was bored sitting on a couch and didn't want to sleep.
Oh, right.
And you said you would stream for me, so I watched you stream the first case.
Oh my god, that's so funny. But yeah, I really enjoyed this game. I think it was pretty overhyped for me because people often say that this game... It wasn't translated, so I played the fan translation. A lot of people say that this was the best Ace Attorney game. I feel like I had too high expectations going into it, or I wasn't quite in the mood for Ace Attorney. I'm not sure which one it was, but I don't know if I feel the same, but I will say it met most of the expectations I had for it,
Yeah, if we're talking about games that weren't written by Shu Takumi, this is the best one, I think.
Yeah.
Which the non-Shu Takumi ones are the Miles Edgeworth games, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice, I think.
Right. Yeah.
So.
We all know Call of Duty was the best game of 2020. But yeah, anyway, so I got back to streaming this and I finally finished it off. I really like the twist at the end. I don't think we need to necessarily go into the spoilers for this one, do we?
No,
I think,
other than Raymond Shields' Best Boy, his theme is the ultimate I don't care song. I like how everything is portrayed, and this is the best case 3 in the series.
Yeah, I really liked the backstory. I liked all the characters. I really liked the fan translation was really good. And the music was great. It was great. I did kind of finished it, and I was like, okay, I need to take a break from the series before I start the Great Ace Attorney. But I wanted to finish this before the Great Ace Attorney, just to get it off the list, because I've been meaning to get to this for years now. And I figured, well, I did Mother 3 fan translation last year, or 2020. May as well get to this one, right? And that knocked off another fan translation game that I wanted to get rid of. These days, I think I'd opt to play games in Japanese because I feel like I need to read more in Japanese. But there are some games I feel like I want to play the fan translation because of, the reputation. Like Mother 3, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and then like Trails, there's so much dialogue, I'm not doing that in Japanese.
Yeah, I think it, for me, is Investigations 2, with most of the series, is worth a replay for me, because I played most of the series when I was in middle school, and it's been so long since I've properly gone back and seen a lot of this. And like, I still remember, and Investigations 2 still holds out as the best for me. Like, I've always loved, like, Sebastian DeBest's redemption arc. I love the use of Gregory Edgeworth. I think Edgeworth's, like, kind of whole, like, I like his whole ideology debate. His personal ideology debate is the best. And Gumshoe really shows up in this game.
Oh, yeah. Gumshoe's best game, easy.
Yeah, but it's well written. The translation's fun. The translation's good. It's a lot of fun moments. A lot of very serious moments contrasted with a lot of silly scenarios. Like the darkest case in the game takes place on a monster movie set. So And like
But yeah.
the case that has a reputation, the fan base ends up being like these two big guys were like these two this couple was like a like making sweets, and so it's like this nice little contrast. It's weird, but I've always enjoyed it.
But yeah, I think that I really enjoyed this game. I'm glad I got to stream it and archive my playthrough, I suppose. I definitely need a break from all the reading though, because I needed a break from the reading because nothing's dialogue voice. So I read it all aloud on stream, which probably slowed my progress a little bit, but it was a lot of fun. But speaking of Japanese games.
Great. If you're gonna stream Great, by the way, if you're gonna stream Great Ace Attorney, it's very similar. So basically, give your voice a break, especially if you do British accents like I do, which is a lot of fun. But it's also
I can't do
very
accents.
exhausting.
You're putting too much faith in me. Anyway, yeah, I think yeah, I'm gonna have to do something with little dialogue next after Yakuza 0, or something that's like fully voiced. So I'll see how I go. But yeah, speaking of games, Japanese games that I played, Japan-only games that I played last year, Ys 5. Here's another Ys game. This one was very interesting for me because I wasn't intending to play this game. I was gonna jump straight into Ys 6 after Ys 4 because I didn't have access to this game at all. Because this is a Japan-only SNES game. There is a fan translation, I believe, of Ys 5 Expert, but I wanted to, buy the game, own it, just make sure I'm doing everything right. And I wanted to play in Japanese if I could. Turns out, Falcom has a lot of their legacy content for older systems, or like PC Engine, sorry, not PC Engine game, PC 98, PC 88, and some of their Famicom and Super Famicom games on a Japanese legal emulation service called Project Egg, which someone I met recently made me aware of. So I looked into it. Ys 5 was on sale, so I decided to get it. And the way I did this is you buy it, you download the game, and then you can actually extract the ROM from that, which let me play it in a better emulator, because Project Egg's launcher, it's functional, but it's not great, right? So I ended up taking out the ROM and emulating in something else, and I was like, yo, I can play Ys 5. So I streamed it. Took me, I think, 3 days to finish, I think. 3 or 4 sessions, I can't remember. This game is often considered like the black sheep of the series, I think. Which is interesting because it was also the first one to give Adol an attack button. Well, not counting Ys 3. But it's the thing about Ys 5. It's not offensive. Like, it is a Ys game. It's not offensive in any way. It's just kind of a generic action adventure game when you get down to it, right? I enjoyed it, but you won't necessarily get anything you can't get anywhere else from this game, right? That said, the soundtrack is very impressive, like really impressive for SNES Super Famicom hardware. It holds up. It really, like, it stands up to like the Square RPG soundtracks of the era, right? I would put it in terms of overall quality and like sound quality. They really pushed the SNES hardware really hard for this.
What year was Ys 5? Do you know?
I don't remember. Hold up.
I mean, I can look it
I
up.
can check
but
the soundtrack release date is 1996.
That's late for an SNES game, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I would definitely say the soundtrack, and Falcon music is really good always, but like this, it was really interesting to hear a soundtrack specifically made for the SNES Super Famicom sound chip, because for Ys 4, right, the soundtrack was composed not specific to any console. So when they outsourced the game, they had composers adapted to the two consoles that it was being made for. And the SNES soundtrack ended up being a lot... It's fine, but it's not
great because the soundtrack was definitely not designed for the SNES, right? Whereas this one was specifically designed for the SNES, and it's really impressive what they got out of the hardware. Like, this game also put the Yeast series on hiatus for a while. But I know it did get a few releases. It got a Yeast 5 Expert, which I didn't play, but it had extra content and it was harder because people complained the game was too easy. And it got a PS2 remake, which we don't talk about.
Fair.
Otherwise, this game is the inaccessible game of the series, and I'm glad I played it, because typically most people don't get around to playing this one, you know?
I just think it's interesting that this is a rare instance of legal emulation.
Yeah, no, I actually, Falcom has a lot of their old stuff on Project Deck. It's really cool, but the payment monetization is really weird because you gotta like subscribe to the service and then you pay for games on top of the subscription. It's not expensive, granted, but it's and you do get some free games with the subscription. But most of the Falcom games cost a bit more on top of that, you know. But it's legal emulation and it's quite actually cool, you know.
All right.
Anyway, I think that's it for Years 5. I could touch on Sayonara Wild Hearts and Florence and Melody Memory, but do we want to go to either Neo or Imposter Factory?
Yeah, I'm down for either.
Because I just did 2 games and then I can tackle the rest of it.
So
So let's do Neo.
Okay, I feel like I have a lot to say about Neo. So
Yeah, you go first. Give me a break.
yeah, so Neo: The World Ends With You is a sequel that's been 14 years in the making. For me, it's been 4 years in the making. I played the Nintendo Switch version of The World Ends With You back in 2017. Well, whenever it came out, the year it came out. And I freaking adore that game. Although I admit that I probably should play the DS version at some point because the combat's probably better there and probably more difficult and interesting. I did not mind the Switch version at all, and the story is one of the very few instances in gaming where I felt like the story was smarter and was thinking faster than I could, which that's only ever happened for me one other time, and that was in Xenoblade Chronicles 1. So I had a lot of... I don't want to say I had high expectations because I'm always careful whenever going to a sequel, but I had hopes for Neo, and I don't think it was quite as intelligent as its prequel, mostly because I feel like they had interesting ideas but less of him versus the first game, where it just felt like it was bursting to the seams with different concepts and ideas to throw around with, which leads to a bit of filler throughout the runtime of Neo: The World Ends With You, particularly in week 2. But all things considered, it is still a very worthy sequel in the story department, and it still has the same kind of pacing. It has a nice little bit of misdirection at the very beginning, though I kind of saw it coming because I figured, okay, this has something to do with how the games, like the previous game's lore, interacts. Also, this is a spoiler warning. As a diehard
let me put it up. Hold on.
Yeah.
Spoilers now. Yeah, go.
Yeah. As a diehard World Ends With You lore fan, this game made me very happy because there's a lot of references to the angels and alternate dimensions and the different planes of existence that happen in the World Ends With You's universe. And in general, I kind of dug all of that. There's also there was a lot that followed up on the A New Day arc in the Switch port of World Ends With You, which wasn't perfect, and also not everything was carried over. Headphone girl, can't remember her name, got shafted, but the whole story about Shinjuku blowing up and the Shinjuku Reapers coming to Shibuya was very interesting, and seeing how that developed into its own plot and seeing how different the Reapers game is in Neo versus the original was a lot of fun. There's things that I prefer in the original Reapers game. Like, I think that having to pay an entry fee in order to get your life back is a very interesting way to motivate character development, because you can get rid of Neku's memories and have a rationale for him being an amnesiac. You can get rid of Shiki and then have a reason to put up for the most priss kid, annoying brat for about a week before you realize he's actually not that bad of a guy. Neo doesn't have that, but instead it has a team-based system where in the original game it felt like all the players were facing all of the Reapers. Now it feels like it's kind of an every man for himself kind of thing, where it's like you only care about your own teams, and most alliances can either be fleeting or you really have to trust the other person. And so it creates a little bit of inner game politics that I rather enjoyed watching. I felt like there was a lot in here that felt explicitly to be like a twist on what the original game did. So like in the original game, you had Neku. He worshipped Cat, who turned out to be Mr. Hanakoma, one of the nicest, wisest guys you could ever find. In this game, you have Rindo worshipping Matoi, who turns out to be a piece of crap, and you absolutely despise everything that he does. And when you see him get like hubris met to him, although it feels like yeah, he deserved this kind of thing. Although there is obviously a twinge with regret because he was starting to show signs of repentance. And there's a lot of that throughout the entire game. I also find that the returning characters were very well done, where it felt like JoJo's was our adventure in the way that the original characters were still there and definitely felt like they were themselves, but they didn't overshadow the new cast. The new cast was very much the focus of the story, and even brought quite a bit of introspection to my own life. Fret as a character was one of the first characters in an RPG where I didn't necessarily relate to the main protagonist, but to a side character. And Near the Runs With You is actually one of only 2 pieces of media that's really kind of brought about that introspection. It's the only one that's a video game. So I was definitely thinking a lot about this game as I was playing it. The gameplay is not the best. It's definitely a lot It's definitely a lot harder than
to say about that.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder than the Switch version of the original game, and it's definitely unrefined. Though I think MB's a lot harsher on the game than I am, but because I think he puts a little too much emphasis on the camera issues. Though I never had any issues with that, so I don't know what that has to say about us.
Yeah,
but,
so
yeah.
I have a lot to say about the gameplay, but I've kind of forgotten a lot of the arguments, so I'm just kind of going through our DM discussion history. I'm just looking at it as trying to remember exactly what I said. So I played this game around the same time as Owen, but he finished it before me. I finished it, I think, the next month in October. So I feel like I'd echo, when it comes to story, I'd echo a lot of what Owen just said. But when it comes to gameplay, I can probably take off the spoilers thing now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool,
You can go ahead.
cool. When it comes to gameplay, I think... Okay, so the biggest issue this game has is a lack of a proper feedback loop. Now, I think people who play on normal don't find this issue with this game. But I found playing the game, it's very unbalanced in a lot of elements. I see, like, it feels like they're trying to encourage you to customize with how many options you have, especially for, like, the pin setups that you have. But because of how the game plays, it kind of forces you into, like, one of 2 or 3 different play styles that, like, really, you can only get anything done with a specific sort of play style, right? Otherwise, you're just playing inefficiently. And then that just makes me wonder why there are so many different pins and attacks that you can combine. And it's like, it just doesn't feel well thought out. I mean, I guess the original had this issue as well, but it wasn't as... I didn't feel as pronounced with this one because it felt like there was a very non-existent feedback loop on how to improve your setup or how to improve how you're playing. Because a lot of the time when I died, I didn't know how I died, right? It didn't explain, like, it didn't make it clear how I died. I just kind of got hit. And I think this gameplay setup works well for one-on-one encounters, but there are so many enemies, like enemy encounters, where there's like a number of enemies, and then you have to worry about not only your because this is a party system, you have to worry about not only who you're controlling, but also the characters you aren't controlling, because they can also take damage. There are a lot of instances where enemies leave like trails of fire or lightning, and your party members can literally just walk into it and take damage? Like, what? Why? Why are you walking into that? I don't know if that's an AI programming thing or just me just not playing the game right, because I noticed if I was dodging and not attacking, they would also not go into, like, would also dodge all this stuff. But why is that a thing, right?
I think at least for my experience that the game incentivizes like you can go for an all-out style like rush down play style, but that means that everyone is actively moving, and when people are when you're directing your characters to actively move, they don't have the dodge AI going, so they can get into a lot of incidental damage. I noticed this a lot in the beginning of the game when I was like holding buttons down while waiting for like beat drop combos to appear, and then they just started getting hit because they were actively doing something. But if you kind of just ignore them, they can kind of take care of themselves.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I like at the same time, I feel like it struggled to keep a balance. Like, I understand. Well, first of all, the game doesn't tell you that, so that's one fault of it.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know if it necessarily needs you to tell that because it's something you can easily notice on your own. But what ends up happening as a result of that is you struggle to get a balance between an all-out attack style and like a more defensive, just wait, time your things properly. Because like it feels very inefficient to just go like square, 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 wait, triangle, 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 wait, and not having like any of the bumpers charged up while you're doing all that. You know, it just felt like a very inefficient playstyle. And obviously, I think the game's trying to push you towards a balance between the two, but I could never get a balance, and there was no like indication of how to do that. You know, the game didn't give you feedback on how to improve that, and it's like I just doesn't feel balanced well. I don't think it matters as much if you're playing on normal though. I played on hard, remember?
So I have a couple, so I think the game is trying to like rediscover the multitasking aspect of the original game on DS, which was something that was lost in the Switch version and the iPad version. And in that respect, I can kind of, in that view, I can kind of respect what they're trying to do here. But the other thing is that the DS version also gives you an AI option, so you don't have to multitask if you're having too much trouble with it, which this game doesn't. You only have one way to go about it, and you can't really, it's like you either get it multitasking or you take the extra damage. The other issue I have with this game is that it like the original game, the way the design was made, it broke a lot of what I would consider RPG taboos. Like the idea of a fixed difficulty was basically thrown out the window with the original game. So you like the game actively incentivized changing your difficulty pretty regularly so you could get different drops,
different results,
and fight different enemies. Because you needed it in order to progress through the game. The game would say, drop your game to easy to get this pin. Okay, now raise your game to hard so you can get this pin. It was a required feature that I really liked. It like there's a lot of stuff in like in the original game, like leveling, like your leveling down system that really incentivized you kind of like not being fixed in any particular way, but rather adapting to what the game was asking of you and playing in the most comfortable way for you. This game doesn't like it brings all those features in, but it doesn't bring the design with it. So it basically like I think there's only one Reaper in the entire game that's optional that asks you to change your difficulty, and no Reaper ever asks you to actively lower your level. And I don't think you're ever incentivized beyond getting more pin drops to ever lower your level. Period. In the game, it feels more like a bonus rather than an intrinsic part of the design, which I think was a misstep for sure.
Yeah. Oh shit, what was I going to talk about? The other thing is, you mentioned the camera issue. I found that the camera would always like spin around whenever I hit an enemy and launched it, because it was, the lock-on system really kind of sucked, because it always targeted a specific enemy and it would always drag the camera along with it. So if the enemy was being launched and in relation to you, the camera would just spin around, and sometimes it just did like full like the fucking 720 spins for me, and sometimes during those I just lost track of where all the enemies were on the battlefield, that I just get hit and die, you know?
Yeah, I never really found that much of an issue, mostly because I was always, after a really long air combo, I would typically like backdash a couple times just to make sure that I was like, I had a good like view on the field. I was often checking my bearings just naturally, which I think is just how I play action games in general.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing. I found it very hard to check bearings because you can't use the right stick to check to change the camera. The camera is always locked onto the enemy. If you want to check your bearings, you have to change what you're locked onto, and I don't want to do that.
That is true, but I would often also I would purposely look for the nearest wall, and that would often stabilize the camera because the camera wouldn't need to would only need to survey a certain part of
Right.
the field and not the wall behind me.
That feels like a unnecessary extra step, though. Like,
Well, I just didn't want to get back attacked, so that was just something I did unconsciously.
true, fair. Anyway, that aside, like overall, I have mixed feelings on the gameplay. I may have had a more positive view if I'd played on normal, where I don't have to worry about so much. But I just feel like overall the balancing isn't done super well, and you know, it. I can see like where a lot of these systems are coming from. It feels like they were trying to transition the gameplay of the original DS and Switch versions into a 3D environment. And to some extent, I feel like they succeeded, because I can feel that, oh, they really did try to take these elements from the first game's gameplay and bring them into a completely new environment. But I don't feel they were balanced very well together, right? It's like, I had a good way of describing it, but it's like taking two different, like, I know there's a food analogy for this, I just can't think of it right now. But yeah, otherwise,
The original World with You definitely feels better in the 2D perspective, and I feel like it almost feels like a comic book or in a way, or a manga, and it definitely benefited from that. And the 3D, like the 3D environments were fun to explore because there's a lot of like hidden stuff you could find and like go behind alleyways and stuff like that. But the 3D combat definitely has some jank to it. I will never deny that. I feel like, for example, like the dash should have more invincibility frames.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's stuff like that.
yeah, the dash, that's what I was going to talk about. I feel like the dash, I feel you do get an upgrade for your dash somewhere through the game, and that for the dodge attack, like you do get an upgrade for it, and I feel that made the game a lot more bearable in its combat. But I feel like that should have been the base, and they should have upgraded it from there, you know?
Yeah. There's also the issue of like the friend point system, which I actually rather like the affinity chart system, except when it comes to the post game, because you can't start the post game until you have like 13 friend points, and if you have been spending them on everything like I have, you basically have to go back and redo all your dives to redo all the old dives to get those, then go back to those earlier missions to fight the bosses that unlocked when you... Okay, so basically what happens is that at the end of the game, you unlock the two angels, right? And if you need... one of them gives you ultimate difficulty, and the other gives you the ability to refight bosses. And you need both of those in order to get the secret files, which you need to complete the game.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't do the post game. I'm going to go back to it eventually. But I'm
currently planning my 100% run, my 100% cleanup, but it is a multi-step process where you have to go into early missions to get what you need, then go back out, and then slowly work through and get the pins that you need, because there is an ultimate pin set in this game.
God.
And that's what you need to get to Another Day, because Another Day has some of the harder bosses, especially the ultimate boss, who is really cool, but because I know who it is, but you have to like get the right pin setup, and then you also have to fight the ultimate dive, which is 10 rounds of some of the hardest enemies in the game.
Jeez. So with 100% and post game, I'm just gonna rely on Owen to do like the test run, and he can give me like all the guide. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or not. I don't know if you'd recommend it, Owen. I feel like it's something I'd do in my own time.
Well, if it's anything like the original World Ends With You, it's gonna be really grindy and really boring, so it's up to you.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it pans out, and I can see if I can plan things around, because I did stream this game as well, so be nice to keep it all on. But I feel like all the grindy stuff I can just do in my own time.
Final thoughts from me, at least, is that the people who wrote this, it's obvious that they've been teasing around the story for at least 10 years now. They did a great job with the story. The gameplay needs refinement, but if we ever get a third sequel in like 10 years, I hope they can fix the mistakes that they made here.
Yeah. Well,
also screw Shibuya Scrambles. That's just padding, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. Square said it didn't meet expectations, so I'm not very hopeful.
Because it wasn't Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah. And they didn't advertise it. God, fucking
Yeah.
damn it, Square.
Well, they actually advertised it pretty well in Japan, just not anywhere else.
Right, but in Japan it didn't sell that well either.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
The only last thing I have to say is that it was really nice playing a really good AA game like this. I felt like this was a good AA game. It didn't feel AAA or quad A or anything like that or indie. It felt low budget yet obviously bigger than an indie game.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna quickly go over the few shorter games I have here. I don't know what music I'm gonna use. Is Imposter Factory music on Spotify? It is. Cool. I don't know if I can use Sayonara Wild Hearts music. Anyway, I'll just pop on some Imposter Factory music because we're gonna get to it soon.
Yep.
All right. So Sayonara Wild Hearts. Oh god, this is not fitting music for Sayonara Wild Hearts, but Sayonara Wild Hearts is effectively an interactive album. And it was something I picked up because I think Bane told me to get it. And I saw it for like $5 physically. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get a physical game for $5, you know? I picked it up and I played through it in one session, just when I felt like it. Really, really good game, immersive. I wouldn't go for 100%, but it's a very fun interactive album. I would definitely recommend it if you want to just enjoy some music and flashy visuals that go along with it. Florence, on the other hand, was an interesting one for me because it's set in the city I live in. It's a romance story. There's with a little bit of interaction, kind of displayed like a comic, like a Korean manhwa or whatever, right? And it for me, I enjoyed it. Kevin Penkin did the soundtrack, great soundtrack, and it's a fun experience. I would definitely recommend it. It's a very short one. So there, like the story, it's good, but it sometimes feels like it lacks focus at certain points. I've talked with Brendan about this because he played it as well. But overall, I enjoyed it. It was a nice, refreshing experience to play an Australian game that was also set in the city that I live in. So there were some locations I definitely 100% recognized in the game. So that was always interesting. And finally, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, which I'm going to only touch on. I think it's a poorly designed rhythm game that I can forgive for being easy. Apart from the final boss. It's nice to get a Kingdom Hearts rhythm game. I think it doesn't necessarily... You can get better rhythm games elsewhere, though. That's the thing. And, yeah, other than that, it's basically just a tease for whatever. Like, there's literally like 20 minutes of cutscenes that actually matter. Everything else is just a recap of the entire series. And I'm just like, okay, sure. I played it off stream because, yeah, whatever. I do enjoy
it did its job.
Yeah.
It did one job really well, and it helped you sync your game with your audio. That's all it did.
Oh, yes.
we
I've
were
actually
setting
figured
up
out
for
a
you.
better way of doing that, but now, yeah, but yes. Well, I did play a bit of it on the test stream. I played Castlevania on, actually. Because I finished this, yeah. Anyway. Imposter Factory.
It's time. I've been waiting for this game for 4 years.
So Owen got me into the To the Moon series. Was it 2019?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and I played through all the games, loved them. I don't think I like them as much as Owen does, but I was really excited for this game after all the delays and all the jokes about spring in the southern hemisphere.
I appreciated Kan Gao's communication with the fan base, even though he was obviously being very tongue-in-cheek about it.
Yes. We both played this on release. The only reason it's not in mind for September is because of time zones. It didn't release until October 1st for me. It released on September 30th in the US, but October 1st for Australia.
Yeah, I was very excited for this game, and I think that although it's probably like of the four-ish games in this franchise, it's probably still my least favorite. It's like that's not for lack of quality. It's just because I think the others are more like impressionable to me, and I think this game is a game that I will appreciate more as I get older because it's probably the most adult story in the series.
Yeah, I can see that. I think some of the twists at the end definitely sort of like took me out of it a little bit, but overall I enjoyed it a lot. I'm glad we got a new sequel to another To the Moon game in that series. I'm very much looking forward to seeing where this series goes from here. But yeah, this is a very good game.
Yeah, I think it's best to view this game in the same view as like a bird story, which is like because it's episode X, right? It's not
3, yeah.
Yeah, it's not 3. It provides backstory for a lot of the series and where we're going from here. It's like an origin story that really kind of need to happen, I think, before we start going forward into the next.
Put on the spoilers. Hold up, spoilers now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep this pretty vague, but it is very much a prequel that takes place as a sequel, if that makes sense. I think Kangao summarizes it perfectly on the Steam webpage, where it's like, whatever it is, you don't need to play the other two to enjoy it, and I think that's mostly true.
Yeah, no, I can totally see that. You know, it's definitely enjoyed more if you know about the other games, but you don't have to.
I think that this game in particular is super smart with how it does callback stuff. Like, obviously there's the obvious ones like returning characters and like, but then there's the small things like there's the throwaway conversation between Neil and Eva in To the Moon, where about like how Neil got his coffee addiction, about how his grandfather would take him to the same hill and go stargazing, and then they showed us that hill and that stargazing scene with Neil's mother, and we completely missed it because we didn't know what the game was about.
Yeah, it's so good. I like that. But yeah, it was a very good one-day experience. I probably need to go through the entire series at some point again, because I've definitely forgotten details about To the Moon. Not so much Finding Paradise, but yeah.
Finding Paradise makes me bawl like a baby every time I think about that ending.
Yeah.
I think where Neo the Runs With You is in comparison to this game is very interesting, because Neo the Runs With You is a very smart game that I was able to kind of see where it was going in general. This Imposter Factory was a game where this ended up being the game that kind of caught me off guard, because it threw a bunch where it used a bunch of narrative misdirection that I wasn't expecting. But it came out amazingly, and it got me. It definitely got me. It was like, I screamed at the screams like, come on, Kangao.
Yeah, that happened a lot for me too.
Yeah. It's great, and Ricebot is the best character.
Yes. Would you like some rice?
He is a creator of worlds and maker of rice.
Indeed. All right, I'm gonna take off the spoiler warning then.
Fantastic 4-hour game. Just play the series. It is the best underground narrative series right now, I think.
Yeah. All right, that's done with September. Jeez, that was big for me. I don't think I slowed down. I did a lot of shorter games. Anyone still with us in the chat today?
I feel
we've
like
been at this for like 6 hours now, so.
I feel like all of these games are either like you finish them in a day or 2 days, or were long time comings.
Yes, for me. Long time coming being Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Everything else, it was like 2 to 3 days, or one session, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone's still here. Just checking who's still here, because I don't need you guys to chat. I just want to just see if you're all here. I assume most of you are listening to this
viewers.
like a podcast, though. So it's all good. Stick around a bit longer, but I'll sleep soon. No problem. What time is it for you, Owen?
It is 9:25 right now. So
Okay.
we're good.
We're good. I think we'll get to the end before midnight for you.
I'm approaching the 3-hour mark on this recording, so I'm probably going to start a new one. Do we want to take a 5-minute break to get water and use the bathroom and stuff like that?
Probably a good idea. We can go do that quickly. Did you answer my question about Neo Twoe? What was that? Will I understand the story without playing first? Because that was the question.
Yes and no. The first 2 weeks you don't need to know anything about the previous game, but the third week they start laying on the references pretty hard. So.
Oh, hey Rob. I didn't realize you were here.
Okay,
Anyway,
I'm
we're gonna take a quick break to get some water, and we'll head up October in a bit. Well,
All right,
I'm back.
I'm back.
Oh,
I'm back.
You just got back.
I'm back too.
I just got back
And
too.
I'm recording,
Good
so we're
timing.
good.
Hi everyone. Everyone's still with us?
We still have 11 viewers, so.
Yeah, still have 11 viewers. I'm just here looking for chat interaction. All good though. You guys don't need to talk. Feel free to just to chill out. We're here for our own reasons, I think.
Yeah. It's fun.
But yeah, we're gonna move on to. Yeah, we're gonna move on to. What was it? October next.
October.
Fuck me.
Land of spookiness.
Why did I play so many games?
Well,
at
two
least-
of these
no.
games you're just gonna skip.
Yeah, 3 of these games we're going to skip. We already just talked about Imposter Factory, just Near the World Ends With You, and we already talked about Guilty Gear. So, I only have 4 games to talk about.
It really isn't that bad.
Hey,
And Kirby,
hey Ninja Kirby. Welcome.
and you don't have that much to talk about with Kirby. So.
No, Kirby. Okay, let's get that out of the way right now. Okay. Kirby, it's one of those games I started as a kid when I was 14. As a kid, I mean, like, I'm only 21, but you know, finished. I basically decided to sit down, finish it off. Why not? It's a fine game. I don't have much to say about it, you know?
I played this game. I played this game on release. It was good. I enjoyed the campaign. Never went back to do the arena or true arena, though I based off of Chugga Conroy's experience, that sounds like hell. Yeah, it was good.
Alright.
I enjoyed it.
So now that Kirby's out of the way.
Solid 3DS Kirby game.
Solid game, nothing special. That's all I have to say about Triple Deluxe. Now that we're done with that, what do we want to go with first? I've been talking a lot. Do you want to maybe Skyward
Metroid?
Sword, or do you want to do Metroid?
I can talk about Metroid or Skyward Sword, but if I'm talking about Metroid, I'd probably be talking about them back to back, maybe. But anything works.
Up to you. If you want to do back to back, that's fine, because then I can do a few things back to back afterwards.
Well, I'll do Skyward Sword. Let's just that was the last one. I played that on
get the soundtrack up.
Played that on Halloween, but we're good.
All right, all yours.
All right, let's talk about this beautiful 1080p 60 frames per second port of a Wii game. I like Skyward Sword. I always have, actually. I've never like properly finished it, but I own the copy of it on the Wii. I got about halfway through the game, actually more like a third. And I've watched Chugga Conroy's Let's Play of this game twice, once on my own and once with my girlfriend. So, I like Skyward Sword. I like Skyward Sword. It's a good game. And I think this is the best version of it to play. I decided to properly start this game. I'd probably start this game, go through it, and maybe use this as an excuse to go through the entire Zelda timeline in chronological order,
Good
which
luck
I do
with
have
that.
memorized. Yeah, it'll be fun.
I have the timeline memorized as well.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
The motion, I played exclusively with motion controls, and I generally think that they worked fine, except for cardinal direction movements, oddly enough. Like, I could do diagonals perfectly fine, and spin attacks oddly fine, but some of the up and down movements were a little awkward on Joy-Cons. I don't know if that was just how I was moving my hand or not, but you surprisingly have to move your hand in more subtle motions than I was used to on the Wii. But Shield Bash, I got down pretty nail-packed, which I didn't even bother to use on the Wii version. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's Skyward Sword. It is the best version of Skyward Sword. You can skip all the cutscenes on your first viewing. You can mash through the dialogue. Yeah, you can skip through every cutscene. You can mash through every piece of dialogue. Fi has been toned way down, but at the expense of one of my favorite lines of dialogue in the entire Zelda series. I mean, we lost some of Fi's personality because there's things like you see a Kikwi and you consider like, is this Zelda? And then the Fi says there's a 95% chance that this Kikwi is in fact not Zelda, which means that there is a 5% chance that it is Zelda according to Fi. That was cut, unfortunately. But yeah, so you can mash through all the dialogue. You can skip all the cutscenes. You can skip several dialogue cutscenes, which you wouldn't otherwise be able to mash through. It is a game, like King K, I think, described it as the best version of Skyward Sword because you can choose your own pace at which you play it. So if it's a replay, you can skip all the stuff that you don't care about, which I think is for the best. Now, I actually do care about the story, so I watched it all the way through, and very much enjoyed it. I thought the resolution update in particular was a godsend for this game because the Master Sword don't look the best in, like, it's like the original game has a lot of like fancy camera pans of like the Master Sword, but it is very pixely in the Wii version, but it is silky smooth on the Switch. There's a lot of smart UI changes, and yeah, I mean, I never got the amiibo, so I never used that, but I never needed to use it. I always felt like I was playing the game pretty efficiently. Stick controls I did use for some of the mini games to get some of the heart pieces, which actually made some of the mini games a lot less infuriating, which I was actually just fine with. I was happy about that. And I think I was able to find all of the goddess cubes without using a guide, which I was actually really surprised about because I was actually taking videos of every goddess cube that I opened to make sure that I got them all. But no, I was able to get them all on my own with either the tools that the game gave me or whatnot. So I was very thankful for that. Boss fights are a ton of fun as always. Dungeons are great. The Sandship is the best dungeon in the entire series,
Agreed.
possibly. And yeah, I don't have much to say. If you like Skyward Sword, this is the best version of it to play.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get the HD remaster. I need to stream it, but I feel like because it's not going to go on sale, it's a Nintendo game. I feel like if I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it when I'm ready for it, you know? I don't want to get it ahead of time.
It is also one of the longest Zelda games in the entire series, short of Breath of the Wild and not much else. So definitely pace yourself with it. I got the game in July.
I'm definitely
going to
stream it because it'll be interesting for me to stream this one because I've played it. So I've played it to some extent. I think I got to the end of the sand ship, and then I kind of stopped. But after that, I just kind of stopped because as a kid I was scared of the tier collecting and all that.
But realms are the best part. They're so
I
fun.
know, but like these days I'd probably be fine. But I figured since there's a HD port, I may as well play it, and see how I go, right?
Also, I agree with Ninja Kirby. Girahim is a treasure.
Yes, possibly one of the best villains in the entire series. I've seen all the cutscenes. Yeah. I know the story. It's a Zelda game. I don't consider Zelda game like it's weird for me because I often don't think about Zelda game spoilers because it's like, oh, everyone's played every Zelda game, right? No, that's not true. I don't know why I take that for granted, but mentally I don't really think of Zelda as a series for spoilers, But some games,
at least for the 3D games, I think it's a fair assumption that most people have played most of the games, like the big ones: Ocarina, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword, and Breath of the Wild.
I did think it was much a little to spoil in Ocarina of Time, but
yeah. But some of the 2D ones, I'm a little bit more hesitant because obviously people haven't played all those games.
Yeah, Skyward Sword is the worst selling 3D Zelda. Yeah, the motion control demo was not necessarily the best. Anywho, we can save the Metroid. Should I go through 2 of these and then you can do your Metroid stuff and then I'll do my last one?
Yes, I will gladly do that.
What should I do? What should I do? So do I save Devil May Cry for later or do I do Devil May Cry now? I guess I'll do Devil May Cry now. Actually, I guess Final Fantasy VII Remake Intermission. Is the Devil May Cry?
You have a friend who's been. I
Yeah.
know you have a friend that's been championing you to play Devil May Cry for a while, but I can't believe that you started the series before I did. I've been thinking about playing this series for 3 years now.
Yeah, I think I don't think the DMC1 soundtrack's on Spotify, but I mean like the one's OC. Is it like there wasn't any tracks that really stood out to me for the soundtrack for the game.
I recommend DMC5 music because DMC5 music is amazing.
Yeah, which I'm not going to do because I haven't played the game yet. All right, here you go. We'll do this. All right, Devil May Cry. This is a game. It should be on Spotify. I just can't be bothered looking for it. Anyway, Devil May Cry 1. This is a game I kind of hate. I played this because I have a friend, as Owen said, who's been bugging me to play the series for ages. She's finally got to me with Devil May Cry 1. I've been meaning to play for a while. I need to play 3 soon. I don't know when I will, but I streamed this in one sitting. I did the entire game in one sitting. But I think this game is fine until the latter part of it. The end, like the last few stages really suck and are frustrating beyond hell, which probably makes for an entertaining stream VOD if you want to see me yell at the game. But for what it does, I can appreciate it. I appreciated that this was effectively a consequence of making a more action-based Resident Evil game of the era, right? And I can appreciate what it did for the action game genre.
It basically grandfathered in the character actions genre as a whole.
Yes. That doesn't stop me from hating it. But I wouldn't say it's the worst game I played this year, but it frustrated me a lot, And of course the dialogue's cheesy and I'm like something wanted to fill your soul with light, something. Anyway, that's kind of all I have to say about it at the moment, I think.
All right.
So, in the meantime, Don't
Do
swap
you want to talk about?
soundtracks.
Should I do Metroid or Integrade? Or are you doing? I don't know. What are we doing?
Well, maybe. Do you want to talk about both Metroids at the same time, right?
Yeah. So you can do
I'll do
Integrade.
I'll do Integrade, I think.
Yeah, because I don't know how much you have to say about E6, but
I have a bit actually, but not. I think intermission. I can build off what I already said for remake. You know.
all right, sounds good.
So, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intermission. This is the first PS5 exclusive thing I've actually played. Not anymore because it's on PC, but I think this game is really good. This DLC is really good. I like it a lot more than the base game, to be completely honest. I think there's a lot... I think it's largely due to Yuffie's playstyle and how you play as her in this game. You have
He's
the
the only
option...
playable character, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. There's another character, but it's entirely AI, right?
No. Yeah, it's all AI for the other playable character. Yeah. You only get to play as Yuffie, but I think Yuffie's playstyle works really well in what the base game set up. I don't think they changed much, but I feel like as a playstyle, Yuffie works really well. And the reason I say this, you have the option to throw out your kunai, your knives, or something like that, and attack from a range. Which, you wouldn't think about it, but that does so much for the game, because it gives you the option to do damage and generate ATB from a distance without risking yourself taking damage or having to block to gain ATB, which makes ATB management a lot easier, or a lot less of a pain, I should say. And it balances out the already existing systems really, really well. The other thing they added for Yuffie is like effectively a flash guard sort of thing from Ys, where you can kind of block at the right time, and if you block just before you get hit, you gain ATB from that. So they basically gave you more options to increase ATB, and it works wonders for the game. I never felt this game had any issues with the gameplay, and that, like, I can only hope that they transfer some of those things over to part 2 of this, because this expansion gives me so much joy from this game, so much more than I did from the base game. And I think I can't say that enough. This DLC fixes almost all the issues I had with the base game's gameplay.
Okay, question for you: is
Yep.
Fort Condor as useless as it was in the original game?
Oh, I forgot that was in there. I played it a bit. It's basically a board game. And I wouldn't call it useless. It's a fun side quest that doesn't take too long.
Okay. Because
Right.
I'm playing FF7 and I looked at the Fort Condor rewards. I'm just like, none of this matters. So I just skipped it until I had to go back there required.
For Condor in this DLC is just a board game you play with random NPCs, which ends with the final like Fort Condor Master challenge. And once you're done with it, you're done with it.
Cool.
But hey, Kay, why are the games from previous months here? Hey, what do you mean?
Because it's based off
Oh,
when
so
we
yeah, so right, okay. Hey, Kay, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I should explain. This stream is to talk about the games we personally played throughout the year. It's not like a game of the year sort of thing. It's basically, we played these games in these months, and we're going to talk about them. That's how it's structured, right? And we're alternating, so I'm using this little icon to show what we're talking about. And that's basically how this whole stream is structured. And at the end of this, we're going to talk about our top 10 games that we played in the year, not specific to the games that released in the year, because I think both of us didn't really play many new games, per se.
No, I played,
say
like,
that
half-
you've got
half
Metroid
of my
Dread,
list-
and you've got... Yeah?
Metroid Dread, SMT5, Guilty Gear Strive, Monster Hunter Rise, and Imposter Factor are all on my list.
Okay, I guess I'm speaking for myself then. But yeah, we're just kind of having a nice chat. Nice of you to drop in. Don't feel compelled to stay, but if you have any thoughts on any of the games we talk about, feel free to drop by any comments. And we do a spoiler warning if there's something coming up, just so you know.
We show this text on screen, and then when we're done talking spoilers, we'll take it off. So if you need to mute the stream for a game you don't want to be spoiled for, feel free. Anyway, yeah.
Yes, we already talked about
Yeah,
Skyward
we already
Sword.
talked about Skyward Sword. Sorry. If you're watching on
good. I
YouTube,
like
you should be able to. I'm streaming this to YouTube as well. You can rewind on the YouTube VOD at the moment if you want to hear that talk. But yeah, that's.
Is it Metroid time?
I think it's Metro time. Take it away, Owen.
Okay,
What
okay.
soundtrack do I use? Zero Mission. 'Cause that's the only one I know.
Metroid Dread doesn't have the best soundtrack in the world, so
Zero Mission. Okay.
not Zero Mission. I feel like Super
Wait,
is probably more
Super or Metroid 1?
Super. I would say Super is. I feel like
Okay.
a good harmony between these two games I'm going to be talking about.
Okay, let me get that up for you. And
I like Dread's soundtrack. There's just not a lot that's like
Yeah.
listenable.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Go for it.
I actually like Dread soundtrack a lot more than most people.
That is not
but,
a fitting soundtrack. Brian said Artaria
Artaria 2 or Kateris 2.
2. Oh, it's
Kateris
Dread.
2?
Okay, I'm actually not going to do Dread because I haven't played it yet, and I'd like to do Dread. Sorry.
Well-
But let's see.
Oh god. Do Brinstar. Brinstar from Super Metroid.
All right. Lower Brinstar?
Lower Brinstar, yes.
All right. Here you go. All right, take it away, Owen. All yours.
Okay. So, okay, Metroid Dread is a game that is obviously many years in the making, and ironically was announced the Overgrown Brinstar, Brian, just so you know, Overgrown.
Oh, I might not be doing that.
I like Overgrown Brinstar because it has a bit more of a melody. Anyway, so Metroid Dread obviously is a long time coming, and me being a pretty big Metroid fan at this point, was ready to go into it. And my first impression as I was coming out of my first session was this basically replaces Samus Returns as a 3D style 2D Metroid game. And as I played the game, it just became more and more like that. People always talk, I feel like the first thing people always talk about is how snappy and tight Samus controls in this game. And while I still do prefer the GBA controls more, I kind of have to agree. I never felt like I was ever taking damage because I was I wasn't fast enough or being clumsily put in the way. I felt like I got damaged because I wasn't thinking fast enough and reacting fast enough, because Samus is almost instantaneously reacting to everything that you're doing, and it's up to you to be precise and fast with your responses. And that kind of summarizes a lot how I feel about this game in general, where it's like, I feel like there's very little BS in this game. It's all very tightly designed, almost like in a way where it's like, it almost feels too tightly designed, where it's like, I can kind of see what they're doing, what kind of hand they're using to push me through the game. Not that it was a bad thing, but I never really got lost in this game. Yeah, Metroid Dread also, it does a lot of really neat stuff. You get like some of the power-ups that you get out of order, quote unquote, compared to how their other games are. So you get like certain power-ups that you wouldn't typically expect to have earlier, and then you get some that you get much later. There's one instance in particular that I'm sure everyone could think of that you get in the second area that everyone was like, why did it take this long to get? The world design is fantastic. I love the art style in this game. I think that like being able to like using the backgrounds in order to tell a story, like the backgrounds all tell a story in this game. They're all uniquely modeled and stuff like that. So like some are more like feels like laboratory things, and you're like jumping up stair platforms. Others are more like temples and such, and it feels really cool to explore. I like a lot of the upgrades that they introduced in this game. Like Fusion, this game introduces quite a few new upgrades. Not all of them are super useful. There's a lot that feel like stopgaps between like the base and super powerful versions. Like this, I wouldn't really consider this a spoiler MB, but there's a double jump power up that you get in Dread, which is just like the stopgap between normal jumping and the space jump.
Right.
which I feel like should have been there a long time ago, but the fact that they made it a dedicated upgrade here, it feels a little awkward to me. But
Right.
that's more just like trying to pace out the items more than anything else, which if that's what they have to do, that's what they have to do. The story actually there is a story here, and I've learned to, the way I've described Dread is it takes my favorite aspects of Zero Mission and Fusion and combines it with an improved movement style of Samus Returns, and that's what you get. There's very little Super Metroid in this game, I think. There's a lot of Zero Mission, where Zero Mission's a pretty linear game that can be easily broken in half if you know what you're doing, and there's a lot of Fusion in here and with how it approaches its storytelling. And then obviously it plays like Samus Returns in terms of like it's obviously a modified version of the Samus Returns Samus, except so much better. And there's not a lot of super in here. Yeah. And honestly, I was having so much fun with this game, going through it 100%, like, I got 100% on it. And by the end of it, I was just thinking, like, I think this might be my favorite Metroid game. And I think it really is. I've only played it once at this point, but I am tempted to go for a second playthrough, which I never do with any game ever. I don't like playing games twice, but this game has me feeling it. I might have to play Zero Mission again too, because it's been a few years since I played that game. But God, this game is something. And then obviously there's the Emmys, which are these robot that try and stalk you, and it creates an improvement for some systems that were in previous Metroid games, some stealth elements that they put in, as well as adds a bit more horror to the series that always made it feel kind of creepy and whatnot. But man, it felt good playing this game for the first time, and I just could not put it down. Even though my final playthrough ended up being 7 hours for the any percent and 10 hours for the 100%. I just wanted more, and there is so much more you can do in this game. They have cutscenes programmed for sequence breaking, which I don't know if you've heard yet. But if you can get if you get certain items early, you can beat several bosses in one hit because you got the item early. And the cutscene system, because it works similar to how it works in Samus Returns, where you get a counter, and then you get like a cutscene where you can kind of fill it up with missiles. They kind of took that to the extreme here, and I'm kind of like torn on it, where on the one hand it does look really cool, but on the other hand it just feels like an excuse to make the bosses really tanky. They are really hard, and I do like their attack patterns because I think they're both readable and difficult to adapt to, but they're really good. And I never felt any challenge was too hard for me. On the other hand, I definitely felt like some bosses had a little bit too much HP because they were designed with counters in mind. But it is what it is. The counter system has been so improved that it feels tied in with the momentum instead of stopping. In general, this game has a lot of momentum, and it felt like I talked about Ori and how much I loved playing that game because it felt like I was constantly moving and constantly going between areas. This game has the exact same feeling, and it's great. Brian says, Emmys are genius. They go from horror stealth in your first playthrough to intense high-speed chases on repeat playthroughs. Huh, interesting. The other thing I like about the Emmys is that they one-hit kill you, but even when they catch you, you still have an opportunity to get out, so it never feels like an instant death button. It always feels like you could just get out if you hit one or two button prompts, but of course they're so frame tight that you're very rarely going to get them. But it's always worth trying, and it feels good. And the game has a forgiving checkpoint system, so it never gets too frustrating. So whenever you die to an Emmy or a boss, then you're just kind of warped outside the last room that you were in before going into their zones. So it's good, and I enjoy playing the game. Dread was a heavy contender for Game of the Year for me. I don't think nothing will beat Guilty Gear Strive with how much it meant to me personally, but from a pure design perspective, Dread is one of the best games made this year, and I genuinely mean that thoroughly, and the people at Mercury Steam did such an amazing job, and everyone should get credit.
Alright, do you want to talk about Metroid 1 now?
Yeah, so the reason why I played Metroid 1 immediately after Dread is because I wanted to play more Metroid and did not feel like starting up another playthrough of Dread because, as I mentioned, I hate replaying games. So I decided to play Metroid 1, and I'm sure we'll talk about Zero Mission. I'm sure I'll mention some of my thoughts of Metroid 1 and Zero Mission later, but as well. But basically, I decided to pick this game up, play it with a guide. Yeah, this game's kind of janky. There are exploits that you can do to get some items early. Like I got the Varia suit early by using the ice beam. I also did something I did with this game is I inputted the code 000000020 or something like that. It's basically all zeros except for the last 2 lines of code ends up being 2. And what this does is it sets you in basically a new game plus mode where nothing really changes except for the fact that it's where you start the game fresh with Samus and her Zero Suit, because I'm like, okay, I'll play the game. If I'm gonna play this game, I want to play it in the only game where you can play the entire game in the Zero Suit. And that was kind of neat, because everyone knows about the Justin Bailey code, but that puts you in about halfway through the game, and I wanted to play it fresh, so I did that. So yeah, the game's very limited. There's only a few items in the game. There's the Varia suit, there's the high jump boots, there's the bombs, there's the missiles, there's the ice and wave beams, which don't stack and you have to choose one. There's the long beam, which does stack, and that's about it. And the screw attack. Yes, the screw attack exists in this game, and that's it. And from that, the game gets a lot of mileage out of what it has. Screw attack in particular and ice beam were essential in doing anything in this game, as well as the bombs. But yeah, I need to play this game religiously with a guide. I did 100% it. I got all the energy tanks, even though the max is only 6, and there are 8 total energy tanks in the game, so you can get extras just to fill up your reserves. And I got all the missiles, so I had 255 missiles by the end of the game. But yeah, I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's a very simple game, and Zero Mission is absolutely the better version you should play. But as a historical curiosity, I decided to play it, and I can't say I had the worst time with it. It was really short. I beat it in a day. So yeah, it exists. It was interesting playing the first and the last Metroid back to back for sure, and seeing how much and how little the game has changed. Where Dread has a lot more direction, and the original is much more open, and you kind of have to find your direction either through a walkthrough or through exploration. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll get to my Metroid experience. I already talked about Zero Mission, but I'll get to my next one soon. Oh god.
Well, you haven't talked about Zero Mission fully yet, right?
No, we talked about Zero Mission already. Wait, did we? No, I play it next month. That's November. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll talk about Zero Mission soon. But for now, I think we're heading to Year 6. Oh boy, okay. Yep. Year 6, okay. So, this game. So, I had a very interesting experience leading up to Year 6, because my intention was to play Year 6 after I'd done, like, Year 4, but then Year 5 came along, and I was like, okay, let's play Year 5. So, I've been meaning to play Year 6 for a while. Like, even beforehand, I was like, I should probably play 6 soon, because I think it was like, if I was stuck to my original order, I would have played Oath and Felghana, then I would have played 6 afterwards. So, I kept putting off Year 6 for various different reasons. So, I finally got to it eventually. And it's like playing 5 before 6. It's like night and day. Holy shit. This game is, I wouldn't say it's amazing, but I really enjoyed it. Thing is, I was also told coming up to this, so for a few reasons, I think people don't consider Year 6 that great. Like, the design's questionable, some of it's a bit weird. Like, one of my friends said, oh, you should be using a guide with Year 6 because it's kind of obscure where you want to go next. And I'm like, okay, I haven't heard that one before. And even, like, a Japanese mutual I have on Twitter was saying, oh, this, because they were watching a YouTuber talk about the game, and they're like, oh, this sounds like a kusage. Which, if you don't know what that means, basically, like, shitty game. Yeah, I know it's people in fighting
Guilty Gear 1 is the kusage.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that's what they said to me. I'm just like, okay, what do I expect? And then I got into the game, and I'm like really enjoying it. And I think I've realized why people don't like it. But I think I like it for the reasons people don't like it. Apart from some of the weird dungeon design, the game is somewhat obscure as to where you're meant to go at the start of it. There is an NPC at the start, like, outside the starting town, which tells you, like, oh, you should probably check out this area. Sometimes it doesn't exactly tell you where to go either. not that bad because I ended up just checking all the areas I needed to go to. And this game isn't very long. It took me like 4 sessions to finish. About 12 hours total. And what I really liked about this game is how yes, it doesn't tell you where to go, but it still does kind of tell you where to go, more specifically where to not go, because if you go to the wrong area, like the world is very open. It doesn't restrict you by story progress. It restricts you by enemy levels, right? And like the enemies will kill you in like 2 hits if you're under-leveled and go to an area in the wrong, like that's way beyond where you're ready for it, right? And I kind of like that. I kind of like not having to, not having like the story force me out of areas, but due to just me not being the right level. It never felt grindy except for one point near the end of the game. But there were instances at the start of the game. It was like, oh, I'm not supposed to go here yet, but I can run past all these enemies and not get hit. See if there's any treasure chests here, pick up the item and run out. And I did that for, I think, 1 or 2 areas. I ran in, tried to get a treasure chest, and I got some items very early on. And I think for me, coming into this game, I loved the exploration aspect for it. I think this game, what the best part about it is the exploration. Hands down, right? The combat's fun. It's a little less, like, I enjoyed the combat, but there's a lot of not very intuitive things about it. Like, there's like a super jump you can do, super jump attack that you can do to get like further, like a further distance with your jumping, and it's got a really weird input to do it, and the game doesn't tell you about it. So there's some chests that you can only get with it, and the game doesn't tell you about it. I only knew because I was streaming and one of my friends was like, oh, you got to do this input to get it. I'm like, what? It's such a weird input. You got to like tap a direction and then press A and B at the same time.
What does this do again?
It's like it's an extended like long jump attack sort of thing, and you can get to places you can't get to otherwise.
Weird.
It's really weird. Origin has that as well, but it's not built into the jump. It's only built into like an attack, and they do give you a tutorial on it in Origin. But overall, I actually really enjoyed this game. I wouldn't say it's my favorite use game, but it's definitely not as bad as people have made it out to be, you know? And it does definitely set series lore for future games to some extent.
Cool.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's like, just from pure aesthetic, even though I still don't like the pre-rendered like sprites, the Felghana and E6 do look like the best, like aesthetically the best of the series. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I just like the 2D and 3D.
All right. November. I think this is the last big month for me. So yeah, I played 6 games. You played 1.
I played 1, and it was technically a game that I've been chipping away at for years.
Yeah. So.
Well, okay, I played SMT5 too, so we'll be talking about that.
Yeah, so let's start with Zero Mission, because we've been talking about Metroid, and I'll go into Samus Returns after that as well. Oh geez, I just realized I played 2 games I don't really like this month, huh? Well. Alright, so Metroid Zero Mission was a blast to play. I fucking loved it.
It was previously my favorite Metroid game. I don't know where that compares to Fusion and Dread. Well, Dread is my favorite, but it's still top 3 easy for me.
Yeah. I didn't go for 100%. I hear that's not very... Or at least it can be fun, but it's a bit of a pain, I've heard.
It's for a first Metroid game, it's a bit of a pain, but if you know how Shine Spark works and the mechanics that are in the GBA and later Dread as well, then it's not that bad at all.
Which I did actually get the hang of Shine Spark towards the end. Someone taught me how to do it, and I actually got the hardest Shine Spark, what do you call it, item in the game. At least that's what they called it. It was in the stealth section at the end. The one where you got to go up the slopes and then keep jumping up, and then like go down into the next room and then go left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah. Okay. There's a few of these really annoying Shine Spark puzzles. There was one that was
Chris
hard
is
for
gonna
me.
drop.
That was what?
Yeah, Chris is gonna head out. So yeah, thanks
Bye,
for
Chris.
joining. See you later. Thanks for joining, and the rest of this will be on YouTube. We're probably gonna edit it down eventually, but yeah.
Right.
Anyway, go on.
I had a couple struggle ones. There was one in Choizodia that's really difficult for me, but overall it's not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, I got the hang of Shine Spark by the end of it, though I didn't use it that much. Though overall, I really enjoyed this game. I felt it was very intuitive about how to get around. It never felt like I was struggling to get one place to another. Like maybe like there's no fast travel per se. I think there was a bit of fast travel. I don't remember. No, there's no fast travel or anything. The map isn't that big. But it never felt like I was struggling to get from one place to another because the map was so well interconnected. And yeah, no fast travel. It felt really intuitive in terms of, oh, I could go this way, or I could also go this way. I don't know which is faster, but I'll just go one of them, and just exploring my different options about traversal and eventually upgrading and getting more upgrades really helped out a lot. It was very fun. I really enjoyed this game.
Yeah, that's the Metroid loop. The thing that impressed me, I watched you stream quite a bit of this. I'd played Metroid 1 before, and the thing and part of me is that when you play Metroid 1, you kind of need to have this like mental map of what happened, what's going on there. And as I'm watching you play Zero Mission, I'm like, wait, I recognize that shaft. I recognize these two long towers that are weirdly next to each other. I remember all this. So I think they did a brilliant job remaking it without making it feel like a remake. The design is so modern that it basically doesn't feel like a remake at all, but it absolutely is.
You've mentioned that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Overall, really, really fun Metroid game. It was my first Metroid games. It's like the first one I've actually finished as well. Previously, I think I've played. Metroid Prime, not Federation Force, the DS one. I forgot what it was called.
Hunters.
Hunters. I played a bit of that as a kid. I didn't play much. Yeah, overall, I eventually got to the point where I'm like, oh, this game's fun. I'm just enjoying the loop. It's fun to explore. It's fun to go through all these areas. It's not difficult at all. It's not a very hard game. I'll say that. I didn't find myself struggling at all. It was fun. The only thing is the stealth section, I think, with Zero Suit Samus, like, kind of struggled with the frame rate with how many enemies were there sometimes.
Yeah. Also, Zero Mission has one of the easiest normal modes and one of the hardest hard modes. So,
right.
If you're
that
interested.
That makes sense. But yeah, on the other hand, Metroid.
I don't know why you dislike this game so much. I don't think it's the best, but I also don't think I dislike it as much as you do.
I fucking hate Samus Returns. Fuck this game, please.
I think it's bland and bloated. But that's about it. I don't think it does anything technically wrong in my eyes, other than it ruins the tone of the game.
Okay. I don't like Samus Returns purely because it feels like everything it does are like small little things that like add up, like are slight irritations to me in game design. I don't typically take many issues with games if it's like a small thing that I can like, oh, that's annoying, but I can like not think about it, right? I normally just like, okay, that's annoying, I'll move on, right? This game, however, has so many of those small things that feel like it's targeting all the pet peeves I have with game design, specifically targeting me. And it's like, it all adds up, and it eventually culminated in the fucking Diggernaut boss fight. Everything about that fight I fucking despise.
I like the chase scene. It's the closest thing.
The chase
Metroid
scene
2
is
has to
fun.
an escape. It's the closest thing Metroid 2 has to an escape scene.
But overall, yeah, no, I think the way I describe this is it's a mechanically sound Metroid game that what was my explicit wording? Because I have this written somewhere. That uses none of its mechanics well, I think is what I said. Let me bring this up. Because I know I had a very eloquent way of describing this. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, it's a mechanically sound video game that uses none of its mechanics well. And I think a lot of the upgrades, for instance, felt bloated. As you said, you feel the game's bloated. I feel every time I got an upgrade, I was like, okay, time to go back to previous areas to get these upgrades I couldn't get beforehand. And it's like, oh, I got the super missile. I wonder what's behind the super missile door I couldn't go earlier. Oh, it's another super missile upgrade. Why? Like, why would you hide upgrade? I don't get it. I don't get it. It just felt like I was going back for the sake of just going through the motions, you know? It didn't feel intuitive. Like, the linear design isn't something I expected, and I'm not faulting the remake for that, because it's just Metroid 2. The problem with the linear design is it felt like getting between areas was way more difficult than it needed to be. It's the same issue I had with, like, Minish Cap earlier. Like, if I wanted to go to some area, I had to go through the same long-winded sequence to get there every time. There was no, like, multiple paths there like there were in Zero Mission, and it just didn't feel intuitive to get around, you know? Granted, I think a lot of this was better once I got, say, the space jump, right?
Yeah, I think that, like, I had that issue too, but I'm also just, like, I kind of learned to make a mental map of places that, like, routes that you should take and routes that you should absolutely not take because they don't work. But I did, like, especially on, like, return trips to clean up areas, it was a bit of a pain.
Yeah. But yeah, and people like Diggernaut. I don't think I have an issue with the difficulty of the boss, but the problem that I feel like a lot of the fight feels unintuitive in how it expects you to figure out how to fight it. Like, there's a lot of elements there that I look at, and I just sat there for like 5 to 10 minutes trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do to actually damage it. Like, the first phase is fine, but then it's like, I'm not going into this here. I think I've talked about this enough with Owen. I don't feel like going into it, but like, I just felt like it was really telling when I looked up the boss fight on YouTube, because I could not figure out what to do or how to damage it, that most of the comments echoed my sentiment. I'm like, I should not have to look up a YouTube video to understand how to damage a boss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard the Diggernaut boss described as, like, the worst of the Prime series, like, worst of what the Prime series can offer you. So
Prime.
yeah, I honestly have more issues with the Ridley fight, not because it's a bad fight, but just because I think it ruins the tone of the end of the game.
Brian already said ending is fine. In chat.
I don't think that's a valid argument, because that's the point of Metroid 2 is it's supposed to have, like, this genocide is supposed to have weight to it. Which, there's other issues too. Like, you could argue that the counter system as a defensive mechanic kind of ruins the whole aggressive nature of Metroid 2 being this, like, mass murder genocide of all these Metroids, and how the last Metroid is supposed to be a last act of mercy that Samus is offering, whereas in this the Metroid is nothing more than another upgrade that you can get new upgrades, and that just kind of feels like it ruins the entire point. But that's my main issue with, like, how the game ends. The Ridley fight itself is fun. I just think it's misplaced and misused.
In any case, I fucking hate this game. It's fine mechanically. It just, there's a lot of things that piss me off, and that's a personal thing. That's all I'm saying on it.
I think as a
Be
video game,
completely honest.
as a video game, it has been replaced by Dread, so don't worry about that. I think you'll like Dread a lot.
In terms of free aim, I appreciate it as an addition. I think it's a good addition, but I just felt like it didn't control very well on a 3DS circle pad. That's all I feel.
Okay.
You know? Anyway.
It might just be your circle pad, no offense, but I just never had any issues with it. But it also might just be how we
It was
played.
more precision thing, I think, with like the hitboxes on like Metroids, right? Sometimes I'd aim for its underbelly and there was like this little, like, because you know how it shells like a U shape, upside down U shape. It would hit the shell even though I was targeting the dead center of like its underbelly.
Right.
And it's like, well, I could have moved the free aim slightly to the right, but if I do that, I overshoot it and I just don't hit the Metroid at all. I don't think that's necessarily a circle pad thing with my issue. Like, my circle pad, it's not broken, but it's a little beaten up. But I did have a little bit of issue with precision on the 3DS, and I'm assuming that's going to be a lot better with Dread with an actual controller.
Yeah, it's night and day.
Yeah. But again, that's a lot of my issues with this game are personal, and I fully acknowledge that, you know?
Cool.
Well, since you only have one game, and since it might lead well into the last game I want to talk about, I may as well go through the other games on my list first.
Yeah,
Does that sound good with you?
Just go DQ2. Just go through DQ2, East 3R, and KIU. That was a terrible way to say that, but you know what I mean.
Yes, that was a very bad way to say it. Kid Icarus Uprising. So this was a game I effectively grew up with. I got it in 2014. It's another game I started and just never finished. So I have a lot to say about the game because I feel like my opinions on it span both my early, like, impressionable days when I was getting into a lot of new games, and also my adult gamer phase. Oh my god, did those words really just come out of my mouth?
Yes.
Anyway, like my adult phase where I'm kind of paying attention to the design of the game and feeling how, and like, I don't think I need to be critical of the game that much, but I do pick up on certain things. I'm like, okay, cool. It doesn't bother me too much. But I can see how it might bother someone else, you know? So
It's definitely a Sakurai game. Like you
it's
can
definitely
tell
a
it was
Sakurai
made-
game. It's
was made-
100% a Sakurai game. This game, I played as a kid. I got through the first half of the game and a little bit into the second half. And then I went on a trip to the US with my family. And I didn't bring my 3DS along. Which would be fine if Chugga Conroy didn't start his Let's Play of it right as we, like, left. And I was watching his Let's Play on that trip. And I finished it. And then I just never had the motivation to go back to the game. But seeing as that I'd already gotten through, like, some of my other games on my list, which was like, oh, I've played, like, this year was, I cleaned up a lot of my backlog from, like, 2014 that I started. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it, you know? I started in 2014, didn't touch the game for years, and I decided to say, hey, let's get back to these games. So this was one of those games I was like, hey, the 3DS game I got sometime, like, in 2013 or 2014, and I forgot to finish it. So I just decided to finish it off. I fucking suck at this game. I think it's a little uncomfortable on a new 3DS XL.
Yeah, it is. It's a little heavy.
Like, I found my hands hurting after playing the game for a little while, and I couldn't find a good way to hold the system to actually get through it.
The game did come with a stand in the collector's
I
edition.
have that stand.
So
I have that stand, and I don't remember using it for the original 3DS. But yeah, this game isn't the most comfortable thing to play on a new 3DS XL. I don't know how about other 3DS models. I don't think it was a huge issue on the base original 3DS model. But yeah, I don't think I ever played with the stand. I think I tried, and I just like it just feels a bit too restrictive with how I'm holding the system. Other than that, I think the game design is fine. I just kind of suck. I don't have much else to say. Like, I think this is a very clear instance of me being bad at the game rather than the game design being bad.
I think
Or
the game is a
unbalanced.
little unorthodox in its design that you
Yeah.
can definitely get good at. It just doesn't use a lot of language that a lot of other games of this genre do, I guess is the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, and
Does that make
also
sense?
part of it was me not like jumping back into this game not knowing the controls, right? I had to
Yeah.
relearn the controls, and it wasn't that bad.
Mm.
So I ended up
There's also-
finishing most of the later chapters on like intensity like 3.0, 4.0 because I just
Yeah.
was so bad at the game, and
I
that's
definitely-
entirely on me. I don't fault the game for that.
I definitely pushed it. I think I beat the final boss at intensity 8 or something like that when I played this game. Something that always struck me as interesting about this game is just how it's not bloated. It really isn't. It's actually a very concise game. It's just like how much is like built around this game. Like there's like 600 AR cards or something like that. There is the anime series. There's like the 3DS remake of KI1. It is wild how big this how much Nintendo was pushing this game at the time. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad I came back to this game and actually say I can say that I finished it. And of course the soundtrack is phenomenal. Mitsuda Sakuraba and who else? There was one more person. I can't remember who. I don't think
voice acting
Mitsuda
is-
did too much. Oh, and the English, yeah. Good.
Troy Baker as Pyron is one of my favorite choices in anything.
Yep. And English voice acting is amazing. Like, there's no reason to, like, I mean, if you're in Japan, play it in Japanese, obviously, but, like, there's no reason to ask for dual audio for this game, you know? Yuzo Koshiro. Oh, he did that as well? Awesome. Thanks.
Kosher out here
Awesome.
being more of a Chad than he was before.
Yep.
Speaking
In any
of, I'm
case,
looking-
I love this game. I just suck at it.
That's fair. It can get very difficult.
Now. Time to bitch about a game again.
Mhm.
Dragon Quest II is not a good game, but I didn't have that many issues with it. I think this game is best played when you're doing other stuff, right? So like watching a YouTube video, you don't have to think about it. So I'll tell you my experience with this game. Most of it I played while watching my friend play through Kingdom Hearts 2. And it was easy to turn off my brain and just grind while that was happening. And because of that, I was leveled for the majority of this game. So I found it actually quite easy because I didn't feel that, like, yes, there's a grind, but I didn't feel like I was grinding. But I can tell that had I not had the distraction of my friend playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 on a voice call with her, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed this that much. So I give this a 4 out of 10 for being not a very good game that I think is best played when you're not thinking about it. If that makes sense.
Most people would agree with you. Just the fact that it almost has the Mother 1 effect where it was rushed out the door. The original release was rushed out the door so quickly that it was an unbalanced mess in terms of its grind design.
Yeah.
And the Switch version actually like makes it better, and it's still a grind. So
Yeah. But yeah, I played this
And
on
the-
Switch, but yeah. That's
Yeah,
all I
and
have
the-
to say about Dragon Quest 2, so...
I hear the world design's also quite bloated.
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't mind it. I was actually surprised at how much quality of life there was, though, actually. Like, you've got fast travel, which is... I was like, I knew it was in 3, but because I played 3, but I didn't expect to see it in 2, the second game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, I can see there's a lot of good in here, but it just doesn't... It's just kind of brainless. The last few dungeons kind of suck, but I was over leveled, so I was okay.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think finally, before I end it over to you, Owen.
You have talked to me about this game before. I'm gonna use the restroom while you talk about this.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me get the soundtrack up. Here we are. All right.
Yes, the Oath and Felghana. Now, I held off on my opinions on Yes 3, because this is a remake of Yes 3. And as I said, as I continually play through this game, play through the series, my opinion on Memories of Celceta deteriorates, because, oh my god, this game is an amazing remake. Like, I'm so glad I played Yes 3 first, because I think I appreciate this game a lot more. Because Yes 3 is not a very good game, right? They remade it in the style of Yes 6's gameplay. It updated the gameplay, so the mechanics are a lot more fleshed out than Yes 6. It's basically the same as Origin. As I said, Origin came after. It didn't really do much to progress the gameplay. But this game it's probably the biggest jump in gameplay the series has had, between two games using the same engine. You know? As for its stance, as its status as a remake, it is incredibly faithful. Like, unlike Memories of Celceta, which is a bit of a mess of direction, I feel, this game remakes Yes 3 almost down to, like, even the areas, like, they've been remade in 3D, and I recognize places from the original game. Like, everything about this game is the most faithful remake out of, except for the combat, which is just made good and less grindy. It's also a hard game, and it's probably the most skill-based Yes game, I would say, that I played. I played it on normal. I didn't have too much trouble with it because I was already used to this gameplay style. But it is probably the most fun I've had with this series so far. It is definitely my favorite Yes game at this point in time. Also, they remade every single track from Yes 3, even some of it was unused, and like they still remade it for like the soundtrack releases, and like Jesus Christ, Yes 3 soundtrack was already good, and it's really good now. I don't know if I prefer this over the PC Engine soundtrack, but man, Yes, Oath and Felghana is possibly my favorite Yes game, and I think a lot of that I appreciate it more because I played Yes 3 first. Also, they added voice acting. They didn't have dual audio, so I had to play with the voices in English. The voices are really good. The voice acting is really, really, really good. They have bloopers as well, or outtakes that were like requested on social media. So there's some really funny outtakes for the voices in this game as well. I love this game. It's probably my favorite Yes game at the moment. I've got 3 more. This is the latest one I played, so I'm done talking about Yes for the entire day, I think. So.
What's up?
Yeah. What do you want to say?
I said yeet.
Yeet. Okay. But yeah. I love the characters in this as well. I think it was great to see some of the scenes being reenacted in like a more like fleshed out story than the original. You get a bit more motivation behind characters. Also, I should also mention, Yes 6 and Oath and Felghana, every NPC has a unique portrait, which is actually really impressive. There aren't that many NPCs, granted, but it's really cool to see, you know?
Yeah,
anyway, I really like this game. It's probably my favorite Yes game. It is an amazing remake of a bad game. More bad games need to get remade in like bad game. I wish more bad games got good remakes, effectively. You know,
Zelda 2 could get that.
Zelda 2 could potentially get that. You're not wrong. Yeah, like DMC 2. Yeah, I've talked about DMC 2 getting a remake that makes the game good. It'd be kind of funny. Fixes the story and so on and so forth. Anyway. I think that's it.
All right. Is it time for me to talk about?
Yes, I think it's your turn for Kyoyaku Megami Tensei.
Specifically
2?
the second one. Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
So it's
Kyoyaku.
Kyoyaku Megami. Yeah. So Kyoyaku Megami Tensei is a remake of the original 2 Megami Tensei games made for the Famicom. The remake is specifically for the Super Famicom. I played a fan translation of it. I played the first game over the course of a year, but I finished it in 2020. and then I finished the second game last year in 2021. Because I feel like I should mention the first game a little bit. It is an interesting experiment. It is exclusively first-person dungeon crawling, and you have to kind of get through a bunch of areas and fight 3 bosses, and then you beat Lucifer, and well, you beat Loki, Set, and then Lucifer, and it's technically a third installment of a novel trilogy. Like, it's an adaptation of the third book in a novel trilogy that has a different ending, which is much happier than the third book in said novel trilogy. Because Megami Tensei's origins are confusing. Megami Tensei 2 is much more...
Let's not get into it.
Yeah, I think Megami Tensei 1 is fun, but I will never play it again. Megami Tensei 2, on the other hand, is a significantly different beast, and by far one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had playing an RPG. It is a more traditional RPG. You have a top-down world map, and then you go into first-person dungeon crawling. And there's more of a primitive good story here. It's a post nuclear apocalypse kind of story where a bunch of humans are settled, and then you basically replay the opening of Megami Tensei 1, and then you meet Pazuzu, and then he tells you that you're the Messiah, and then you and your friend go out, and then you eventually realize that Pazuzu's been lying to you, and then you and your friend get into an argument, and then you hook up with a girl, and then you go around, and then it ultimately ends up with you killing Baal, you saving Baal, who turns to Beelzebub, who turns back into Primal Baal, who joins your party, and then you go meet Lucifer, and then you go kill God for the first time in the series. But what really interests me is that there's so little written about Megami Tensei 2, because it's really kind of like underappreciated in the greater Megaten landscape. But there's so many interesting ideas here. So at its heart, it's a collectathon, so you have to collect items to go to a new place, to collect more items to get to the final area where you go through 5 islands to get to the final boss. It's very standard stuff. But the moment-to-moment gameplay is really interesting. Like, in one time, you fight a boss, and then you get the orb, but it cuts off your hand, and so you can't use your map, you can't summon demons, and you're continually losing HP until you can remember where the cybernetic arm replacement lab is, so you can get a metal arm with expanded demon support. There's also side quests where you go back into the video game Devil Busters, which is based off Megami Tensei 1, and solve like a little riddle, and then you get a buffed, upgraded computer. You go into a fish stomach, you go into several castles, and you gamble. You explore different facets of Tokyo, and you get to see where like Ueno is, where Ginza is, where Tokyo Tower is, Shibuya, Shinjuku. There's a demon fighting competition. There's obviously a very robust demon fusion system, and then there's also a bunch of stuff that was added in Kyoyaku that wasn't in the original that I just kind of need to read, because this stuff is like mega crazy. So the game is already not that hard on the Famicom, and they up the difficulty a little bit on the Super Famicom, but they also give you a lot more free demons to compensate. So let me read some of this crazy stuff that happens.
Hold on, I'm just gonna head to the toilet quickly, so you keep going.
Sure, go for it. Okay. Go into any room with an empty treasure chest, then take one step outside and push down on the controller and turn around, turning 31 times, and then re-enter the room. A Jack Frost Jr. will appear and ask if you know his mama. Say yes, and the hero will receive 3,000 Maka, 3,000 Magnetite, and 10,000 experience. After doing this, when encountering Pyro Jack, who can be found in the Island of Dreams area, talk to him, and he will claim responsibility for Junior being lost and will state that he will make sure it happens again, so Jack Frost Jr. can be encountered again by doing the same trick as before. This can be done as many times as the player wishes. After meeting Jack Frost Jr., if the player has the Hedge Run from trading the Members card and a Fallen Angel Wing from Bale's Castle Codebreaker Grand Prize, entering the Cathedral of Shadows will cause Jack Frost's Papa to appear and give him 3 powerful demons, Qinglong, Bailong, and Kali. After finishing Megami Tensei 2, Jack Frost's mama can be encountered in the shelter by going to the nurse, and she will introduce the player to the 4 hidden gods, but only if the player has not heard of them. That is a real thing that happens in this game, and I did that. And I got 3 level 60 demons at level 20 and absolutely steamrolled this game. And there's a ton of that. There's also a lot of BS in this game. There's specifically parts of the game where you're just kind of stop and you have to get specific demons, not because there's not anything particularly interesting about them, but just because you need them. So you go back to a bunch of earlier areas and get the demons that you need to fuse them together, and then you have like the demon keys. And there's like 3 instances of that. That's actually why I didn't finish the game earlier in the year or even last year or in 2020, because I got stuck in one of these. But once I did, it was pretty much smooth sailing. With save states, this game is a complete joke because you can gamble your way to getting as much money as you want by playing big and small, and then you just and use save states to cheese it, and then you just buy all the armor, and then you win. I wasn't playing this game for the difficulty. I was playing this game for the experience of playing Megami Tensei 2, and I gotta say, it holds up a lot better than I thought it would, and anyone who likes classic SMT should play this game. But yeah, it was an experience, but I'm glad I did it. I don't know if MB is still around or if he's vibing. But yeah, Megami Tensei 2 is good, and the music is really good. The Famicom version actually is famous for having a special chip in it that will let you that actually like basically doubled the sound output. So the music is insanely good for Megami Tensei 2 standards, for NES standards, and the SNES captures that pretty well. Though the mere shock of having such good music isn't quite as strong because it's stronger hardware. But yeah, they were able to fit both Megami Tensei 1 and 2 onto a single cart, and nothing was really lost. So it's kind of cool.
All right, I'm back. Hello.
Hello. How much of that did you hear?
I didn't hear any of it after I left.
All right. Well, can I read this to you again, because I think this is just absurd.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I mentioned before that that the game is harder than the NES version because a lot of enemies have more HP and stuff like that, but it's also easier because the game gives you free demons. So let me read you this. Go into any room with an empty treasure chest, then take one step outside and push down on the controller to turn around, turning 31 times, and then re-enter the room. A Jack Frost Jr. will appear and ask if you know his mama. Say yes, and the hero will receive 3,000 Maka, 3,000 Magnetite, and 10,000 experience. After doing this, you can do it again and again. After meeting Jack Frost Jr., if the player has Hedron from Train the Members card and a Fallen Angel Wing from the Codebreaker Grand Prize, entering the Cathedral of Shadows will cause Jack Frost's Papa to appear and give you 3 level 60 demons: Qinglong, Bailong, and Kali. Which I was level 20 at the time and just steamrolled the rest of the game.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, you gotta turn around 31 times? What?
Specifically 31 times in a first-person dungeon. The game doesn't tell you this. The game doesn't hint at this. It's just something you can do. There's also another thing where if you go to Bile's castle and then kill him, you can enter this exclusive dungeon that's like a trash dungeon that is exclusively tied to the bad ending. I don't know, and you can only go to it once per file, like once per game. You have to restart the game if you want to go into it. I don't know why.
That's so weird.
It is one of the
I don't know if I'll ever play this game, but it's interesting.
It's one of the weirdest games I've ever played, and it holds up surprisingly well for an SNES Megami Tensei game.
Right. Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, if you like... I don't know if Megami Tensei 1's worth playing, but Megami Tensei 2 is one of the most interesting games I've ever played.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Hang on, did you finished, so with 1 to Shin Megami Tensei 5, right?
Yeah, I think it's SMT 5 time.
Yeah, you finished this in December, right?
Yeah, I finished this in December, but we can talk about it now. If you...
Yeah, I think, do I... Actually, we'll just stay consistent. We'll just talk about it. So, Shin Megami Tensei 5. So this is, let me swap the music. Hold up.
Yeah, I'll let you go first because you've beat it before I did.
Yeah, I beat it before him. Ha ha ha. So... Yes. Shin Megami Tensei 5 came out this year as well, and I beat it in the month it released. I've only done one playthrough. I've only got I think the Chaos ending.
Is your gem red?
Gem red?
Is your gem on your save file red?
I think so.
If it's red, it's chaos. Did you choose to ally yourself with the myriad of gods?
Yes.
Cool, you got chaos.
Yes. So I got the Chaos ending for this game, and I will say this is probably the most fun I've had with the gameplay of an RPG, a turn-based RPG ever. Everyone's still in the chat, by the way. I know Owen's been talking about Kyoyaku Megami Tensei for a while now. I know Owen said earlier that he thinks SMT4's peak turn-based RPG gameplay. I felt this more with this game. For me, playing this game from a purely gameplay perspective, it drained me like I would get drained by playing an action game. I found it hard to play. I still did it, but I found it hard to play longer than like 3 to 4 hours at a time, right? And even then, I felt like I was making really good progress in those 3 to 4 hours. It's impeccably paced, except for maybe the last area, which has a lot to do in it.
A lot of grinding. There is a bit of grinding in the last area.
There's a little bit, but it's not that bad because you can just take on enemies which are like 10 levels higher than you and beat them and get like 2 levels in one battle.
Yeah.
You know? This game, I was like, yeah, I might get SMT5 when it releases. I know it exists for the longest time. And then was it E3? No, it was the mini direct in 2020, wasn't it? No, wait. No, it was the E3 trailer. It was the E3 trailer
where first saw Nahobino.
Yes. The E3 trailer fucking hooked me. Like, I don't know what about it was the trailer. I just looked at that, I'm like, I fucking want to play this game. And it remained as my the game I was most excited for the entire year. I'm really glad I decided to play it. I could have played other SMT games before it. I decided not to because I'm like, you know what? I don't think order matters for this series. And
I remember you said that you had 2 games that you were really excited for this year, and I said, are they SMT5 and Neo The World Ends With You? Because those were my two most anticipated. And you said no, it was Neo The World Ends With You and Nier Replicant.
Did I say Nier Replicant?
You did.
Did I literally? You're joking, right?
This is back in January or something like that.
Oh my fucking god, I did. This is in April, holy shit. Yeah, I completely forgot about Nier Replicant, to be completely honest. I was like, okay, that exists. I'll get to it eventually, but I want to play Drakengard 3 first. But yeah, this game didn't come out of nowhere for me, unlike a few other games I played this year. But god damn, was it good. I don't think the story was necessarily like the focus. I know Owen has a lot to say about the lore and the story, but I just really enjoyed the gameplay. It was a lot of fun. I never felt I had to grind if I was struggling, even if I was under-leveled compared to like the boss's level. I felt that all I had to do was change my strategy and I could win. And it's really telling when I could beat a level 58 boss at level 52. I obviously wouldn't take on a boss at like a level 95 boss at like level 80, for instance. But if I was within like 5 to 6 levels of a boss, I always felt like I could take them on.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks wonders for like the balance of this game.
Yeah, this is one of my best, this is one of the best games of the year, in my opinion, by far. And I still think that SMT4 has more fun turn-based combat to me because SMT4 is snappier and puts a higher emphasis on buffs. And in general, I like the build, how the protagonist customization works a little bit more in that game. But I would be lying if I said that SMT5 wasn't also excellent in a very different way. It's just slightly slower to my taste, and it maybe like compared to how blisteringly fast SMT4 is. I think SMT5 is just it's slow for what I'm used to because I like SMT4 so much. Yeah, so playing this game, it's very obvious it's a blend of Tokyo Mirage Sessions and SMT4 Apocalypse. And while I'm not sure if people consider it better playing than SMT4 Apocalypse, it's definitely better playing than Tokyo Mirage Sessions by a long shot. The Makutsuhi gauge is a massive improvement from the SP gauge in Tokyo Mirage Sessions, because the way it works in that game is that the gauge fills out at about the same rate, but it maxes out at 3 points instead of 1.
and you need like multiple points in order to spend on like really powerful skills. And unfortunately, the end of the game basically requires you to use this 1-2 point skill every turn, and it basically becomes impossible. The Magatsuhi gauge is very balanced now to be a kind of like this every once in a while nuke spell, whether it be you use the critical up or some of the other ones that like I think there's one that like buffs your attack when you're at low HP or something like that.
I only ever used the critical one because I always like buffed all my I was very stat buff focused for this game.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I was so there are a few broken ones in this game, but I mostly just kept using the critical one because that was like the most applicable one of the entire game by far.
Yeah.
And that's all talk about the combat. The gameplay otherwise is a triumph for Atlas and the best overworld design they've had in any game ever, I think. Better than Persona 5, better than SMT4, better than Nocturne. This is a masterpiece of design, and it is approaching Xenoblade levels of quality, which is a very good sign for the core Megaten studio.
The only issue I had with the overall world design was definitely the third area. I know you like it a lot, because Ginza Chiyoda, I think it is.
Ginza Chiyoda Akihabara.
Yes. I hate traversing that area, especially when looking for the Mimon, because it's like, it has that same issue that I've been complaining with Minish Cap and Samus Returns. It's like, if you want to get anywhere, you have to go through a very specific set path to get there. And I just feel like it doesn't fit in well with the other areas in the game as a result.
I feel like it narratively suffers the most more than anything. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think there's this big old band-aid called the return system where you can return to any ley line at any point, where if you feel like you're getting a little too lost, you can just go back to where you were and
I didn't like that because it felt like the most efficient way to get around in this particular area was to return to a leyland fount and just try if you get lost. I found myself going back to a leyland fount way too often. For my it felt like the most efficient way to get around was to return to the previous point you last saved at, because it was like you go somewhere, it's like, oh no, I'm stuck down here. I could climb back out, or I can go back to the leyline fount and try again from there. And it just felt really frustrating having to go back to that leyline fount. I felt like that really shouldn't have been the best way to get around. I understand you call it a band-aid, but I feel like it shouldn't have been, you know?
I don't know. It didn't bother me because that band-aid was there. Honestly, I'm glad that it was, because trying to climb out of those trenches would have been a nightmare. But overall, I felt like the game was very well designed overall.
Yeah. If you watch my stream VODs of that area in particular, I get more frustrated and angry at the game than I did DMC1.
The other thing I like gameplay-wise, I think, is that I like that this game gives you, before I talk about story, this game gives you a lot of party members, if that makes sense. Like, you get...
Yeah. You get like a lot of demon stock.
Yeah, like a lot of demon stock, but you also get a lot of human characters, like, kind of for free. So you get Amanazako if you do her quest, you get Fion if you do his quest, you get Tao for free, and there's a few other, I think there's maybe one other kind of like that, but it felt kind of cool having like this almost like a canon story team, like of characters that were pretty story important.
Yeah.
And like we don't really get that a lot because of how expendable Megaten demons are, but like I kept my Fion, I kept my Athena, I kept my Amanazaka.
Quick, should I put spoilers on, by the way?
Yeah, sure, you can go ahead and do that because we're about to transition into discussion about that.
Spoiler warning for Shin Megami Tensei 5. This is a recent game, so I think it's probably important we pop the spoiler warning on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I enjoyed having all those demons on my team, and it just felt kind of neat. I didn't keep them all on at all times, but when I did have them, it just felt nice. Now, the story, on the other hand, I think the story is one of the most interesting aspects of SMT5, but it's also one of its weakest.
Right, that's interesting.
So I think SMT5 it tries to call back to what Nocturne does, and even explore some of the same ideas, but it also acts as an inverse of what SMT4 did well, because here's my thoughts on SMT4. I think SMT4 has a brilliant story with a good alignment system. The issue is that most of the endings suck in that game. You don't want to play a game where you end up genociding everyone, and so everyone wants to be neutral, because in Law, you genocide everyone, in Chaos, you genocide everyone. Not a lot of interesting stuff there. But the story is really good and has really strongly developed characters. Walter and Jonathan are both very well-developed characters, as well as Isabeau. And in general, if the endings were better, I would be a lot happier with all of the endings. SMT5 is complete opposite, where the endings are super duper good and nuanced interpretations of what Law, Neutral, and Chaos can be. But on the other hand, because it's not brainwashing, which is what Law usually is, and it's not survival of the fittest, which is what Chaos usually is. It's like more security and trust and freedom and equality. That's how the game has how it chooses to develop Law and Chaos in this game. And I really like that. And I also like that neutral doesn't feel like the objective right answer. The normal neutral ending is obviously the worst ending, actually, and the true neutral ending.
Really?
Yeah, the normal neutral ending is just like, this feels really unfulfilling, and I feel like I screwed up. Where the true neutral ending, it still feels good, but it also has some like lingering issues of some of the better endings in Nocturne. Like my favorite ending in Nocturne isn't the true ending, isn't the true demon ending, but it's almost has this exact same kind of question where it's like, is this what we really need, kind of thing. So
Right.
all of the endings were developed in a way, even though like the true neutral ending was arguably better than the others, it still felt like they all had pros and cons to them, and I really like that. Unfortunately, although I do like the Law and Chaos reps, I think Ichiro Dazai and the other kid, the kid who has glasses who we never get to see. I think they're good characters. We just never get to see enough of them. Dazai was developed pretty well.
Yeah, I think Dazai was developed pretty well. Yuzuru, I was like sitting at the end of the game, I was like, is he meant to be the Chaos hero, or is he just kind of there? You know? I'm just like...
I honestly found Tsukuyomi way more interesting as a Chaos rep.
Oh yeah, totally. And I feel like Tsukuyomi is more the Chaos rep, which is interesting because it feels like they wanted to make it Dazai and Yuzuru, but they didn't end up doing that. It's like there's like, oh wait, but we have this other Chaos rep. I mean, I guess they always have that for both, but it's like, Yuzuru felt painfully kind of underdeveloped, and it's like,
which kind of sucks because he has such a cool design and he has a really tight relationship to his sister, so I would have liked to see that develop more, but the game kind of drops it after the first couple hours. And I can kind of see where it's like, it almost feels like Ichiro Dazai is the main Law rep and then Tsukuyomi is the main Chaos rep, which is really weird because Abdiel kind of feels like she has to be like talked into her participation. Whereas Dazai is willing to go all the way. Meanwhile,
Yuzuru just kind of passive about it.
Yeah, and then Tsukuyomi's making all the calling all the shots.
Indeed.
So I almost wonder if there was supposed to be because I feel like there is some story content that was cut from this game, whether it be for pacing reasons or because maybe there was supposed to be a fifth area or something like that they just chose to cut out because they just didn't have time for it. At the same time, I do think that the ending area where you fight all, like, I think the part where you get to see all the branches of Bethel, and then you fight all of the Bethel members, and then you go to take the throne of God. That's all really well done. I just think it's incongruous with the other 3 areas in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I felt, there's a lot to do, and it's kind of grindy, but yeah.
Like,
otherwise,
like if they explore a lot of the same ideas as Nocturne, and I honestly think, like, if I were to, like, I think that what they have is pretty good, but I would add some more endings. I would have added what would happen if you aligned with Zeus, what happened if you would have aligned with Odin, or what would happen if you aligned with Khonsu, or
Khonsu would have been
Shiva.
A really interesting ending, I think.
Or Shiva, because all of those, because that's kind of what SMT Nocturne does, where it's like they have like 7 endings. And some of them are directly related to like specific gods, pretty much.
Okay.
So I almost feel like they could have done more with that. And in general, like, I also feel like the invasion of the demon castle in the second area or the third area While I like it, I feel like it just kind of happens and doesn't have a lot of plot weight. I would have liked to see some of the other Bethel members. Like, I would have liked to see Bethel explored more throughout the entirety of the game. Because it feels kind of like shoved in the last arc, when it feels like you could have put it in the demonic invasion, or you could have seen Odin fight Surt. That would have been so badass.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they
and
they kind of all come at the end, which is interesting. But yeah.
So there's a lot of narrative issues in SMT5, I think, but I don't think it's disappointing, but it doesn't hurt the game at all, I think, which I think is the last SMT game was SMT4 Apocalypse, and many people consider that the way that characters were handled in that game did actively hurt the story, and I can kind of agree with that in many ways. This didn't have that. It just didn't have anything really, which I guess is technically better, but it also didn't make it as interesting, where there's not much left that's you can really dig into. But the concept of a Nahobino in general is fascinating, and I just feel like they had a lot of interesting ideas that they could have developed more that they just couldn't, whether it be for like lack of time or they just wanted to focus on the gameplay, which is fair.
All right. Well, I think that's all we've got for Shin Megami Tensei 5, though, right?
Yeah.
We dug pretty deep into that game. We both played it. We both really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're almost at the end.
Oh, also, the last thing I want to mention is I did fight the Demi-Fiend, and I did win, and it was...
Right.
It was either that or getting to Celestial Floor and Guilty Gear Strive was the most satisfying moment in video games I had this year.
Cool.
The Demi-Fiend fight is no joke. It is... he's slightly easier in terms of his moveset compared to his Digital Devil Saga appearance, but he has significantly more health.
Right.
But I want to tell a quick story actually. The Demi-Fiend has a trigger at when he gets to half HP. He has 60,000 HP, by the way. When he gets to 30,000 HP, he uses Medea Rahan only once, and then he never uses it again. But what happens if? But he's also he's resistant, but he is susceptible to charm. So what happens if you charm him and he doesn't get to use Medea Rahan? You get to skip a third of the fight.
Wow. Oh wow.
And that's what happened to me.
Wow, that's really cool.
On my 12th attempt, I got lucky and I charmed the heck out of him. And I didn't even do it on New Game Plus playthrough. I did it on my normal playthrough, and it felt so good.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right. Well, we're almost at the end. Just December, and I guess our miscellaneous stuff to go, right? Just stuff we played throughout the game. Yeah. And this is... Okay, we're actually really at the end of this, huh? There's not many games to talk about.
Yeah.
Do you want to start?
Sure.
One last month, and then we have like a list of like games we didn't necessarily finish, but we did play like a good amount this year. So we do want to bring them up, and it's not like Smash DLC doesn't finish, but yeah. All right. So what do you want to start with? I didn't realize you played Untitled Goose Game.
I did. I played it in 2 sessions with my girlfriend, so that was fun.
Right.
Because there is multiplayer in that game, and it was fun.
Yeah, I haven't done the multiplayer, but yeah. Do you want to start with that then?
Sure. I mean, Untitled Goose... Yeah, I'll start with Untitled Goose Game. Untitled Goose Game, is a...
Australian developed game! Let's go!
I like when you're playing in multiplayer that the game changes its title to Untitled Geese Game. It's a neat little touch.
Oh, I didn't... Oh, that's cool.
It's a neat little touch. So Untitled Goose Game is a game that's very close to my heart, but I've never actually properly played it. I was watching it up until its release. I was watching it for quite a few months actually before its release because I thought it was really funny. And it got a very close friend of mine out of like a really like kind of depressive episode she was going through at the time because of life circumstances. And she just like kind of like adopted the goose as like her own kind of like love, and she just like took it and played it and replayed it over and over again because she just freaking loved the game. And I helped introduce her to that. So, and it was great watching her turning from like crying tears to actually starting to laugh and enjoy the game because at its heart, it's a slapstick comedy. So Untitled Goose Game was really special to me in that because it really helped a personal friend of mine get through a lot of stuff. More than anything, it's just a freaking adorable and cute game. Do you have anything to say?
Debussy Preludes. Hold up. Debussy Preludes. I'll just use the
because I've seen a lot of the game and know how it works, I understand it's more of a stealth game than anything else. But when you're playing with a second player, it doesn't become a stealth game, it becomes a resource management game, which is a really interesting take on how you play. Because you don't necessarily need to get away with everything. You just need to be able to distract one person enough to let the other person get away. And you need to, like, you're managing distance and basically like an almost hidden aggro system where if you honk enough, they give more attention to you than the other one for like a couple seconds. So it's a lot of like stealing from their hand and trying to get away and hiding things. And it was a neat little experience that my girlfriend and I went through this year. And I don't know, it just made me happy. It was a very fun way to do it. And there was a really fun experience of us like creeping out from underneath the pub and bowing our necks and going like, it's like saying in Japanese, like, "Sonimase," excuse us, as we're going to enact chaos to the world. It was great. And I want to go back to it and play it on my own, both, and then also to get 100%. So yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to
I played this one close to release. I think I got it when it was still on sale within like the first week. And yeah, I haven't gone back to the multiplayer. I know I got an update with multiplayer. But yeah, I enjoyed the game a lot. Yeah, that's a very interesting story, I think. I'm glad I could hear that.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right.
You can talk about Sonic Unleashed before I go to Castlevania.
Yeah, I did play Trails of Cold Steel first. I did Unleashed afterwards. But this is also a game I started. This is the last game of the year, which I started early on in like 2013, 14. It would have been 13, 14, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I played it on PS3 and it really chugs. It's not great. But I was so close to the end of the game and I just got lost. I had no clue how to actually continue. So I gave up when I was like 14 years old. Came back, because a friend of mine, Rhino Dino, helped me out, showed me where I can, where to go to actually, show me where to go, to actually progress the story, which was great. I just had the, one of the bosses. Which boss was it? I think it was the jungle, the, Adabat boss. I believe that's the boss I had left. And then I did that, and then Eggman Land, and then I finished the game, right? But I also decided to say, hey, you know what? I can do this without thinking. I'm just gonna go and grind all my stats to max, so Eggman Land is not a pain in the ass when I go to the Werehog form. So that was fun. I really do enjoy the daytime stages of this game. It does not run well on PS3. I would definitely replay the game if I got a Series X and I could play it in 60 FPS. I'm so glad I got that update. But yeah, this is a long time coming. I'm glad I sat down and just finished it before the end of the year. It's easily probably my favorite Sonic soundtrack. I do tend to waver on that statement though. You tried it on Series X and it was insane. Yeah, God, I've seen playthrough, like video footage of it. It looks so good. I want to play it without frame drops. Yeah, so Owen, since you probably don't know, this game targets 60 FPS on PS3. It cannot ever reach there for the most part. On Xbox 360, it's locked to 30 FPS. It targets 30 FPS, and it also does struggle in certain areas, but not on Xbox One. But the problem is Xbox One only has it at 30 FPS. Still, because it was locked to 30 FPS. The Xbox version was locked to 30 FPS. And then in the very last update for Series X games, they gave it a frame rate unlocked to 60 FPS patch. And that came out of nowhere. Like, holy shit, we can finally play this game at 60 FPS. It's amazing. If you have an Xbox, which I don't. So,
or you care about Sonic, which I don't.
All right, Castlevania Bloodlines then, right?
Yeah, sorry to give minor shade to Sonic. I have respect for people who do like it. I just have no patience for that. I don't even like platformers in general. I'm willing to play Sonic Mania, but mostly because that's a passion of fans more than anything else.
Damn, my heart is broken.
Castlevania Bloodlines. So for context, this is the Genesis made Castlevania, which they're actually making a sequel to it, I believe, and the assets of it either got reused in either Rondo of Blood or Symphony of Night or something like that, which is an interesting development story. But I kind of went into this game as a throwaway title because I'm like, okay, I'm playing Castlevania 4 with a friend, so I don't want to play it without him. So what else do I need to play? Rondo of Blood and Bloodlines. Okay, I'll do Bloodlines and I'll start Rondo of Blood next year. So I played Bloodlines over the course of a day. I played it twice because there's 2 playable characters in this game. And I was kind of blown away by how much I enjoyed this game. Like, I know what 16-bit Castlevania can look like because I played Super. And it's certainly trippy. Super is definitely trippy and impressive, but I really liked how colorful Bloodlines was and how many interesting ideas it was. It's also not that long of a game. There's only 6 proper levels. But I just liked the mechanics. I liked I felt like every new stage had some gimmick, like visual gimmick, that just made it really cool. Like from the statues of the first level to the water of the second level. There was the conveyor belts in the 3D boss in the third level. There's also Leaning Tower of Pisa, which is itself a fascinating design. And then there's the final level, which had like weird illusion and there's an entire part of the game where you were just playing the game upside down. It was a fascinating experience. Not all of it was a winner. Some of the bosses were kind of BS. That 3D style boss that was like a robot did not play well at all. And it definitely felt kind of easy at times. But there's also like an incentive to not get hit in this game, because if you can upgrade your whip high enough, then you get like the ultimate whip, but it goes away if you get hit. And the reason why you want the ultimate whip is because you can get the ultimate sub weapon, which absolutely decimate bosses. I did use save states because I wanted to keep the ultimate items for as long as I could. But both the main character, John Morris, and his friend, can't remember, it was Eric, with the Alucard spear. Both of them play drastically differently. They each have their own movesets. Like John can like dangle off of roofs and has more horizontal movement, while Eric has vertical movement. It was amazing. It was my favorite Castlevania game I played this year. Bravo to Bloodlines. Was not expecting it to be as good as it was.
All right. Yeah. I think that's all for you. We're basically done until the next game. But you're done for the year. That's all the games you pretty much finished this year. Good job. You stuck through with me for 8 hours. Holy shit. I've just got one more game to talk about, right?
Yep.
Which?
Trails of Cold Steel.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Trails of Cold Steel. This game. Oh god. So first of all, I love Trails. I love Trails. Hey Gio, welcome back. I love Trails. This game is perhaps my least favorite Trails game. And I say that basically to bait people because I think this game is great. I think this game is great. I don't think it's a bad game at all. I just feel like from other games in the series, I definitely enjoyed more than this one. That said, I am really looking forward to see where Cold Steel goes from here. The music's great, has a lot of soul. It's definitely one of Falcom's best soundtracks, I'd say. I think I still prefer Crossbell music, but this game is great. It's considered a starting point for the series for some people, and I can totally see why. That said, I think it hits, it kind of hits different if you've played particularly Crossbell before this. I didn't actually see that many Sky references in this game, which was interesting. There definitely were a few references, but they were not super relevant,
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a few that are more important than others, but you can definitely play this one without playing Sky or Crossbell, but it's interesting because the Trails to Azure chronologically takes place at the same time as this game. So they kind of spoil each other, with playing Azure first being the quote-unquote intended knowledge. So playing this game was kind of interesting because I kind of could already tell some of the bigger, I guess, not twists, but the bigger things that would happen in the game towards the end of the game. So I could definitely play some of it with a bit of irony, you know?
Like the bigger political moves and stuff like that?
No comment. I'm not spoiling.
Okay.
But yes, there are some very... I think there's a lot of interesting stuff they do with the story. I'm really looking forward to where the story goes. This is also the first Trails game with a very, very large cast of party members. Which is always
How many are we
interesting.
talking?
You start the game with 9.
Okay.
And I know there's a lot of like complaints where like they have such a large cast, and in the first game they don't really know what to do with all of them. And I can kind of feel that to some extent. There are some characters, it's like they clearly know something. Can you please tell us? And I'm just yelling at this character to just, why are you not saying anything for the entire game? And they still haven't said anything. It's clear they're gonna like hold off until future games, future Cold Steel games. And it's just like, okay, what are you planning with this character? It's like, all we get for the characters in this game, for the most part, is their backstories. I feel like I love Reen, but he doesn't do much in this game. He's just kind of there, you know? That's how I feel about the cast of Cold Steel so far. I love all the characters, but I can't see them for more than their backstories at the moment. Otherwise, I think this does a good job of world building. You don't really travel from place to place like you did in previous games. Just due to the setting, and also Erebonia is so fucking large, you actually travel between places by train. I can see why they didn't get you to go places by foot, based on the setting, and it makes sense. It does take a little bit away for me when it comes to exploration, but I think it lends itself more to better pacing, because it adopts the same thing that Crossbell did with its quests. You get given quests, 1 or 2 are required and the others are optional. And usually in this game, there's usually only like 1 or 2 optional quests. All the hidden quests are at points after like you've done like the main list of quests. I found this was the easiest game to pace myself with. I could easily, like, the structure is a bit predictable, but I think that's a good thing to some degree because it's easy to know how much you're gonna get done in any given session you're playing with this game. And to that regard, I feel this is the best paced Trails game I've played. Out of every game I played, this definitely has the most best pacing from a gameplay, side quest to story balance. Right? Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Yes. As for the gameplay, it is... God. I don't dislike it, but it feels notably dumbed down from previous games. So I know Owen and I were talking about Sky's gameplay, and he was like, oh, I really like the art system, how you have to like add and... how do you explain it? Like with all the...
Like, I described it as it's Dungeons and Dragons with like the grid system and the area of effects, but I also like the use of the turn-based system where the arts will slow you down, but then you can also use Joshua's skills and crafts to hasten your effects or affect the enemy turn manipulation. It creates a kind of economy that I really like.
Yeah, I was more talking about like the quartz and how like you get specific arts.
Oh yeah, I like
you said something about that.
I said
the spells,
recipe book.
the recipe book of spells. Right?
Yeah, it's a recipe book. You have to make your own spells with a bunch of combinations. I like that.
And I really like that, but this game gets rid of that completely, Owen.
Okay.
Yeah, so what they opt for in this game with quartz is basically the Master Quartz system from the previous game that I explained in Azure returns, but your arts are tied to specific quartz which are specifically saying, okay, you get like an aerial quartz that gives you the aerial spell, right? And you do get some quartz which have like combinations of spells. So you like equip this quartz, you get a specific set of 3 quartz, right? But it's very much tied to specific quartz, and there's no more recipe book. It's a little simpler to understand. I can get that, but I don't like how they've done it because it feels like they've dumbed it down, if that makes sense.
Okay.
On the flip side, you can stack other things a bit more. So, for instance, you can now stack attack gems because they are no longer attack quartz, because they are no longer tied to they're no longer tied to percentage. They're static values that they increase your stats by, but you can also stack them. And they also don't lower your other stats. So you know how like you have an attack gem, it lowers your defense, right?
Right.
It doesn't do that in this game. You only raise attack, but you can also stack them, which a lot. And the other things you can stack is, you know how you've got the line system with like the recipe book and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That still returns, and it feels kind of redundant because there's no recipe book anymore. Until you realize what you can do is you can stack hit effects on hit effects. So like impede, well, not impede, but like burn, freeze, sleep, so on and so forth. You can get gems and effectively stack those effects. So you've got a gem that gives you sleep 10% and another gem that gives you another sleep 10%. As long as they are not identical quartz, you can stack the abilities on different lines, right?
Right.
And it basically makes physical attackers in this game really, really useful. And crafts especially are really broken in this game. So while they definitely simplified the arts in this game, they made physical attackers a lot more viable and a lot more diverse in terms of how you could use them. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So that
it's
said,
like,
yeah.
So it kind of like, it's not that arts have been nerfed. It's just that crafts have kind of been inadvertently buffed to high heaven.
No, arts have been nerfed as well. They cost a lot more, and they're not that. So the thing about arts is, you know how you've got like turn effects, like a crit and like what's in Sky FC? You've got turn effects like crit, quartz,
crit, sepith up, HP restore, EP restore,
CP restore.
Yeah.
So yeah, sepith. Yeah, those effects are definitely expanded a lot more on, especially in Sky SC. You'll encounter a lot more new ones. This game adds a new one as well, which is 0 arts turns, where you can basically use an art for 0 EP and 0 delay. You can use it on the same turn.
Okay.
Right? And basically what that makes me feel incentivized to do is... Oh, the other thing you can do in this game is you can swap out support party members on any turn, right?
I think I remember that from playing the Cold Steel 3 demo, actually.
Yeah, that sounds right. But basically what I end up doing is it incentivizes you to basically put all your arts users in the support slots, and then whenever there's a 0 arts turn, you swap them in and hit with your strongest art, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because arts cost so much. Granted, you do also get a lot of EP, and there are ways to make arts users viable, but it requires you having a support character which constantly regenerates their EP, because arts cost a ton of EP. Granted, there is one really good character for restoring EP, because there's a craft on this particular character that restores characters at EP for like 30 CP or something like that, and it restores like 200 EP or something like that. It's really ridiculous. Effectively, if you're playing this game, crafts are very useful.
Neat.
I don't. The thing is, I'm still not sure how I feel about all these changes to the gameplay, because it feels like they balance each other out, but it also feels like the intent was to dumb down the system. Like, the pros and cons balance each other out, but it also feels like the intent was to dumb things down.
So it kind of lost some of the identity that made the previous game.
For me, it felt like it lost the customizability. It feels like there's a lot less customizability. There are certain characters that kind of just feel useless because you can't really optimize them in any decent way.
So party members have more defined roles, and if it's too repetitive or they're just a lesser version of it, then like I feel like Sky's roles are more dependent on the Sepith, like by your orbital setup. Like Agate only doesn't have very long chains, so you should probably focus on stat buffs for him. But that's not that you can't put spells on him. It's just that it's gonna be harder to do.
Yes, exactly. Whereas this one, it's like, well, Laura already hits like a truck. May as well stack attack gems on her and just fucking spam your crafts. You know, that's what it feels like. In terms of the other thing they added is this thing called links, where you have a chance to unbalance an enemy based on your weapon type and the enemy's affinity to the specific weapon type you're having, that the character has, which also kind of defines like your character's roles a bit more, because, you know, everyone has their specific choice of weapon. You can inflict unbalance down to make it easier, but basically what happens is you basically get an extra attack every time you unbalance an enemy. Like, you unbalance an enemy, and then, like, whoever your party member is linked to gets an extra attack when you input, like, effectively a quick time command, but it's like you get a lot of time. It's not really quick time. And that gets expanded on over the course of the game, which it's cool. I like it, and it just serves to incentivize physical attackers more, though. That's the problem. That not problem, but I feel like it incentivizes physical attackers much more than magic attackers, because all your magic attackers, their choice of weapon have significantly lower chances of unbalancing an enemy.
Right. Okay.
So I like the system, but at the moment it feels like any magic is useless or reserved for Zero Arts turns, you know?
Okay, so it's more situational.
It's much more situational magic, and it's a very interesting balance it strikes, because I can't call any decision they made to, like, I can't say with faith that the changes they've made to the gameplay are bad. They just, for me, I just find them very odd changes, you know?
It sounds like
playing the previous games.
It sounds like you're acting like a lot of Guilty Gear players sound like whenever people talk about Strive, where it feels like it's like, oh, they dumbed down and simplified it, even though the game is still probably very fun and has its own
I love
additions.
the game. It's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like they dumbed down things, they expanded on things, and the way I like to describe it is it feels like one step forward and one step back, you know, in different areas. It's like certain things have been dumbed down, certain things have been expanded upon, and I feel it all balances itself out in the end. I just don't see the motive for changing it, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Right? Other than dubbing it down for new fans, you know?
Yeah, I would have been curious to see what the board meeting was for Cold Steel.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I think I've talked pretty much everything about this game I feel compelled to talk about. I love all the characters. I love all the... Yeah, what?
No, you finish what you're saying.
Yeah, I love all the characters. I love the world. It was really nice to finally go to Erebonia, and, like, they talk about these locations in these games. I'm sure you know a few Erebonian Place locations from Sky FC, right? But it's very nice to actually see them in person, finally. There's a lot of fan service from previous games, insignificant for new fans. I can definitely see why this is a good point for newcomers, but yeah. Yeah, hey Chess Nuts, my boy Nut. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you're right at the end of it, pretty much. Though we've still got, like, our top 10 to go through.
And our miscellaneous, and a
games. Yeah.
and
Anyway,
a game
you're
I'm
gonna say-
unsure if you and a game I'm unsure if you missed or not.
What?
Chrono Trigger.
Oh my fucking god, I missed Chrono Trigger. Oh my fucking god, did I forget to
Bro.
include Chrono Trigger? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
I swear I included it here. Fuck. When did I finish Chrono Trigger? Hold up, hold up. Holy fucking shit, I missed Chrono Trigger. What the fuck? October. It's not here. How did I miss it? It's literally the
God.
only game I miss. Oh my god.
And arguably one of the most important.
Arguably one of the most important. But it was also, yeah, I was thinking about it when I had, alright, we're gonna swap to October, and on top of it, we're gonna go image, hold up, where are we? Here you go. Chrono Trigger, it's here. It's totally October. Okay, let's take a few steps back. Holy shit, I can't believe I forgot Chrono Trigger and me. Okay. It's Chrono Trigger time, I think.
Yes. I'm very interested because I know that you were like you had to sort your thoughts out for this one at the time.
I did. All right. Get Corridors of Time up. All right. I thought I was done, but okay. Chrono
not.
Trigger. So this one I actually started in 2020. Yeah. I started in December of 2020, and then I played it a bit, and then I got distracted by Bravely Default 2, which I also put on hold because I wasn't feeling it. And I eventually came back to this game, I think in September. Yes. September, and I finished it in October. I was a little busy with other stuff at the time. So this game effectively took me like a year to finish, even though it really shouldn't have.
Only 20 hours.
Yeah. My final playtime was 26 hours.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And man, I see why it's so beloved. It's such a good game. There are very little faults with it. I think it lives up to the hype. It didn't exceed my expectations. And I think that largely due to, you know, there being so much hype for it. What ended up happening before I returned to the game is I watched Chugga Conroy's playthrough of it, right? Up until where I left off the first time. And in doing so, I learned a lot more about the game and how the game mechanics work. So when I came back to play in September, I felt I actually knew what I was doing, and I started enjoying the game a lot more than I was the first time. I think I've noticed whenever I play a game, I always try to learn the combat system, learn the details, the nuances, as much as the game lets me. Oh, sorry, without external searching. And I think that's why I enjoy games like Xenoblade so much, because there's so much to the combat system that I find it really engaging to just sit and learn all the details and the nuances of the system.
Right.
For Chrono Trigger, it's one of those RPGs you don't really need to understand the combat system to actually get the most out of the game. But as a result, I felt it was a little lacking for me, because it's like, I feel like I should be able to learn all this from the game and understand how to play it. But obviously the game didn't give that much of a tutorial in this regard. So watching Chugga Conroy's Let's Play let me learn about the game, and then coming back to it, I had a lot more fun because I knew what I was doing, you know?
I feel like this game's kind of like,
Yeah, sorry.
I feel like this game's kind of like Xenoblade 2 in a way, where it's like you with what the game tells you, you can get by pretty much just fine. But if you want to really understand the inner systems, you have to go experimenting on your own. Also, Brian, I disagree with you in one of those things. I don't think triple techs are super interesting.
but I think double texts are extremely useful.
Double texts are always really useful for me. But yeah, I think also the soundtrack was really good. I'm really glad I kind of avoided most of it before playing the game because it was really nice to hear in context.
Yeah.
I will say, since I have the soundtrack up, this, I think it's this track. This fanfare at the start of Frog's theme does not play in the game at all. And this little melody, I heard this in... God, I heard this in Freddie Getty's rock medley, video game rock medley. And I was like sitting the entire game waiting to hear it in game. I knew it was Frog's theme, then Frog's theme came on, and all I heard at the start of Frog's theme was, where is it? Where's Frog's theme? Where's Frog's theme on the track list? Fuck. I need to get the... Fuck, where's Frog's theme? Fuck me. Here it is. All I heard at the start was this. Where's the fanfare? It doesn't play in the game at all! I felt like I was holding my breath the entire fucking part... Like, my breath the entire game. It's not in the DS version! I watched Chocolate Chrono Let's Play. It's not... It doesn't play at all in the game. Sorry, I need to get that out. It doesn't play in any version of the game. It's a Mandela effect. It does not play at all. It's not in the DS version. I watched Chocolate Conrad's Let's Play. I would have noticed if it plays in his. He played the DS version. In the AMV, that's not the same though. It's not in the AMV because I've got the song here as well. I don't know if I can play it because the AMV version doesn't have it. See, it starts from here. That's where it starts. And I know it doesn't play in the AMV version because I'm paying attention to it. The fanfare I'm listening for is this. It's this intro fanfare. I did not hear it in the entire game. It doesn't play in the game at all. I feel like I was holding my breath the entire game to hear it, and then I learned it just doesn't. It isn't played in the game at all in any version of the game. It's only on the soundtrack. They cut it out of the game because the first time they used Frog's theme in game, it was too upbeat for the tone of the scene. That's why it's not in the game at all. But it was originally composed into the song. But every other instant of the song isn't using it. So that's why it's not in the game. Sorry. I really need to go off on that because, oh my god.
I think, in general, you're talking about like the hype cycle of Chrono Trigger. I think, I would agree with that. That Chrono Trigger definitely feels like, it's very good and very good at what it does, but it definitely isn't like as high-reaching as like a Xenogears or a Xenoblade or a Megami Tensei in terms of like the kind of concepts it deals with. It does have a little bit of philosophy in it with some of the side quest stuff, but overall it's not like super ambitious in its scope. It's very clear-cut, like you know who the final villain is in the first hour, pretty much.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
it wears its identity on its sleeve, really.
Yeah, but at the same time, as more time has passed since I first played it, I think I've come to appreciate certain moments a lot more. Like, for me, a scene that will always kind of strike, like, fear into my, like, kind of, like, chill out my arms or whatever. That's a really way of saying that. Would be, like, the build-up to the first fight with Magus. That scene and the music that builds up and how Magus alludes to the Black Winds howling always strikes me. I think, likewise, the first visit to Zeal always is magical for anyone who plays it. I think most, like, pretty much the entire back half of the game is just fantastic. I do think that it definitely lags a little bit in the beginning, not because of their bad parts, but just because everything else is so much better. It definitely gets better as you go along, but at the same time, it definitely doesn't like reach some like untold insane height. It's just a good ending.
Yeah, indeed. I'm very excited to try Chrono Cross at some point, but for now, I'm definitely just gonna chill out. I need to be in the right mood for it, I think. Because I think I started Chrono Trigger when I wasn't necessarily in the mood for it, and that's why it took me so long to finish it.
You still also have to do the Chrono Cross ending in Chrono Trigger, which will lead into Chrono Cross, and then there's
Yeah,
which
I'll
requires
see if
to do
I'll
some.
see if I do that. We'll see how things go.
And then there's, if you want, there's also a bunch of endings that you can do. There's an ending, like I'm sure you did. You watch all the the endings on the Chugga Conrad playlist?
No, I didn't. I actually only watched up to where I got up to, and then I haven't finished. I haven't continued his Chrono Trigger playthrough.
One of the best endings is one where if you choose to kill Lavos before you fight Magus, Frog is like living with Chrono, but then he Brian says the DS side content is mediocre at best. Correction, the one with all the dinosaurs is mediocre. The one where you fight you go into the shadow realm and whatever, that's good. That one's good. And the extra final boss that they had is good. Anyways, there's a ending where you just hear the sound of a Magus v Frog duel as the credits roll on a black screen, and then at the end you see one of them is standing on top of Magus's castle with a cape blowing in the wind, but you don't know who won.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
It's really cool. There's other ones too, like if you choose not to save Chrono, then the ending in Marl's becomes Marl like going back into the past to save Chrono herself.
Right.
There's quite a few other ones, but the endings are all very interesting. Yeah, I love all the endings, and I do like the Chrono Cross ending, like what I call the Chrono Cross ending, because it's so like when you play Chrono Cross, you're like, how do we get here? And then you play the Chrono Cross ending, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Right. So would you recommend playing? Because I know the Chrono Cross ending happened after Cross release, so I'm wondering if I should do Cross first, then do the Chrono Cross ending.
If you don't know anything about why Chrono Cross was made, I think it might be better to play Chrono Cross first, but if you do know what the pure impetus for Chrono Cross was, then there's no harm in playing the Cross ending.
I don't really know, no.
Okay, then you should probably play Cross first.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that wraps up all of our games. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry I forgot Chrono Trigger. I can't believe I did.
One of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, I'm surprised I forgot Chrono Trigger. Holy shit. Also, yeah, I've already mentioned the soundtrack. We've mentioned everything. All right, cool. All right, now the last thing we have for you guys today is the set of like miscellaneous games that we played throughout the
Evil Lucari's, Brian says Chrono Trigger is probably the best Square game ever made. It's close, I think. It's really close. I think The World Ends With You also holds a torch to that, but it's real close.
Yeah. So I'm looking at how you organize this. It looks like everything on the right is still mine, everything on the left is still yours, and in the middle we share.
Yes.
All right. So what do you want to go start, because I've been talking for a while now.
Yeah. We both had 5 games,
yeah.
but on
this
each side.
yeah, I probably don't need to use I guess you can just let me know what you're talking about. I'll move it.
I'll start with Genshin, because I should probably explain why I'm still playing this game in 2022.
2021. But yeah.
Well, 2022 now, because I'm still playing this game.
Genshin music. Hold up.
So, a lot of people view this game as a waifu gacha game, and it is. A lot of people view this game as a Breath of the Wild clone. It really isn't, but it definitely takes some cues. The reason why I'm still playing this game in 2 years after it came out, a year and some change after it came out, is I think that it has one of the better stories and like cultural interpretations of fantasy in any game I've ever played. And I mean that like with absolute sincerity. Say what you want about the company that's making it or their practices or whatnot. Say what you want about the gacha model. That's all fair, I think. But I think that what they've done here is created something that's honestly enchanting in a way. For me, like Western fantasy is very common, and we've seen that, and Japanese fantasy is very common, and that's in this game too. But there's also so the idea is that there's like 7 countries, each has their own god, and there's Mondstadt, which is based off of like France and Germany and the like. There's Inazuma, which is based off of Japan, and then there's Liyue, which is based off of China. And having a fantasy China is something that we don't see enough, and it is honestly the best area in the entire game. Everything from the music to the environments to the plot that goes on within Liyue is honestly one of the most enchanting experiences I've ever had in any game ever, I think. I think that the storyline that happens in Liyue is very good. There's the main. I know that you'll never play this game, MB, so
there's a character,
Never say
Zhong
never.
Li. Okay, well, there's a character who's like, the game deals a lot with. The game has a consistent theme about the inheritance of like divine will in humans, basically, where it's like how the gods give up their power, pretty much. In like, for example, in Mondstadt, we have a character who just basically says, I don't want anyone to be ruled by a god, so I'm just going to be like this free spirit god, and like you can pray to me if you want, and you can form a church, but you guys just kind of govern yourselves. And then there's Liyue, which is like very like economy based, and everyone's like based around the god of Rex Lapis, who's this the earth god, pretty much. And then Zhong Li is just like the Zhong Li, who's like his human incarnation, and just was like, I am tired of being the oldest god. I am tired of being a god for so long. And he has the most respect for it, but he's just like, I feel like my time has come and I'm ready to move on. And then Inazuma has a very different take on that, where it's like she's trying to hold so hard to her divine ideals that it's actively making everyone miserable around her, and you have to kind of stop that and kind of force her to give power back to the people. So there's a lot of that throughout all of Genshin. That's a very consistent theme that's been building and continue to be built. And there's also a bit of human hubris that can come with that they've been teasing. So we'll see where the story goes from here. But I think, if anything, that's kind of held me close to this game. I think they do Chinese New Year events every year, and the one that happened for 2021, I found the pacing of it very interesting because there's a bunch of quests that you take, and they're all like, go help these people out and stuff like that. But then there's, after like the story technically ends for the Chinese New Year event, there's one last line of quests where you go to this very small city, like very small like town in like the outskirts, and it's very far away, and the entire storyline is about basically entertaining kids because their parents have moved away to the city for a better life, and they've left basically only elderly and children behind. And it kind of like, that's how the event ends, and it feels very melancholic in a way. I'm just like, damn, they really had something to say here about like the progression of society. So I don't know. It is a dumb waifu gacha game, definitely.
Also,
I
the
have my own
music's
favorite.
amazing.
Yeah, the music is amazing. But I think that it has a lot of thought and heart put into it that I don't think a lot of people give credit to, and the storyline itself is very good.
All right. Should I talk on
Yeah,
my games then?
you can take one. Yeah.
So throughout the year, I didn't put these into any specific ending things because I did finish them on specific days. But like, I kind of replayed Super Mario Bros. 3 throughout last year and 2020 and 2021, and I picked up Sonic 1 on a whim because it's on my phone, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's play through it again because why not? So these two are replays, including Super Mario 3D World, which I played with a friend, Alice. We played through that together online and in person a few times, which was nice. All the save data is on her Switch, though. So it was nice revisiting these. Sonic 1 definitely doesn't hold up as well as I remember it. Super Mario Bros. 3 is still a great Mario game. I didn't do every level, but I just played through it a fair bit, you know? I got to the end, I beat the game, and I'm quite happy about that. I played it through it in Japanese, not that it matters. There's no text in the game, effectively, and all the text that is in the Japanese is effectively that is in the Japanese version is effectively in English, apart from like Toad dialogue at the end of everything. But yes, and then Super Mario 3D World was just fun to replay on Switch with friends, you know. I played the first one through on my own because who the fuck owned a Wii U? Not that there was online, but who wanted to play on a Wii U, come over to a house and play Mario, you know?
I did have that happen to me a couple times.
Yeah, okay. Fine. I didn't really have anyone who wanted to play through a game with me, but it was nice to play through with Alice, and I'm really glad I got to do a multiplayer experience with it. Only thing I'm miffed about is she didn't want to do Champions Road, and I never finished Champions Road in the Wii U version. I really wanted to finish Champions Road in the Switch version, and then she didn't want to do it, and now I'm just stuck in, because she has a save data, I'm stuck in a situation where I just can't do Champions Road unless I get my play it on the Wii U, which is a game that runs slower anyway. So I'm just like, what am I doing? I want to do Champions Road, but Alice won't let me. Ah!
Just hijack her Switch. Easy.
Anyway, that's basically my replays, that like miscellaneous replays I want to just bring up. You can go tackle your fighting games, I think, in one.
Sure.
swoop
So
then.
I played a bit of Guilty Gear X and Blaze Blue Central Fiction. Guilty Gear X isn't on my finished games yet because I have not beaten this game completely. And the reason why is because it's arguably harder than Guilty Gear 1 in terms of its story mode, and I'm playing on a PlayStation 2 controller, which sucks. So I got to figure out how to luck out and play Guilty Gear X and actually beat it through once with Kai. But I'm doing it because I want to fight Dizzy, because Dizzy is my favorite female Guilty Gear character. Anyway, Guilty Gear X is kind of like where the series really starts. Sets a lot of the basis. Gatlings start here. No burst, which is really weird. So you have Gatlings, you have faultless defense, you have proper meter tension, you have like the different ways to do aerials and stuff like that, air dashing. It feels much more in line with the later Guilty Gear games, but at the same time, it is absolutely a kusoge. It's a very early fighting game, and there's no proper story mode in this version that I'm playing on the PS2. But it is what it is. Maybe one day I'll try and beat it this year. It's a struggle. Blaze Blue Central Fiction is a game I picked up because rollback, and I want to support older games that has rollback. And at the same time, I'd also like to acknowledge Arc System Works because they have been absolutely killing it with their rollback implementation, either through their own games like DNF Duel, Guilty Gear Strive, and whatever comes in the future, as well as fan-made mod projects which they've officially paid for and sanctioned, like the Guilty Gear XXX and Core Plus R projects, the Guilty Gear Central Fiction project, and the Blaze Blue Central Fiction project, and the Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle projects, which all have rollback now. And I think ArcSys has realized that, hey, Guilty Gear Strive isn't everyone's thing. It's definitely my thing, but it's not everyone's thing. So let's just give people the option to play these old games if they want. And there'll be less complaining, and just people who want to play the games that they're playing are playing games they're playing.
Yeah.
And I just think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I really hope Rev 2 gets rollback at some point. I don't know if it will, but...
Rev 2 I think could see it, but I think we'd be seeing it much later in Strive's lifetime, because the issue with rollback is that it completely changes how the game renders visuals. So we would have to go through and 2D sprites are a lot easier to do that with than 3D models.
3D, of course. Yeah.
So doing that with Rev 2 is already hard, and I'm not sure if it's worth it because that might be self-cannibalizing on Strive's own sales, but I don't know what ArcSys wants to do with that. Yeah. And then I don't think we'll be seeing rollback for Grand Blue Fantasy Versus or Dragon Ball Fighters unless we get a massive update for either of those games, mostly because they're licensed games and they need proper approval, and they're also 3D.
Yeah.
So
well, while we're on the topic, why don't we talk about Rev 2 and I guess all the other fighting games in the center of this column here?
Well, I just want to add one last moment to Central Fiction. Central Fiction is a fast game that I'm not used to, in a way, where it's like, it feels like I'm used to Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, but this game kind of feels like Ultimax, but with way more get up and wake up options, which feels weird because I'm not used to this many tackling options in a fighting game. I picked up Noelle, which may have been a mistake because I'm basically trying to learn 2 characters at one while also learning the game systems. And I played about 20 matches, won about 3 of them, and had a good time. I'd love to learn more about the game systems. I just gotta practice more.
Yep. All right. So I already mentioned that Owen gave me a bit of a crash course on Rev 2, right? On Guilty Gear XR Rev 2. Fun game. I think Owen. I steal this line from Owen a lot, but beating up CPUs should not be this fun.
It really shouldn't.
I've played a few games with Owen. He kind of, steamrolls me, but that's because I'm not really familiar with the game yet. I just enjoy going through the challenges and combos that are in the game and just practicing them. And that's what I do whenever I feel like just doing something with my hands and that isn't music. Ironically, it's gotten me back into practicing my instrument, though. So thanks for that, Owen.
No problem. I love that.
I also did a bit of that with Persona 4 Arena Ultimax this year. Figured I'd add it, but I'm going to wait for the modern ports because that's version 2.5 and all that.
Excited for that. Rev 2 is a special game into my heart, mostly because it has my favorite Guilty Gear story. I think it's just crazy enough to be insane, but also like it has enough philosophy and heart in the dialogue that makes you feel like connected to like the ideals of what's going on, because it ultimately is an ideological battle that happens, even though there is a lot of crazy anime stuff that happens. Rev 2, aside from that though, it's also a game that I haven't quite nailed a main down yet, because Kai plays very weirdly in this game, where he's a lot more of a setup character. I like Kai, but I also really like playing Ramlethal and Kum. So I don't know. Maybe if the game ever gets proper rollback, I'll practice it more and settle on a main.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this game.
Otherwise, the last fighting game on our list is Smash Bros. The DLC. Do we want to talk about that?
Right. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about Ultimax more properly next year, I feel.
Yeah, definitely.
Smash Ultimates. Pirate Mythra was the highlight, in my opinion. Just hard toss. I don't have much attachment to Sora or Kazuya, or even though I probably should have more of an attachment to Kazuya or anyone else really. But Pirate Mythra, that was a good call. I like that.
I don't know what my favorite DLC character is, because Joker came out of nowhere, right? And then Pyra and Mythra, I want them, but I wasn't expecting them at that point. I'm very happy with it, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Then Sora came along, and I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck is going on? And I genuinely don't really know. I feel like I got way too many characters specific to my tastes for the DLC.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't deserve it because I was content with just Joker, you know?
Yeah, I like Joker for sure. Terry ended up being a surprise love for me. Helped me. It was just as I was discovering my fighting games, so I picked up King of Fighters 98 and had a great time fighting CPUs in that game. And then obviously Pirate Mythra were my most wanted. And I appreciate Sora, but I don't think I necessarily wanted him. But that's not because I dislike him. It's just not my thing, or at least not my thing at this moment.
Smash fans who don't complain about which character should be added are the ones who deserve to be sent. I get that, but yeah, no, yeah. Anyway, Sora I wasn't expecting it at all. I'm quite happy with it. It's interesting because I know, Terry has made me somewhat interested in SNK because of the music, and now that I'm actually kind of getting into fighting games through Guilty Gear,
KOF 15 next year, this year actually, February, rollback netcode.
Yep, we'll see how things go. But otherwise, Smash this year was very pleasant for me because I got Pyra Mythra and Sora. Kazuya I didn't really have much to say on because at the time I wasn't really into fighting games and I don't know the first thing about Tekken, but I like Tekken music and I think Tekken's funny.
Being Kula everywhere, that's the character that was announced today, right, for KOF? The one thing I'm excited for is just sitting down and playing, sitting down at my screen and just for KOF 15 and picking King, Iori, and Terry and going at it, which is my 98 one. Anyway, Smash characters were great, I think. Sora was a great finalizing character, even though it wasn't like, for me, it wasn't super crazy. I have the most respect for people who absolutely love it. So congrats to them. Congrats to you.
But yeah, otherwise, I think that's all the fighting games we've done, we've got to talk about, right?
Yeah. More fighting games are coming for me next year. I'll be playing DNF Duel probably and KOF 15 and obviously more Guilty Gear Strive. And I'll try picking up Blaze Blue more full time and we'll see where we go from there. I really hope that ArcSys continues this because they've done nothing but motivate good faith with their fan base at this point. So, yeah.
All right.
Good job.
I guess I'll quickly touch on Among Us because I played it a bit this year. It's nice. It's fun. There's not much to say about Among Us other than that it's very fun with friends, but it's very hard to get people together to actually play it, you know?
Yeah.
I think I managed to play like an hour or two with a group of friends at one point, but it didn't last long because time zones suck ass. And I had to leave and sleep. Otherwise, I already touched on Rune Factory 4 Special earlier. I'm still playing it. I'm looking forward to actually sitting down and properly finishing it at some point. But I'm just gonna take it at my own pace. And then I think you.
Mine. Yeah, so
Yes.
I'll do Stardew Valley real quick, just because it's one I have least amount of things to say. If you know what Stardew Valley is, you already know why this game is great. I played this game with my girlfriend a bit this year, and it was fantastic. I've picked it up and put it down a lot over the last few years, but I don't know, I just enjoy it. It's chill. I've never gotten very far in any particular playthrough, but whenever I do play it, I always have a good time. It's nice, like raising your farm, seeing it develop, meeting the people, and all that. So it's a good time. And I have friends who are crazy about the game. I just enjoy it casually. And then Sky, I'd like to talk about. Sky Children of Light is a mobile game that was added to the Switch this year, and it is it's not really a game. It is a social It is a social experiment. Is the best way to describe it, where it incentivizes cooperation without a chat feature. There is a chat feature in the game, but you have to purchase it with the candles that you get candles are basically like the game's currency that you use to get like cosmetics and stuff like that you can earn every day. And you need like 1 candle to make a friend and like 5 candles to unlock the chat feature unless you add them as a friend manually through like a QR code. So it's a very interesting way to go about a cooperative game where it's like you're trying to communicate through gestures and through like noises and trying to get people to help you with a thing that requires 4 or even 8 people to collaborate on so you can all get to this one thing. There's also a lot of like the game has like 6 levels proper that you can go through. You collect you see like the lore. It's basically kind of like Journey. Basically, I think it's made by the Journey people. That you go through, you find spirits, you see their memories, and then you unlock new emotes, and then you get light, which lets you increase the stamina of your wings, which lets you fly more. And then at the end of the 6 levels, you do a final level, which is really, really difficult, and then you try and light as many people as you can with your light, basically, who have turned to stone. It's kind of like a sacrificing yourself for the light of others. And then you die, and then you're reincarnated at the beginning of the game with basically nothing, and you just kind of play again, and you get all that stuff again. But you keep all your cosmetics and stuff like that. And then it's kind of like you meet people, you interact with people, you see all kinds of stuff. I had a great time playing this game. My girlfriend picked it up and got really into it. It is a really cute game.
Sky.
Yeah, Sky. It's a really cute game that takes maximum 6 hours for a single playthrough, but it can be a lifestyle if you want it to be. There's no gacha or anything like that. If you want to pay money for stuff, you can, but it's absolutely not required at all.
All right. And that's everything we played this year, I think, for the most part. Apart from stuff with last year, sorry. Apart from stuff we haven't really, finished or
Yeah.
So,
We ready for top 10?
ready for top 10? I don't have any visuals planned for this, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up some text, and I'm going to hope that I can type this all out. Just give me a sec. Yes, let's see. Is there a way to adjust our thing? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wonder if I can fit this on the screen. I don't think I don't know. Hold on. Let me try this. All right. That's this. All right. Now what are we doing for? I don't know what I'm doing for music, but I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna paste. I'm gonna bring this one over here. And what I'm gonna do in the background is I'm going to let me pop this over to. I think this will work. Yeah. Okay. And then I need to change the text color. All right. Hold up. Yeah, I think that works. Does that work? Why isn't the hello text? Can I change the color? Excuse me. Oh, that's the background color. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, that should show up on screen now. Awesome. Oh wait, hold up. Let me change this.
There you go.
I need to get another text one. Yep, okay. Okay, cool. And we will pop the color here.
We're very professional
okay.
here, folks.
Very professional. This was totally planned. Would have been nice if I'd planned this out, but that's okay. This will be our top 10 list of games we played throughout the year. Oh god, this is hard to manage, but we'll see how things go. Alright, did you have, out of curiosity, like any honorable mentions or anything you wanted to like say?
No, not really. I feel like most of the stuff is like one game per series, though I do have 2 games of a particular series on here because I feel like
I'm
they're
the same.
Yeah.
I'm the same in regards to one series which I played most of this year, except for a few games, which should pretty much give away what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Like if a game is like so close to each other, like if 2 games in a series are so close to each other that they're basically equivalent, then I decided to just kind of batch them into one. I kind of guess.
The same for me. Same for me, basically.
Cool.
Apart from there's only one instance of 2 slots being taken up by the same series for me.
Yeah.
So
okay.
who wants to go first? I need to get some music up. I don't really know what music I'm gonna do. Let's do do some brandish music.
Yep.
Because I've been listening to that a lot lately. All right. Hopefully it loads. All right, cool.
Okay.
So this is our top 10 for the rest of the year. You go first then, because you're on the left.
Okay. Number 10, I had Metroid Fusion.
Metroid Fusion.
Yeah. I feel like the game itself is it's everything I wanted from like another GBA Metroid game. And you can I think you can already tell what was 2 games on the list here because there's one particular game that Metroid Fusion is great, but I felt like it was a echelon of quality different than a certain other game, which is why it's here at number 10.
All right. My number 10. I'll type it up. If I can, that'd be great. Hello. My number 10 is Imposter Factory.
I was going back and forth between 9 and 10 for me.
So that means
Which
your
I
number
guess-
9 is
Imposter Factory is my number 9.
Imposter 9. All right, I'll add that now then.
Yeah.
I think we both love this game equally. I don't think it'd be a contender for like any game of the year, but it does what it does well.
Yeah. I feel like if Finding Paradise came out this year, it might have eked out Game of the Year. I think Imposter Factory is a very different kind of game that has a very different aim, which isn't bad. It's just not to my personal tastes. But it's still like in terms of like what I consider Game of the Year, but it's still a fantastic game that deserves all the respect in the world.
Yeah. And my number 9 is Deltarune Chapter 2. I'm not going to elaborate on that.
Okay.
For your
my
sake,
number
and also Gio's sake, because he hasn't played the game either.
My number 8 is The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, this one was tough because I think objectively this one might be one of the better games I played this year objectively.
Oh god, is
but I
this...
think I have better sentiment. I think I have just say TLOH or something like that. Trails in the Sky.
LOH is usually what we use. We don't include the.
Okay.
Just do Trails in the. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. So so I
so-
think objectively this is probably better than some other games on this list, but also like it probably should be around number 5, or even number 4. But I also think that I have better sentimental memories with others and had more of an emotional connection with certain other games, which is why I love Trails in the Sky to death. But I have to. Some other games just had higher priorities for me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right. What is my 8? What have I put here? Oh, here it is. Episode intermission for Final Fantasy VII Remake, the DLC.
Not even the main game.
Not even the main game. Just enter episode intermission. I think it's my. I actually really enjoyed it. I'm really glad with the direction it went, comparatively to the base game, and I felt it deserved a separate spot, not only on the discussion today, and also on this list.
Nice. Number 7 is Persona 5 Strikers.
Okay.
I said it before. I think that it shored up a lot of what Persona 5 base at least had weaker going for it, and at least developed some characters that were left in the dust. It has a fantastic action-based combat system that I'd love to see in like a new Raito game, and I just had a great time with it. The story was great. I love the new characters, and I actually think it develops a theme that was kind of underground in Persona 5 about the idea of like hope being within desire and how both sides are necessary for humanity. That was like developed in like Yusuke's Confidant in the base Persona 5, and they really kind of developed it here. So gotta give the credit.
Right. Yeah. All right. My number 7 is Yes 4: The Dawn of Yes. I think this game works as the best example of classic Yes gameplay, effectively. Bump system, it's the best bump system game. I like the story a lot. I like the music especially a lot. And it's all around a good time. I'd love to replay it because it's not that long, and I feel like I'd enjoy it more knowing what to do and not needing to use a guide, you know?
Gotcha. All right. Number 6 is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. And you might as well put Blind Forest on here too, because I like them about the same.
Ori 1 and 2, because I don't think it's
just
gonna
Ori.
fit. There you go. Yeah, that's actually really high. I'm pretty surprised about that.
Yeah, I think this was kind of like the biggest like surprise for me this year. I wasn't expecting to like them as much as I did, but they were spiritual experiences in a word, and very, very emotional, and they complement each other, where one is happy, the other is sad, where one is more platform based, other's more combat based. They are definitely two halves of the same whole, and I definitely feel like they should both be played.
So you want to talk about surprises, right?
Yeah.
My number 6 is Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2.
Yo.
I really enjoy just doing the combat things. I don't know what to say. I just keep coming back to it. It's a lot of fun. I haven't played as
It's
much as
great.
I'd like to as recently, but it's really fun. I love the soundtrack. I'd love to actually get better at the game and play with it, go through the story, but I want to go through the rest of Guilty Gear before I do the story mode.
Have you ever heard of Initial T? Did you ever watch that video?
No.
He's a guy who played competitive Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2. He played Kum Heum. He played it with a steering wheel.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He didn't use like
That's
he didn't use like the steering. He didn't use like the steering component at all, but he had to use like the brake system to do dust attacks and stuff like that.
Right.
And it's very interesting.
That's so funny.
And
yeah, for me, this game really came out of nowhere. You gave me the tutorial, and then I was just on my own and just having fun, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of fun just playing the game. I don't have anything else to say.
Xrd's fun. That is the best way to describe it. It just, you have such a good time with it.
All right, top 5.
Number 5 for me was Neo: The World Ends With You.
Okay. I don't think it's going to
And
be I'm just in sweary.
Yeah, I think I've already expressed why I love this game so much. It had legitimate introspection from me. I think the story was, although padded in places, a worthy successor. The lore is fantastic, and I really hope, and it had like a good story and characters, and it definitely feels like it was 10 years in the making, and I really hope they can maybe do a third one in the future.
Right. Yeah. I figured that'd be in your top 10. Spoiler alert, it's not for me, but...
That's fair.
Alright, next one. Another kind of game that surprised me, Scarlet Nexus is my number 5.
Oh.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think the story's a mess, but it makes sense in the end, and I think that's what matters to me the most.
Cool.
I've still only played half of the game. Technically, that's all you need to do to complete it, because the second playthrough is considered like a New Game Plus playthrough to some degree.
Okay.
But I really enjoyed it. I'd love to get back to it to play the second playthrough at some stage. And it's another one of those cases where all I can say is it's a lot of fun.
That's fair.
I don't think I get tired of the combat.
well, you want to talk about games that are just really fun? Number 4 is for me is Monster Hunter Rise.
All right.
I think I've said everything I need to say about this game. It's fantastic. The combat loop is addicting, and it's even better with friends. If you can get a good group together, it is one of the most rewarding experiences in the world.
Right. My number 4 is Yes, the Oath and Felghana.
Oh, so this
Which
you had 2 Ys games.
Yes, I had 2 Ys games on my thing. It only just fits. Hold on, let me move that left a little bit. Fuck. Hold up. There we go. Yes, my number 4, is Yes, Oath and Felghana. It is such a faithful remake to Yes 3. I love all the fan service. I love the voice acting, as funny as it can be sometimes. And I adore the soundtrack. It's like, I adore the challenge as well. It was challenging enough on normal. Funnily enough, I should mention, this game actually has an achievement for playing on every difficulty. And it's I forgot what the achievement for playing on, like, very easy is, but it's something like, oh god, I completely forgot. But it's a really funny achievement, to play on very easy. There's also an achievement for dying to a single boss more than 10 times.
Yeet.
Which I didn't get, which means I'm just good at games. Haha, let's go.
We'll see what happens when I play the game. For me, number 3 is Metroid Dread.
Metroid Dread. Oh, I'm surprised it's only 3, actually. I would have expected 1 or 2.
You know what my top 1 is, and you should figure out from process of elimination what my second is.
Oh, what is... Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, process of elimination. Okay,
yeah,
I think you know what my top 2 is going to be once I put my third one as well.
Yeah, like for me, the ranking of number 1 was always self-assured, but 2 and 3 were always like a bit of a tie. But I think just personal taste has Metroid Dread come out as number 3, which is still a fantastic game. And it's not number 1 because there are just other games I liked more.
All right. On that note, I'm gonna put your number 2 as my number 1 because that is Shin Megami Tensei 5. Sorry, as my number. Your number 2 is my number 3. That's what I meant. We already talked about Shin Megami Tensei 5, and I'm assuming that's your number 2 then.
Yeah, it's my number 2.
I can pretty much fill in the rest of yours, and I think you can fill in the rest of mine, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure. I feel like you probably go Azure or Zero. I'm not sure.
Not my number 2.
Oh, that would be number 1. Number 2 would be. I'm trying to think about this.
I've typed it up on the stream.
Okay.
Yes, I love my love. And then our number 1s are pretty self-assured, I think. So yours would be Guilty Gear Strive.
Guilty Gear Strive, yep. Never thought a day would come when a fighting game would be my most played game this year, but here we are.
And my number 1 is actually... I'm putting both Azure and Zero together because I can't really see them otherwise, because they kind of go as a set.
Makes sense.
But yeah, there's our top games for the year. I think we have some pretty nice lists, some similarities here and there. But we played fairly different games overall this year with a bit of crossover.
We both have a love of JRPGs, but
yeah, a lot of JRPGs. But yeah. Well, geez, we've been at this for 9 hours. Holy shit.
I'm ready to sleep.
Yeah, it's midnight now for you, right?
Yeah, it's 12:12.
Yep. So probably a good time to end off, right? Yeah.
Thank you everyone who stayed on.
Yeah, thanks everyone, especially Brian. Holy shit, you've been here the entire time. Oh my god. We've been looking forward to talking about this for a while. I think I want to do this again next year if we can.
Yeah, I feel like we might want to streamline it more next year, but
streamline it a bit better. Yeah. This was like, we thought about it, we planned it out a little bit, and then we just went with this. And yeah. So yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, this was a lot of fun, and I'm glad I got you into Guilty Gear. I'll take that.
I'm glad I got you into Trails.
Thanks. Brian says, "What about monthly stuff? We're gonna be. I want to actually write video essays.
Yes. So
we'll see what happens there.
This is basically us trying to kick off the channel Quest Clear, which we're setting up in a bit. I really need you to start setting up everything, Owen.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
But yeah, once it's set up. I'm kind of reconsidering my choice to say we'll do an edited VOD of this.
because this is like
Oh,
almost,
God.
yeah. I might just upload the VOD because we've already got the music, and then we'll see how things go, right? I
Yeah,
think
just
it'll be
upload in like
fine.
3 parts. Three
Yeah,
3-hour
the
parts.
other option I was considering is we can literally just split it up by month and have one video for each month,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't all come out at once, right?
Yeah, but like, do we want to put that much effort into it, or do we want to just start typing?
Well, it might just be easier to just upload the VOD to the main channel and then see how we go, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think it was fairly streamlined enough. The other thing I meant to ask you, which I think you might have forgotten to do, did you take timestamps of when we talked about every game?
Frick, you're right.
Yeah. Doesn't matter, we can do that anyway. Anyway, thanks so much for you guys to drop by. I've been at it since 10 a.m. and it's 7 p.m. for my time, so I'm gonna sort
I've
out
been at
dinner
it
in a bit.
since 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's been fun. I'm glad we
It's been
did
a lot of
this.
fun. I really enjoyed this, Owen. Thanks for dedicating some time to hear my voice for 9 hours. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy talking to you. Probably don't talk to you enough, so.
Yeah. Not in voice chat. We talk enough in DMs, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but cool. All right. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for doing this. This is fun.
Yeah. Also, this is
yeah.
not a great song to end this on. So yeah, I
okay.
guess you're not gonna be too bad. You can just seek through the visuals of each separate section. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge video. We're probably I think we're not gonna do the edited VOD, but we'll definitely upload it to the main channel as the first video.
Yeah. And we can at least put chapters in
Yeah, chapters is
Like-
the important thing.
by month at least.
So yeah.
Okay.
Thanks so much for joining in. And yeah, I think what's a good ending song? I'm thinking of Falcon music, but I don't know if you have any suggestions.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm probably gonna have to.
All right, leave it to me.
Okay.
If you want to end up the call, I'll end off the stream. That's all good.
All right, cool. All right. Good luck with the ending. Thanks for everyone
Yep.
for coming out.
Thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone who also dropped in, and Owen's gone. So yeah, thanks to everyone who also dropped in and like for a bit and left. That's fine. That's exactly what we expected. But yeah, that's our top 10 for the year, and we discussed all the games we played throughout the year. I think it'll be nice to see if we can make a tradition out of this every year, but we'll see how things go, right? So yeah, good stuff. Thanks so much for listening and having us banter about all the games we played throughout the year. It was a lot of fun. I am actually really happy with a lot of the games I played this year, so yeah. I'll see you guys around, and fucking trophy to Brian, gold medal to Brian for sticking around for the entire 9 hours. Holy shit. Anyway, see you guys later.